Hello, all. Thanks for being here. I'm looking down, making sure my microphone's fucking working. Don't have a repeat of last time. God damn it. Whatever. Anyway, thanks for being here. Appreciate you all. Thank you, Nikolai, for being around, and thank you for the prime resub. Really kind of you. Thank you, Desolate Mirror, for stopping by. Much appreciated. Nice to see you. We have and Z-Boards. Z-Boards, thank you also for coming through. Much appreciated. Let's get started. All right, we're having some technical issues at the start of the stream. So hopefully we got them worked out. I might have to some additional changes though later. Not for this stream. Won't be able to do it for this stream. Later on. Okay. We will continue. Good. Whatever. Okay. All right. Well, let's get. All right. Let's see who. Ugh. All right. Oh, everyone's taking their sweet fucking time. That's great. Hey, you two. You're on stream, just so you know. Thanks for being here. Okay. Well, whenever. All right. So, we're still waiting for our illustrious guests to get here. Sometimes they're here. Sometimes they just are gone. Hey, Doobie's here.
Hello.
Things are already getting better. And Doobie came.
Wow. How you doing, Prime?
I'm doing all right. We're out here trying to get this money. I mean, views. I mean, we're just doing it out for the love of the game. I'm sorry.
Of course.
All right.
What's up? I'm back.
What's up? Thanks for being here, buddy.
Hard dicks and helicopters.
Okay.
I have to like refigure out my like lighting situation because my co-host got like a brand new ring light and now there's like way more light coming from that side of the room.
You do look more ghastly. This is true.
Hold on, let me put on something that doesn't wash out the color so much between my pale white skin and my black t-shirt.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Sonia's here. I'm very happy. Very happy to have Sonia around. Sonia,
this is about to be a good one today.
I hope so. Yeah.
Great topics. Who chose those?
Oh, it was all me. We usually
Prime,
choose
you
these
did a
things.
great job today.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I do appreciate that. That's actually quite kind. It's really hard, really difficult to come up with topics. So, like that.
I respect it.
Yeah.
You should come up with some.
You cut out?
Ooh.
Can you say that again, Sonia? You, for whatever reason, cut out.
You should come up with some story where it's like you take mushrooms in the desert and meditate, and that's how you come up with the topics.
I wish I was that cool. Right? I don't even take any drugs. No one would believe me because they know I don't take any drugs. But
Prime.
What's going on? Prime ready to do some drugs? What's going on?
I gotta get you to drink some alcohol though.
Why?
Because you're a leftist. Like you can't have no morals and then have morals about alcohol. Come on.
No. Look, you can stay away. Listen, you can stay away from weed. You can stay away from alcohol, but like you can't be a proper leftist or like if you've never like tripped hardcore at least once in your life.
There we go.
Like, you know what I mean? Like you got to go away somewhere, like to a retreat or something, you know what I mean? Or whatever you got to do. Find you a trip advisor, trip buddy, and just fucking take like a good, eighth of shrooms one time and just fucking open up that back part of your mind, dog.
I think he might be right.
I must not be a true leftist. I'm way too clean.
Yeah, right.
I'm saying, you don't got to be like me. You don't got to be like, 19 and fucking taking, you know, a
Oh.
couple of 2 CBs and some fucking cocaine together so you can stay up on some hallucinogenic horse tranquilizers. But like, you
I
know,
did plenty with certain types of drugs in my teens. Quit everything before I turned 18 though, which is probably was a good idea because I would have been in big trouble otherwise. But I didn't. I experimented as opposed to like actually committing to really doing any serious hard drugs.
I was always a puss. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I like the concept of doing drugs was always like super attractive to me. Like the idea, I just want to know what it's like to have my brain just, doing some other wild stuff.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I never felt confident enough to risk it because I always felt like in doing so that like there's a potential I could screw myself like forever.
That's
like,
Yeah,
my
I'm
brain never come
actually
back.
I'm the same way.
That's
I'm
why-
very, very interested in like DMT and like seeing the fucking machine notes and shit. But
Yeah.
I
You
really
haven't
like the
done
way
it?
my brain. No, I
haven't
really
done
like
it.
Hold on,
the
pause.
I really like the way my brain works. Right, so I feel like I'm gonna fuck it up somehow.
I was the
No,
same way.
dude,
Like I really
listen,
want to do
DMT
psychedelics, but I never did them for the same reason. I was too worried about it. Screwing myself up.
listen. DMT is like a 15-minute trip. Right? You know what I mean? Like it's not like acid or it's not like shrooms
Yeah, I
where
know.
like shrooms comes in waves and scares you. Acid can lead to like a really bad trip, and if you take too much, technically you can get stuck, but 90% of those stories are bullshit. Like you'll be fine. Like all that's going to happen is you might learn a little something about yourself. It might be,
Right.
you might not be something you'd want to learn, right? Like Carl Jung famously said when asked about hallucinogens, somebody's mic is open.
Yeah, that's I'll mute yourself.
So he famously said when asked about hallucinogens, beware of unearned wisdom. And I think that was really astute, but nevertheless, there's wisdom to be had there.
Yeah, I've looked into this, right? Like I've watched like you can go on YouTube and watch people go through a trip from like start to finish and then describe the experience afterwards, right? Like even like first time users. But I don't know. You hear there's like horror stories of like, people having the wrong mix or the wrong shit and they just fuck up their brain or they go like fucking crazy.
It's almost
I'm
like the
just
war on
not-
drugs means that we end up getting shit instead of fucking quality that we know the strength of.
Oh, I agree. I think if everything was more regulated, we probably wouldn't have as many risks and things like that. But I mean, we ain't there, so I'm not taking them chances. I just can't do it.
I mean, there are many reasons why I don't do it. But one of those reasons, honestly, is because of that war on drugs and who it targets. So like, there are so many individuals just like me, who take anything recreationally, and they get caught up over some dumb shit, and it's like not worth it. But that's just one reason.
Go to a retreat then, Prime guys.
We're
Go
on
to a
the
retreat
verge-
and do some fucking peyote in a sweat lodge, man.
Yeah, we're
Have
on
an
the verge
experience.
of decriminalizing psychedelics here in California. The bill to do it has been punted back a little bit because they're still refining that bill, but we should be resuming by the end of the year.
Well, if you're in
Okay.
California, I think it's most of the states. There are places where you can pay like $1,500 for the weekend and like go do like an ayahuasca retreat or some shit,
Mhm.
right? But
Yep.
but I've looked into that too because I was actually seriously considering it. But then I read that one of the side effects is you're gonna have diarrhea the entire time, and I don't know if I want to have that around a bunch of strangers in the fucking wilderness. So
Right.
yeah, no.
I want to watch you have diarrhea the entire time.
I don't know,
Yeah,
man. I've
it's
used
a
the
little weird.
restroom on psychedelics before, and that's a rough experience. Or an amazing one. Never in between, though. Same thing with showering, right? Showering on psychedelics can be like amazing. Like it's like oh, like the fucking it's just halos of rainbows and light and body sensation, or completely fucking terrifying. Not really an
Yeah.
in between.
Yeah, that don't sound like it's for me. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh man.
It's like we're all these little men with water guns shooting me at. I can't find them.
Nah, that's bullshit. You're not gonna see little men. You'll be fine. Now, if you do some ginseng, Jimson seeds, or some morning glory, right? that might make you see little men with water guns. But I wouldn't suggest anybody do that. That's just dangerous and easy to OD on.
Oh,
You know, it's really crazy. All this time, like I've been holding it, like been thinking maybe you weren't trying at all. Like when you would be given the takes and stuff that you were giving, but in reality, it seems like you might have actually kind of smoked away some of these healthy cells that might have been giving you better takes. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not even your fault. I don't know. I can't hold it against you.
Nah, I just actually, unlike you, I am woke. I open the doors. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you think you're woke, but you're fake woke.
Oh.
Are you restreaming right now? Looks like you're on both YouTube and Twitch Prime.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not? Oh, okay. Now maybe somebody else is streaming there.
Yeah.
Fanatic, you streaming over there?
I'm not. I'm on Twitch.
Saw a notification. It's weird.
Someone else probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway,
I think
yeah.
I'm gonna stream.
Oh, yeah, please go ahead. You're certainly welcome to.
New panel topic. Let's just talk about psychedelics. I fucking love talking about psychedelics.
Oh man.
I'm not informed enough to
We're
engage
waiting
in
for one other person. Hopefully they'll be here soon. Just so my audience knows if they're wondering why we haven't gotten started yet. Just waiting on one other person, then we will indeed get started. But go ahead, guys.
Okay, Scott. Hypothetically, I've looked up like guides for, not growing, like manufacturing your own DMT online. Right? They're like start to finish guides, so like how to make DMT in your fucking like refrigerator or whatever.
Mm-hmm. The answer is no.
Like, no, I shouldn't do that.
No.
Okay. See,
Shit
but
like that,
here's the thing:
like
if I
that
don't
takes
do
practice. And then you
yeah,
gotta
but if I don't
find
do
people to
that, I
smoke
need to
your
like
shit. It's
find.
like, yeah.
I need to find some like dude to like that I trust enough to take the shit from, right? And then further, I need to find somebody that I trust enough to be around me to make sure that I don't go fucking crazy. When I do it. Like,
Okay,
it's
so
just,
two
I
things.
really want to do it, but that's
So,
like my fear.
Two things. Number one, dimethyltryptamine is pretty loosely regulated. Like the ATF's not out there looking for DMT suppliers. And it's kind of difficult to make illegal in certain capacities because like your own brain produces dimethyltryptamine when you sleep. And so like, yeah, it's illegal to sell it in certain quantities and things like that. But if you went to a dispensary and met a couple people and you were cool with some people, you'd be fine. Number two, if you take a small amount of DMT, you might just hallucinate for like a short period of time. It's not going to be a lot of fun. It might even be bad, like a fucking.
And I want to
salvia
break
trip.
through. I think that's
Right. If you want to blast off, though, you need a sitter, but like blasting off means sitting on your fucking couch. Like you're not gonna like panic blasting off. Like when I had my first experience, I had a sitter, and it was the dealer, because why not? It's 15 minutes. Like he stood there and then he counted me down, went 5, 4, 3, and before he got to 2 or 1, I was fucking gone. I was in another goddamn world, and I was sitting on the couch the whole time. Right? Like the idea that you're gonna like
explain the
get
other
up
world
with a
to me?
knife. Huh?
Explain the other world.
Explain the other world. First I noticed that I was in a field of grass, and then I stood up in a field of grass and was trying to understand what was going on before I was launched into the air and thought that an otherworldly force was trying to kill me. And then as I was about to fall to my death, I was launched again, and I was launched and launched and launched until I came to the tree of life. And then I began to fall down through the tree of life and the branches as the tree of life lit on fire. And as I made it to the bottom, I saw myself speaking with like an Enderman or a Gray or another person, but I could only make out certain words. And I was having an out-of-body experience watching myself like learn true enlightenment as I floated away and woke back up.
This is why you don't do drugs, kids.
Yep.
I got to be honest with you. That sounds fucking terrible. Like
It was
that sounds
terrifying.
awful. That sounds
It was
awful.
terrifying, but it was amazing. It was amazing. It was a great experience.
I
Weed's
think,
not a drug.
yeah, I think that overall, look, I gotta say, I'm.
But yeah, don't do DMT if you've never done a hallucinogen.
Oh, no,
though.
certainly
Let's
not.
be honest.
I'm saying
So it's
people
the
say
entry
that,
level
but
then,
people
right?
say that, but I don't want to do any of the other shit. Like I'm not interested in mushrooms or anything like that.
Really? What
I
about
just
peyote?
want to see the fucking machine nails, and that's it. I'm done.
The
Well, see, the
machine
thing is-
elves? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
the machine elves is what
Machine
they call
elves,
the
yeah.
other worldly beings that contact you in through DMT. It's a known phenomenon. Like they've researched it. There's like it's a very common thing that they speak to.
It sounds
And it's
schizophrenic.
always it's almost always
the
described
good
the
book
same.
calls them demons. Okay, stay away from that shit.
That's
all
what it
right?
sounds. That's
It's
what it
also
sounds
what
like
Alex
to
Jones
me.
calls them.
It
Alex
sounds
Jones calls them
schizo.
interdimensional space demons.
You meet
It
God
sounds-
and God
it sounds
is you.
schizo.
It's fucking.
It really does.
Yeah.
But it
wow.
sounds fun. Like it sounds cool, actually.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if you have a deeply spiritual or like almost religious experience on a hallucinogen, like you can literally permanently change your personality from like a big five perspective by an entire standard deviation in personality trait openness. That's why so many goddamn lefties are fucking people that have experienced these things, because that's a very big part of left-wing politics is openness to ideas, creativity, openness to discussion and argumentation. Whereas
I don't want it
conservatives
to,
tend to not
like-
be that open.
I don't want it to like turn me into an extrovert. That would be kind of lame. I'd worry
Yeah, but you'd
about that.
enjoy it.
I enjoy being an introvert.
Yeah,
the thing
you'd
that
enjoy your new person. You'd
uh,
enjoy your new life.
that sounded attractive to me was, like taking something that like, like flip the senses, so you like smell color or something like that, like
Smell
see
color.
sound. Yeah, like apparently that's
What's the
something that
color?
happens.
What's the color red smell like, Brian?
I would have no idea. I'm
He's never done them.
Ask my friend Scott here. But
I never
yeah.
smelled
What's
colors.
the color
but
red smell like?
I have never smelled colors, but the first time I did shrooms, me and my buddy were outside of like a Wendy's the next day, and like he was real quiet for a long time, and he was looking at the grass, and I was like, "Dude, you okay?" And he's like, "I used to think that's green, but now I know that's dull green."
Oh, wow.
What?
Because you see colors in a completely different way.
See, it all sounds fun until you start meeting people who like had like latent schizophrenia, and then all of a sudden they're like hearing and seeing stuff that they can't unsee, and then they're like,
Yes, because those people
screwed.
were fucked up before they did the
Wait,
drugs.
hold on.
And they thought the
I-
drugs
this
were
is-
going to
yeah.
magically fix them.
There's
It's
a
true.
guy.
don't.
No, it's not to fix them, but like again, I said latent. So it's like latent schizophrenia. It's where it's like something that they didn't know that they had, and they didn't know that it would even be a problem, and now it is a problem because they had no.
Yeah,
no clue.
that's the same. Like that happens at the same relevance as like the fucking 90s satanic panic when they were like, people are doing drugs and they're killing themselves because their D&D character died, right? Like, yeah, that happens, but that shit's fucking rare, dude. And those
Yeah.
people are usually dumb and irresponsible in the way that they do their shit.
But
They
I got
do
one
too
life.
much.
Do you guys know
but
the?
they don't
do you
have
guys know
anybody
the,
around
do you guys know
If I'm
the
that rare guy,
streamer
I just screwed
Cutebot?
myself for life.
Yeah,
Your name is
very
Yeah.
familiar with her.
Yeah.
So I was in somebody's server. Somebody, the guy who comes on here sometimes, or non-binary person, I don't really know. So I was in their server, right? And there was a guy in there who was just rambling on and on and on about how he was God, he was the most powerful thing in the universe, and he was meant to be with Cutebot, and he knew it because when he did DMT, he saw her in the other dimension, and she was there, and she was meant for him, and he was meant for her, and they were going to be together someday, and he knew it. There's nothing anybody can do to stop it, no matter what. Right? And the moment that she sees him, she's going to know that she's meant to be his, and she's meant to be subservient to him. And all he had to do was meet her in real life. So he was going to go out and he's going to fly out to California and track her down, just going fucking crazy. Right?
Wait, who?
Like, really? So
I thought you kept saying Tupac. Who?
No, Cutebot.
It's a
Oh, I
streamer,
thought you
a
kept saying-
female streamer. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going fucking crazy, right? Just rambling on and on and on. I was like, hey, don't you think it's kind of fucking stalkerish? Like, what are you talking about? Right. And he was just fucking totally out of it. So I actually messaged Cutebot's like Moz, but like, hey, this fucking dude, like, here's a picture, because he was on camera. I was like, hey, this is a dude. Tell her to be aware. This fucking dude. This is his name. Because he's being totally open about like his first and last name and everything. It's like, hey, be aware that this fucking dude is saying all this crazy shit about you, right? But she was apparently already aware of him because he'd been trying to get onto her stream repeatedly for like months. Like, he's just fucking nuts, right? And he claimed that he did a lot of psychedelics, a lot of DMT, right? So I worry that like I don't want to end up that dude tracking down Prime,
I'm sorry. It's
It
just
would be
like
prime.
if you're fucked up, and then you do a ton of fucking psychedelics that break your brain.
Sometimes you
When your
don't know
brain's
you're
already
fucked
broken.
up, though. Sometimes you don't know you're fucked up.
That's such
Yeah, that's why he's ignoring. He
Like,
keeps ignoring. 'Cause
totally
I said
normal-
latent. I said latent because there's plenty of
Those-
people who have like latent issues that you don't know, and all it takes is a trigger. The trigger can be any kind of drug, and then at that
I mean,
point,
Is
from
it
there on,
possible?
they're
Yeah, but
schizophrenic.
you're talking about the severe. You're talking about a severe minority of people compared to
Sure.
a positive experience.
I hear that, but then think about it. If that's me, my life is ruined now forever because I was curious about a drug. Is it
Look,
worth?
I'm
the
gonna tell you
risk?
this. I'm gonna tell you this. No matter what latent issues you have, if you experiment with hallucinogens and you're the type of person that can't let go of ego and tries to control a trip, it's not for you. And if you're
I
the
got
type of
you.
person that can let go of that ego and like just let the ride the roller coaster and enjoy it for what it is, it's not gonna fuck you up. And so if you
But my
experiment with
point
a
is,
little
but then
bit,
my life is over though. If I screw up, if I'm the person,
But dog,
and I
if
do it
you
that
take
one time, my life is over.
What if you
but
think-
take
what
an
if you
eighth of
think you could just-
shrooms
What
or
if you
less,
what if you think you
it
could
ain't gonna
let
fuck you
go?
up no matter what.
But
Trust.
Fabian, what if you think you just like let go and just ride the ride, but all of a sudden you're in the field of grass and then you're just like both
It's DMT.
up, like you
I
said,
already
like
told you,
there's slingshot.
don't do DMT if you've never done hallucinogens. What I'm saying is, do an eighth or a 16th of shrooms, right? Like eat one cap, one stem, fucking relax, have a body high, and if you start to be the weirdo that's like, I don't like this, I need a hoodie, people are looking at me, then like shit's not for you. And if you're sitting there like, this is fucking amazing, I'm gonna close my eyes and see if I can see something, shit might be for you. You don't really get. It's kind of a trial and error situation. These people that get fucked up are people that are like, I'm gonna do fucking 4 hits of fucking double dipped fucking acid.
Yeah, it might be also the amount, because like
You know
we
what I
don't
mean?
have.
Like,
Yeah, I doubt we have the exact amounts these people are taking. So it seems to me like something that would do that severe damage to you, right? Even if it's something like bringing out something latent, I think it would be a that would require a certain
these are
amount.
these are
I
these
don't-
are people
I
that
don't
think
think-
they're gonna fucking experience something.
I don't
research
think
and
it would
have
take a
friends.
ton. I don't think it would take a ton of a hallucinogenic for latent schizophrenia to be triggered. I
Right.
don't think it would take a shit ton. I think you could literally just decide you're going to try it, and then latent schizophrenia is triggered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spoken like somebody that's never done one hit of acid.
Yeah, like I feel like
All you do is giggle and run aaround. You barely even see shit. If
Wait, so you're
get
telling me right
visuals at
now, if I
all.
was to Google it, I wouldn't be able to find a single example of a person who had one, like who did it once and then got screwed?
no,
You're
not
saying
about
that
you
doing it
find
once,
if
it's
you
the
find
amount.
I would be surprised, but not massively surprised if you found a single example of someone that did a low dose of hallucinogen and then were permanently fucked. That seems very unlikely. Could it
Yeah.
happen? Yeah, sometimes some people get struck by lightning. That doesn't mean you can't go outside when it's raining.
Okay, so then my point is now. So then everything is back into perspective. Then it sounds like yes, because of my curiosity, I could take this chance, and I could just so happen to be the person who's unlucky enough, and now my life
Well,
is permanently impacted and ruined
you,
because
you
I
could
was
also
just
have
curious.
an allergy to it, right? And die. Like people have weird allergies to all kinds of things, right? Like
I
mean,
yet another
so
risk.
Sure,
the
to
only
like
people that
shrooms.
I
I don't know.
To acid or DMT, no.
the only people that I know who fried themselves on it, like overdosed. So they did way too much of something, and or there's a couple of exceptions. When I was in my teens, I knew a couple people who freaked out and got hospitalized because they got spiked and didn't know that they were on a psychedelic, and so they had a negative reaction to it.
Dude, I'm loving this.
Multiple people had that happen to them, but there were 2 people I know of that like got hospitalized because of how much they freaked out on it.
That's not cool. That's not cool.
All
at
I'm saying is that what I'm seeing now is not only is the left becoming pro-war, they're becoming anti-drug. You guys are getting lame.
all.
No, I'm just
All your
kind
cool
of like,
positions on the left are fucking gone.
I'm for legalizing all of the drugs.
Yeah,
so,
same here.
I'm very much in that camp, but I'm just not the kind of person to do stuff like that. Like I used to drink a fair amount. Like in tech, it was often common, like drinking a lot here in Silicon Valley. It was a big thing. But
Alcohol's the worst.
Eventually, I got tired of drinking and just I don't even drink anymore. I haven't drank for years. Once in a very blue moon, I'll have a little tiny bit.
Ice meth, occasionally PCP, alcohol. these are the only drugs I can think of that make you more aggressive, right? Like alcohol is addictive, extremely addictive. It's one of the most addictive one of the most addictive substances. It's one of the few that can kill you if you're addicted and you just cut cold turkey. It's fucking makes you aggressive, and yet it's socially acceptable everywhere. The whole thing's
I'm just
silly.
saying, when it comes to looseness in terms of hedonism and experimentation, I'm pretty open to it all. I'm very live and let live, but I myself just don't really do anything anymore, and
Yeah,
prefer
same
sort
here.
of a clean life.
And I would very much like to get our conservative friends on drugs, right? It would make the
I think
takeover
it would
much
loosen them
easier.
up.
So-
Let's spike them all with some shrooms or something.
Yeah, but the problem is you
Yeah,
might
the
end up
best
with
part-
another CTV.
The best part about hallucinogenics is when you don't know you're taking them. That's definitely going to work out really well. Is not know you're taking hallucinogenics and all of a sudden you're taking hallucinogenics.
What are you talking about? Project Edgewood?
Exactly.
No,
Talking
but they
about
just
the
said
CIA?
they just said spike their shit with spike their shit with shrooms. Like yeah, that's the best part. Like take hallucinogenics when you don't know you're taking hallucinogenics. That's going to turn
I'm
out great.
obviously kidding. I just told the story about why it's so bad
he
to
was-
do
he was
that.
joking.
Yeah. So let's get started. Hopefully our last person will show up soon, but who knows. Okay. So hello all. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated. You are watching the Review Roundtable, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so very much for being here. Yeah, we got a fantastic group of individuals here, so I'm going to introduce them and have a great time. We'll start with my man, Fanatic. Fanatic, thank you for coming through. Thanks for being a great guest. As always, right? Always down for the fight. So how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. I'm playing me some TFT. I've been grinding a crap ton of League of Legends. I just went on a pretty fantastic hike over there at Griffith Observatory this weekend. It was really, really good times. I'm excited for the conversation. I think it'll be great.
You and your girlfriend?
Yeah, me, my girlfriend, one of my best friends, and his girlfriend. It was pretty good. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. I've just never done that with just go on a hike just somewhere, Like, I mean, it sounds like attractive, but like just never
It's life-changing. You don't recognize how much like we spend around the technology. Like you do because it's just obvious, but you don't have anything to really contrast it with, and I think that contrast really highlights it. So like being out in nature, for me, I obviously have like a great deal of appreciation for just like the world that God created. And then secondly, it's like I don't have my phone going off or any of those kind of things, so I'm just in the moment, like kind of living and taking in this thing, and it's beautiful. I think it's one of the best things I've ever done.
All right. Well, I gotta give it a try sometime, right? All right,
For sure. And it's free.
Absolutely. Well, that part's important too. That part's very important. Okay. We have our friend Scott. Scott, thank you for being back here as always. Right. Scott
Absolutely.
is one of the first people I hit up with these invites. And he continues to say yes. So thank you so much.
No, of course it's fun. I like coming into this little battleground from time to time. So first and foremost, Fanatic, you can't appreciate the trees until you've done acid at least once and seen the fucking veins in the tree leaves. All right. Second of all, I'm just kidding. I'm glad it's good to touch some grass from time to time. So I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. I'm kind of the face that goes out, but if you come to our channel, you'll see a lot of political news, philosophy, some reaction videos, a lot of discussion and talk, and a lot of interviews. We've been doing a lot of interviews lately. Been talking to a lot of libertarian candidates and a lot of other people. We talked to Tulip R. We talked to a bunch of people. This Wednesday, however, which we normally don't stream on Wednesdays, but this Wednesday we'll be talking to Yaron Brook, chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute, one of the world's most famous objectivists. Second, maybe only to Leonard Peikoff. Should be super interesting story. I mean, he was an Israeli intelligence NCO. He was came to America to get his PhD in accounting, and now is just like the most based hardcore capitalist and philosopher there is. So definitely come check it out.
Thank you for helping me identify the enemy. All right, next we have Zonia. Zonia, our good friend. Thanks for stopping by, friend. We haven't had Zonia here in a while, right? On one of our Lewis panels, so I was very happy she said yes. How are you, Zonia?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I do the occasional appearance. I like my big breaks. I'm doing all right. Thank you for having me back on Prime. And I guess for me, I'm back to streaming more regularly again. I stream about like 1 to 2 times a week, trying to keep it a little bit moderated so I don't burn myself out. And I do a number of different types of commentary and like analysis type streams. I stream on Twitch and YouTube. Pretty easy to find. Zonia Dead at Twitch, and if you go to my About page, you'll find the rest of it there. And otherwise, I'm just glad to be on. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Right, Sprouticus is back with us. Right, Sprouticus is always a breath of sunshine. Well, breath. Sunshine. You are always a stream of sunshine. Yeah. I guess you can't breathe sunshine. But thanks for coming through.
Not a problem. I'm always excited to be here. Sorry. I'm always excited to be here. It's great to have conversations with people that you can't typically have conversations with. So it's always good to be able to see what the other side thinks. Not only that, sometimes it makes your arguments better. So always glad to be here.
That's true. You can't typically have cogent arguments of ANCAPs. But we provide you that platform here. Let's go to Isle.
That's just because you can't keep up.
That must be it. There's no other explanation.
We have our friend Isle, who is back with us. Isle, who has terrible lighting. Isle, thank you for coming through. Stopping by.
It seems that I'll have to be your person of shadow today. Thanks for inviting me onto the panel. It's really hot over here. My laptop's literally telling me it's 86 degrees. So I'm going to be here sweating it out. But, I'm still here down for the panel. The topics were too interesting to pass up. So,
well, thanks so much, right? And what you need to do is invest in central air. I have it, and I will never go back. I will never go back.
Bro, I just found out that other people didn't have that. I didn't know that wasn't normal. I've been in California and the freaking desert, and it would just be unconscionable to not have central air. And then someone recently said that. They were like talking about it like it's a thing. It's something I've taken for granted my whole life. What the freak is wrong with people? If you don't have central air, you just got to get out. You got to move somewhere else.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Indeed. Like, make that happen. Right? It's worth the investment. It's so worth it.
It's not common in New York.
I'm on the East Coast, and yeah, you got to specifically put it in your house. But like, I literally couldn't do this right now. Like, I could not be in my room because my room's on like the second floor, right? I couldn't be in my room right now with the amount of heat. It'd be boiling up here. I'd be like just pouring right now. So because I have central air, it allows me to do this. So yeah, there you go. Last but not least, we have our friend Doobie, who is wealthy enough to have central air, I'm sure. Doobie, how are you?
I'm doing very well.
Are you boiling?
No, I'm good.
No, of course not. Yeah.
I mean, I'm a frog, so I guess I would have noticed, but yeah, I don't think I am. Right now, at least.
Okay, all right, let's get started. Hopefully, our last individual...
He loves the humidity.
will be here soon. All right, topic one. Topic one is not in front of me. A New York bishop and his wife were robbed of $400,000 worth of jewelry in a heist during a live stream service. While no one was hurt, this has raised questions about the ethics of Christian faith leaders who live extravagant lives. Does this preacher deserve criticism for blatant displays of wealth? It is a problem that such congregations extract so much wealth out of their communities without giving back. Are these individuals corrupting the spirit of the faith they profess, or is it that there's no problem at all? So yeah, this guy, and there's plenty of these preachers. I'm not sure if this guy was a Welsh preacher. What's that? The name of the one I'm talking about? Yeah. Well,
Joel Osteen, Prosperity Gospel.
Prosperity Gospel, yes. I'm not sure if the person is necessarily Prosperity Gospel, but he does clearly have some sort of extravagant life. And yeah, and they just like it's literally filmed this guy getting robbed. So they knew exactly what was going to happen there. They'd seen him on the stream. They came through in this church, waving weapons. Luckily, no one got hurt at all. But still, why is this guy like just like tricked out with all this joy? Him and his wife. And is that like a bit of a betrayal? So we'll start with our friend Fanatic.
Yeah, so I think it's really crazy that we want to like immediately start labeling all that way, right? But I would say that the individuals, here it does seem like for you to have that kind of wealth, we obviously recognize that like so much of like many Christian people are like living in poverty and are like subscribing to these like ideas from places of hope and things like that. I think it's gross. I think it's gross to have that much wealth, and just period. I think considering what your faith is and like how much it talks about being pious and all of that stuff. But I don't know the inner workings of this church. I don't know how much charity that they do. We know that the vast majority of charitable giving, as evidenced by the debate that I had with Doobie, in which I smacked him, the vast majority of charitable giving is done by Christians. The vast majority of shelters and freaking food banks and all those things are Christian. So maybe his church is doing quite well in that regard and like helping quite a few people. And if that's the case, then maybe this is only a drop in the bucket compared to how much he gives and so on and so forth. But I doubt it. I doubt that it's enough for that. So that's that.
Thank you so much. Scott, please.
Yeah, I tend to be in agreement with Fanatic here. Obviously, I don't think having an absurd amount of wealth is a problem in and of itself. But the question is, how did you gain that wealth? And when you're dealing with religion and you're dealing with this idea that you can kind of like, it's very difficult. This is a difficult one for me in my principles, because how do we define fraud, right? It's very clear that if you go to the extremes, that there's some element of fraud occurring, right? Where there are promises being made to people based off of religious beliefs that the individual knows are not true. But how do you prosecute someone by challenging beliefs that they profess? You know what I mean? Like, so it's a very difficult thing to figure out how we would like legally deal with this situation. But I do think it's important to notice, this is a little bit of the anti-religion coming out of me. One of my favorite biblical quotes doesn't come from the Apocrypha or, the King James or anything like that. It comes from the Gospel of Thomas. And I think it's pretty obvious why the Catholic Church, once it, consolidated with the Nicaea Creed, didn't adopt the Gospel of Thomas. Obviously, there's some mysticism there that they didn't like, and Jesus being a mischievous child. But I think one of the biggest reasons is this quote. You've heard this quote plenty of times, which is, the kingdom of heaven is within you and all around you. Well, that's not the full quote. The full quote is in the Gospel of Thomas. The kingdom of heaven is within you and all around you, not in buildings of wood and stone. Split a piece of wood and you will find me, lift a rock or lift a stone and I am there. This idea that like there's supposed to be this massive church organization and that Christianity is not supposed to be people congregating together to worship this ideology, or this religion, but instead to worship this giant mega church and give it all of this money, and then like so much of that money being taken off of the top. At one end of the spectrum, it's obviously a scam. It's obviously fraud. But like, how do you litigate that and how do you figure that out? I don't know that I'm necessarily up to that question just yet, philosophically or legally. I don't know. So I'm interested to see what other people have to say.
Thank you so much. Sonia, please.
Yeah, so the church in particular has a lot to do with community and community supporting community. And a lot of churches get a lot of donations from their community with the idea that it goes back to the community in some form or another to help them. It's hard to determine exactly what those contributions end up going to in the end, especially if you end up, if you're throwing just money in there, that money can go in any number of different directions to support the church and such. There are the Creflo dollars of that world, though, the people who are oftentimes explicitly going into into the realm of religious leadership in order to make themselves wealthy, or corrupted by it by tapping into what they're being given little by little over time. This is something I experienced when I was 12 years old, going to a church. Is back in 1990. The leader of that church that we went to actually lived in $1 million home on a couple of acres of land that was actually donated to the church by the family who previously lived in it, thinking that that money was going to go, that the money for the property was going to go back out into the community in some form or another. But instead, that church leader moved his family into it. And they lived a very wealthy life, driving very nice cars. So this is not an uncommon thing. I think, though, it's how widespread it is, I don't know. Obviously, we're going to hear about the really corrupt people, the Creflo dollars and such, right? And we're going to focus on them. But I think it's important to criticize that and to keep a spotlight on it and focus on those situations and encourage these churches to do the right thing and have the whole community helping community thing, where people are going there and giving to the church and are better assured that what they give goes back out to the community to help people and doesn't get primarily pocketed by those at the top.
Thank you so much, Spartacus.
I think it's just inherently wrong for the essentially pastor to be to be displaying that much wealth. A $400,000 jewelry heist, $400,000 in jewelry is something that like not even like the upper middle class can afford. An upper middle class cannot afford $400,000 in jewelry. And with that being said, then he's living far above his means. And so Jesus has talked about the rich multitudes of times in the Bible. For example, he said, for wherever your treasure is, there your heart will also be. Discussing as to why it's so hard for wealthy people to get to heaven. He also said, sell all that you own, distribute the money to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come, follow me. So it's clear that Jesus was not wanting to like push like the wealthy, like to basically to praise the wealthy and say like, oh, you've made a lot of money, congratulations. Not to say that he's not okay with you earning a nice income and being able to like live off that income comfortably, but if you're making far and above whatever you need to live comfortably, then at that point in time, I think it becomes wrong to try and just store up that much wealth, especially in something like jewelry.
Thank you so much. Okay, Kyle.
Okay. When I first got the message today and I read the headline saying Bishop robbed at gunpoint, I thought it was a Catholic bishop. It was a really big concern to me because I am Catholic. But if you would permit me to be a little bit schismatic, I'd say I read the thing and realized that this was a Protestant bishop. And so, people are wondering like, oh, like shouldn't he be poor? Well, then again, I mean, he doesn't he doesn't have like all these he doesn't have all these you know obligations to like holy orders to be like a monk somewhere making cheese on a mountain. He's also he's like doing his own life as well. And I did my research for this topic, and when you go to his church's page, and then you write and you click on the link to meet our pastor, it talks about him and he gives him a good um, what's it called, a biography about him. And I'll read like a excerpt from it. It says, among these great accomplishments, Bishop Whitehead is most grateful for. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. No, Bishop Whitehead is a well-rounded individual who has also excelled in the business world, from owning his own mortgage firm and real estate firm to being a well-respected advisor to very prominent men and women in various political positions. Over the years, Bishop Whitehead has developed very valuable relationships with judges, congressmen and women, senators, and other lawmakers who now seek out his advice, as well as his endorsement during their election processes. It also goes down to say how he was a special mentor to Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams, how back when he was Borough President of Brooklyn. my borough of Brooklyn, because I also live in Brooklyn. Now he is the mayor. So, he was always like a really wealthy individual, but, he had his calling from God. And so he became a minister, then a pastor, now a bishop, as he rose up the ranks. And so I think there's a difference between his personal money and then there's the money given to him by his parishioners. And I think that if he's using his parishioners' money, that would be bad and that's fraud. And I would agree with you. But if he's using his personal money that he makes from his actual trade, in his secular job, then I think that that's how he makes his living and that's how he puts his food on the table. And so if he wants to use his excess income from his secular job to buy jewelry for him and his wife and his family and make sure they're doing well, I think that's totally within his prerogative, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I also think that the people in his that he's taking care of as as a bishop should be able to check him and say like, okay, are you not make sure that they're not using their funds to fund his personal lifestyle, because that would be wrong. But other than that, I don't think there's a problem of him being wealthy.
Thank you so much. And we're going to expand on what you said later on. But thank you so much for that. Okay. Next, we'll go to my man, Doobie. Doobie, please.
So I think it's funny that Fanatic would bring up the sad fact that the vast majority of charitable giving is done by Christians, because we're talking about a situation in which it seems like $400,000 of that charitable giving ended up as like some chain on this dude's neck. Right, another $350,000 of the charitable giving is in his fucking Rolls Royce outside. Right, so I mean, if that's something you'd like to brag about, sure. But that being said, it seems strange to have like a specific issue with people deciding to give him money, or him taking that money. They see the change as clearly as we do. They give him money anyway. I think if it's okay for his son to like make enough to buy a $3 million house, like LARPing is some kind of fucking communist on Twitch, then it's okay for this dude to make a good living taking money from people who like listening to him talk about Sky Daddy. Right? If people are willing to pay him to do this shit, go for it. I don't really see any issue with him doing this. Given that I'm not a Christian, I'm not going to really appeal to scripture for why he shouldn't be doing this. I don't think it's my business to say that he should be like chaste. What's the word? Not chaste. He should live like a poor life, like fucking Catholic priests do, other than like the ones in the fucking Vatican. Yeah, it just seems like I don't really have any ground to stand on to criticize this dude if they're giving him this money willingly and he's not, robbing anybody. So it seems fine.
Austere might be the word you're looking for. Austere.
Yeah, there's like a vow of poverty that they are supposed to take, right? But how that
Yeah,
usually
like
works out.
like socialists, right?
Bernie Sanders
maybe they're champagne bishops, right? Champagne Christian leadership.
Maybe Bernie Sanders making over $1 million in that book of his, right? Like betrayed everything he ever stood for, right? Complete fraud. Let's go to our last member. Black American Made Bam is here. Very happy to have him. Thanks, Bam. Introduce yourself to the audience and then please go into it.
Hey, yeah, super sorry I'm late. I'm Bam, Black American Made. Y'all see me on here, and I'm about to win this debate. So yeah, back to like my position on the topic is, I don't know. I feel like people need to, and this isn't related to pastors, anybody in particular. I feel like people need to stop hating. Like, it's as weird as that sounds. Like, give up that hate in your heart. Now, there just doesn't seem to be enough details in particular related to the situation, like to say for certain whether or not what this pastor is doing is is necessarily bad, because it's not about and I say this about billionaires, I say this about everyone. I don't care about how much money an individual makes. I care about do we have enough money to do the things that for whatever organization or society or whatever you want to see. I want those. Do we have enough money to fund the things that we seem necessary and we prioritize? Now, if they're like being a part of a church, if it looks like they don't have any programs that's doing any levels of charity or doing any levels of missionary work or outreach, like if it seems like these things are improperly funded and he's taking in these levels of funds, that would be a problem. But if they have their own goals, their own missions, how whatever they have on the agenda, and it seems to be the congregation is satisfactory, like is satisfied that they're meeting all of their expectations. I think the pastor taking whatever percentage, or not even necessarily the entire percentage, but taking some percentage from that would end up with them having a nice house and a nice car. I don't think these things are inherently problematic, and they're probably to a degree useful for building a congregation. Not necessarily because you need to flex in front of like your members, but in terms of like there's powerful people in powerful places, and to be respected in certain areas, like in certain walks of life, you have to some degree look the part. So again, it could be good, it could be bad, but we don't have enough information to say that for certain.
That's just categorically false.
Wait,
You have to.
I thought the statement that we don't have enough information to know for sure where his money is coming from is absolutely true, and I think it flies directly in the face of what Doobie was saying. Like, oh, X amount of his charitable giving is worn on his wrist. We don't know that, because if it's true that the man has, considerable, like a freaking profitable real estate, a profitable real estate firm and things like that, then like we don't know what's going on with his money. Like he could be like. That money could have been the money from whatever, and he could be doing all of the right things with his charity. We have no idea.
All right,
So we don't necessarily know. This is why I think it's better to kind of focus more on like where we kind of know these problems exist. Like an example I gave earlier was Creflo Dollar, right, where he was raising funds from his congregation to get a brand new Gulfstream private jet, right? Those are kinds of the examples where we can actually draw a direct line from the donations to the expense. And I think also talking about like the bigger picture of discouraging that kind of behavior and encouraging, talking about like how it is in ways that churches and church leadership and their congregations can better ensure that most of that money goes back into the community as best as possible, right?
So there's a couple things here. First issue I've had was, and maybe you can explain it, make me feel better about it. But Isle, you said that at first I was concerned because I thought he was Catholic. Then I figured out he was a Protestant. Like, can you explain more on that? Because now it just sounds like you hate Protestants, and it only mattered if he was a Catholic.
Is that relevant to the conversation? I feel like he's just saying that I'm Catholic, so I'm glad
relevant to the ideology of the Christian conservative. So
I thought it was funny. But
I don't know. I didn't think it was like the whole conversation.
Curious to know how much behind
that. I've got several different points that I need to hit. That was one point. So, I mean, can you answer that question?
Answer that question. What's the question?
So, the very beginning of your opening statement, you said, I was really worried because I thought they were a Catholic, and then I realized they were a Protestant. Can you explain further on that?
Well, as a Catholic, I would be really concerned if clergymen of my faith got attacked under my nose in my city. I think that would be really bad. But not to say that I don't care that he was a Protestant. So all of a sudden, I'm saying fuck him now. But I'm just saying that that was a little bit of slight relief. And then I did my research, did my due diligence. I read the article. It talked about his ministry not responding so at the very end. So I decided to just copy paste into Google, and then I just clicked on the link and just read about him. And then that's how I learned about who he was and what he's about. And I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Okay, okay. So obviously you don't hate Protestants. That first statement made it seem like you did. Secondary, we're gonna move on. This person was wearing him and his wife were wearing $400,000 worth of jewelry. Nowhere in the Bible would it seem to conclude that you should be able to, you should push to have $400,000 worth of jewelry. And that's not including his car. That's not including anything else. He was living far and above his means. And everywhere in the Bible, it talks about not living far and above your means. It talks about it talks about not doing that. James, I was going to say it if you're going to stop talking.
Sorry, you're just tripping up a lot on your own words. So I thought you were done.
No,
No, I
I was just
kept
gonna
trying to
address the
say
first
the
point.
same
What's his-
statement.
well,
All right,
okay,
then
what's his
address
net
it.
worth though?
But
Wait, what's his net worth?
his net worth, what is his net worth? I'm sure you have it on your screen.
I don't. No, I don't. But you said he's living far beyond his means. Do you know how
He
much
is
money
living
he
far
has?
beyond his means. So
How-
no,
how much money does he have?
what I mean by
How is
that,
it
what I
beyond
mean
his
by
means?
what I mean by that is that he is living far and above where it is to be comfortable. Far and above where it is to be
Wait, so you mean
comfortable.
he's
That's
living
not-
like extravagantly,
as a person.
basically.
I'm
That's
sorry.
extravagant. That's not beyond
Wait, I'm
means.
sorry, Sproticus. That's not what that say. But that's not what that sentence.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Far beyond your means.
I made a misstatement. That's not what I meant. I meant he's living extravagantly to the extremes.
Okay,
So,
so
I'm
I
trying
would
to find
say-
one.
Well,
Is there any
there's-
Bible verse that you can point to in the entirety
Some,
of
There isn't.
tell me whichever one you have, right? Like, because I'm not a great theologian, but I did grad school at Liberty University. I've read the Bible a few times, right? I cannot find anything in the Bible that states that you are not allowed to be wealthy or that it is a sin to be wealthy. Now,
Yeah,
there
that
are
doesn't make
several
sense.
Bible verses, two that you pointed out, another one which was originally a misinterpretation, but like it's as easy for a rich man to get into heaven as it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, which is really just a bar to keep camels out of oases, right? Several of them that seem to suggest that it's difficult for wealthy to put aside their earthly desires and actually focus on their spiritual faith, or that it can be an indication of someone that might not be a good person. But never have I seen anything in the Bible, and maybe I missed it, that specifically states that there's a certain level of wealth, and once you attain that level of wealth, you are sinning by having that wealth.
That
There's
doesn't make
no
sense.
there's nowhere in the Bible that it specifically says it's a sin, but it's consistently discouraged. For example, Luke 12:33, sell your possessions and give to the needy, provide yourselves with money bags that do not grow old, with the treasure in the heavens that does not fall, where no thief approaches and no moth destroys. We can look at Matthew 6:24-26. No one can serve
Okay.
two masters. The person will hate one master and love the other, will follow one master and refuse to follow the other. You can't serve both
Hey, wait.
God and worldly riches.
Yeah. I mean, but again,
Wait, yeah, and
that's
then,
like
but
Augustine.
It consistently
Wait.
discourages it.
Augustine talked about that verse when he was talking about that a man has as many masters as he has vices, and that there's a difficulty in attaining so much wealth or so much power and being able to adequately serve God, and that it's actually like a bad thing to allow yourself to be in a position where you're so easily corruptible. But again, this suggestion that you shouldn't isn't a decree from God that you can't. And I
It's
think
highly
that's-
discouraged.
But
At the
even
very-
Well,
at the
but
very
this
least.
isn't even
but
what
it-
we're talking. This
but
isn't
it-
even
but
what
it's
we're
got laid out
arguing
just really
about,
quickly.
right?
It's got laid out. It's discouraged not because it's bad, but because it'd be harder to resist, for example, like earthly pleasures or whatever the fuck, right?
Yes.
If you have that kind of wealth, if you have those kind of vices.
I
Right,
get this
so
isn't a biblical
that's-
lesson, but I was gonna say even Job. Job ended up losing everything in the Bible, and because he kept his faith, he was like rewarded with 10 times the bounty 10 times the riches he already had before. Like by
I mean,
by
he
keeping
still
the
lost his wife and kids. Like,
faith. Yeah, I don't know. I get
it's a weird
but,
story.
but that was the moral was because he never lost his faith. The riches weren't the problem. It was like just keeping your faith. Like,
No, the moral
but
was
for-
this
but
is what
400
happens when divine entities bet against humanity.
I feel
Yeah.
like $400,000
that's
shows
not
a
the
love of
moral
money.
either
I feel like
story.
I feel like $400,000 shows it obviously shows to me at least a love of money. And like 1 Timothy 6:8-12.
Wait, stop! Wait, can you stop there?
Wait.
Can you stop
What?
there? Do
What?
you have to love money in order to have $400,000 worth? I mean, have
And jewelry. If
$400,000
you
worth?
decide to have $400,000 in jewelry, I would argue that you love money.
Okay, but it always has
That
to
would
be
be my
like,
argumentation.
but it always has to be relative to whatever your net worth is, right? So, like in other words, if you have
No, it doesn't have to be relative to what your net worth.
Okay, so you're telling me if a person is a billionaire, for them to
Yes.
have $400,000 worth of jewelry says that they love jewelry?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think everyone else can see why that's retarded. We're not going to go any further.
Okay.
than
We
that.
can. So I mean,
Go ahead.
I can
That's how
I
you're
can
being the
I can make you.
socialist.
I can. Okay.
That's stupid. That's
All
not
right.
worth entertaining.
All right. Are we done? Can I talk? Okay.
ahead.
Awesome. I'm glad. So what I'm arguing is that you should live your life to a point that is comfortable, but $400,000 worth of jewelry on you at one point in time is way past what's comfortable. And so when you take this into consideration, you're looking at this and you're going, okay, so this is what the Bible says. Like the Bible highly discourages being this wealthy, and like having this much money. Right. So, but you could also take that $400,000 you decided to spend on jewelry, spend $25,000 on jewelry, which would still be really good jewelry, and then give the rest to certain organizations. Start your own not for profit charity. Do that. But 1 Timothy 6:8-12. But if we have food and clothes, we will be satisfied with that. Those who want to become rich bring temptation to themselves and are caught in a trap. They want many foolish and harmful things that ruin and destroy people. The love of money causes all kinds of evil.
But I think that you have like I can't prove it. This is just my theory, but I feel like you just think that jewelry itself is lame. Like I feel like it's
I wear jewelry.
But I'm wondering would you say someone like, oh, they're not a good Christian if you found out they had 10 guns?
I'll meet yourself.
If you had,
I was gonna say something.
yeah, if you
let's just that.
Okay, let's Spartacus respond, and then we'll go to you next. Okay. All right.
And I'd like to go next.
And then after that, Sonia.
Thank
Okay,
you.
sure.
Yeah, if you owned your own private collection of like an insane amount of weapons, yes, I would argue that in that point is bad. If you own more than you would ever be able to shoot then yes, I would argue that's bad.
But what's that number?
What translation are you using?
You know
I'm
what?
just curious.
No, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm asking because you said insane the amount you could never shoot in your entire life.
Okay.
I don't think $400,000 worth.
I don't know what the monetary value of that. I don't know what the monetary value of that would be with guns. So, but $400,000 worth of jewelry at one point in time is absolutely insane. I think you can agree to that. $400,000 of jewelry at one point in time.
Depending on the cost of the pieces, that could be like 15, 20 pieces, like a few nice watches, like really nice watches. Like I don't think that it has to be an insane amount of jewelry. It could be just
but if you had $1 million worth of guns, yes, I would be against that as well. Yeah, like I don't know what you want. This is where I'm coming from. If you had like $1 million worth of guns, I'd be like, yeah, you've got too many guns. You should probably start giving to charity or create your own charity or do something better with that money.
Well, if they already did those things and they still had money to do things that they want to do it.
Then create it.
The problem.
What do you mean I'm ready to answer? What do you mean I'm not? I know what I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much, Fanatic.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
What I don't.
Bam, I already demonstrated earlier when I was asking him the question about his net worth. I know.
No moderation on this, right?
You're right. So Bam, earlier when I was asking him this, when I was making the statements about specifically him not having like him not knowing the net worth and like asking the questions about like, okay, so even if it's a billionaire and so on and so forth, he's not like actually processing this information logically.
I am processing. Like, shut the fuck up. You don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
It's just a matter of him like really boiling down to like a lot is a lot. It doesn't matter if it's relative to your net income. It doesn't matter any of those things. It's just it's a lot. And 400,000 is too much for a billionaire. For a person of Jeff Bezos' net worth, if he has $400 million, it's far too decadent, right? Like when you hear that kind of logic, why are we going to continue sullying this panel with this? Why don't we just move on?
I couldn't buy a $5,000 piece. That would be insane for me. I might.
And this is like what I wanted to say. It feels. I think we can certainly point to certain religious leaders who absolutely are living in extreme excess. I don't know if we can say that about this particular one because this person kind of just popped up. There's not enough news around them, not enough history of news. So when I use the example of Creflo Dollar is because he's one of the most extreme ones that we have a ton of background on, and there's a lot of news on him, right? So maybe instead of trying to focus on this one bishop, maybe talk more about the overall general issue, because I feel like we're even off topic at this point, right?
Yeah,
we're not really talking about that.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. We shouldn't have any logic. We got to move on.
There is logic there. We're talking about.
I completely agree that first of all, let's not focus in on this one person in particular, right? There's more. There's many more people who, and that's why I said like before, like we don't have all that much information on them. So there's many more individuals who live this sort of lifestyle, right? So let's focusing on the general concept of this, right? I'll before that, Al, did you get a chance to speak? I want to make sure. And then after that, Scott.
So I was gonna talk about what Spartacus said because this man actually does do lots in the community. I'll just read another passage from his about page. Let's see. It says he has been adopted as a member.
You really love his about page, don't you?
if we're talking about him because he got robbed, I think we should know who he is.
Right?
I mean, yeah, like
Don't be mad because she did her research and you didn't, Sprouticus.
No, it's the general philosophy is what I'm talking about.
Okay, but yeah, but you said that they should be doing things in the community, and Bishop Whitehead has. He was responsible of the Brooklyn Borough President's Youth Division in New York City, representing over 100 million young people in the borough. During his tenure, he held the Stop the Violence initiative and organized the LOTB Speaking Tour Youth at Risk, Brooklyn Teen Summer and Gang Initiative. And he's always he's lots of panelists at the national town hall meetings with Eric Adams, Senator Jesse Hamilton, Public Advocate Letitia James, and other councilmen, men and women. So he's like in the news quite often because he's always doing town hall meetings for stuff in the city, and things of that nature. And so he's in Brooklyn politics. Apparently, he's probably like really important. I'm not really into the very, very local stuff, but my mom is a little bit, so she probably knows a little bit more about him and Eric Adams' time as borough president than I do. But
Okay.
So he's a Protestant kingmaker.
I still don't know what this.
yeah.
I still don't know what the head to do with anything I said, but it's okay.
My issue here
Well, you
is
said
that there seems to
you
be
said that he has a lot of money, and Spartacus,
Yes.
he has a lot of money because
Yes.
he has a lot. That automatically a red flag for you saying that he's a bad guy. But I'm saying, he has a mortgage firm, he has a real estate firm. He's
You ever
out
heard of Rich Mullins?
out in the streets.
You ever heard of Rich Mullins?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever heard of Rich Mullins?
No.
So Rich Mullins was an artist. He was a contemporary Christian artist back in the day. He's passed on now. But when he made money, the money went directly to his church, and the church paid him a salary. This is something that I would argue was what people should strive for, is that all that money is going towards the church, it's going towards better things, and he was paid a salary out of that money. My argumentation is that you should live to where you are comfortable, to where money really isn't an issue with you. But when you live in extravagance, when you live and you live in prosperity and extravagance, I think that that's too much. Especially if you're going to be one of the highest ranking members of a church, that's too much. You shouldn't be living extravagance. You should be living like Jesus did.
Spartacus, though, just
at that
quickly
point,
though,
you're talking about-
what if the church simply paid him $1 million? Like they made 2 million and then they paid him $1 million.
His salary was not that high. I could look it up. His salary was not that
I'm just
high.
saying that's
It was publicly available information.
At that point,
So I just want to interject here. I want to interject here.
Okay, finish this one thing and then we'll go to Scott, please.
At this point, you're just like mad that he's not a mendicant preacher or a monastic monk somewhere.
No, I'm not even mad. He's not a monk. You can have a nice house. You can have nice things, but $400,000 of jewelry on your body at one point in time, it's fucking ridiculous.
Scott, please.
Okay, we keep using terms like ridiculous. We keep saying that the Bible frowns upon wealth. I try to talk about why the Bible frowns upon wealth in the verses that you're speaking about, and you kind of just dismiss that as ridiculous, even though Christian theologians have obviously agreed with my interpretation.
Dismiss it as ridiculous. I agreed with you.
But my other issue is, that this interpretation of Timothy is a contentious one within different religious faiths and theologies. And I understand you backing up your interpretation and saying that from your perspective, Timothy, is stating that you shouldn't be too rich. But there are plenty of people that read Timothy 6:17 through 19 and would say, especially Timothy 6:18, that what he is saying is that you shouldn't give up your wealth, and that you shouldn't make yourself impoverished for God, that instead you should maintain and build your wealth, and that you should be wealthy in good deeds, that you should be using that wealth as a means to influence the community, to help people, et cetera, et cetera. And so if you're taking that position, which obviously you do not agree with the theologians that would argue that. But if you are taking that position, then it's perfectly reasonable if someone is not committing fraud and they're not stealing money from the church, and most of their wealth is actually gained through legitimate business that they're doing, and they're doing and giving a lot back to the community, that this is perfectly within lines and exactly what Timothy told us to do. which is to be rich but to be rich in the fact that we share and be rich in the fact that we help other people. And so like a lot of these lines are subjective and interpretation is subjective. So I feel like trying to stick to this specific crux of like this amount of money shows that he has too much money that he could be giving up and therefore wrong is more of a political philosophy you have about wealthy people and less of an actual religious
It's not even
interpretation.
a political philosophy. You can own a business and have a very high net worth, and you can be extremely wealthy on the net worth scale. But your salary can also be extremely small. You can decide to give most of your salary to not-for-profits. You can have a very high net worth and own Twitter, but still decide to live non-extravagantly, to live as like an average person that's comfortable, that isn't like worried about money, but they're very comfortable in their living situation with how much money they're getting a year. You can obviously do that and decide to do much better things with the rest of your money, even if you have a high net worth and you own Twitter.
But
Sprout,
even
I
if
know
you,
that
but
you're
you
not
know, like,
engaging. Hold on, real quick. Let's just go right back. Sprout, I know that you're not engaging with the points that I made, but have you ever worn like really expensive slacks where the silk goes all the way down? Because let me tell you, dog, they're real fucking comfortable.
Okay.
So how about if
you go ahead, go first, Sonia, please.
Okay, so maybe if we look at this a little bit differently, like what if the congregation is aware of the wealth of their spiritual leaders and they don't care and they're giving anyway, which seems to be a pretty common thing. That seems to be insanely common. So I don't know specifically about this particular church and congregation, but that seems to be something that is not uncommon at all in a lot of these bigger churches, especially prosperity gospel churches, but not even just prosperity gospel churches. So do they get the pass? Is that okay just because the congregation is okay with it?
That's my opinion. Because you brought up Creflo Dollar earlier, and Creflo Dollar is actually on the lower end of like hiring pastors. Like I think Joel Osteen is worth like almost $80 million. Creflo Dollar is worth like in the 20s of millions of dollars, and it's all like kind of public information. But I think that this isn't exact numbers. I'm definitely coming off of memory, but I think he takes in somewhere around $2 million a year. But his church, as far as like other business ventures and donations, receives like over 20 million a year. Like it's not like he's taking a majority of the church's money, even though he's the face of the church. So like that's my whole thing. It's like, are we funding what needs to be funded? Like, because even the idea of like, oh, someone making $1 million a year is too much. Like they're obviously hoarding. I'm like, but what if they brought in $100 million a year and gave away 99? They would still bring in $1 million a year. You know, is that not enough? I don't know. I think that we could always draw these distinctions. I think that there's an issue with someone who's not doing anything. But if you're making an effort to live out your values and your morality, like I don't think going home to a nice home with nice things is
anybody else concerned with how connected this dude is with politicians and shit? Like fucking, I'm just saying, like I've seen some conspiracy theory documentaries before. Like anybody checking up on this guy to make sure he doesn't have like some creepy shit going on.
But I kind of see like a church is effectively the congregation, right? A church can't really exist without having its congregation, and all those people are individually chipping in one form or another, either by working or just by going there and participating, or by donating. And so if they're well aware of the fact that their spiritual leaders are high rollers and they don't have any issues with it, they don't have any concerns about it, does it even? Do our opinions on it even matter at that point, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Yes.
So
this is the distinction between the like this situation, and I know that in the Hassan House situation or Hassan Rich situation, like there is an issue if you are literally taking all of the wealth for yourself. Like in the position of like in the position of a church, which is seen as like I said, like prosperity, like the idea of giving and like doing these programs. If you were just taking 100% of the wealth for yourself, I think that is something that even if the congregation is told about it, I think you can say that religion is one of the most powerful and most influential like things in people's life, that you could say that like even if they agree to it, it wouldn't necessarily be consensual, because like the the opposite would be not doing so for some people would be considered damnation.
I mean, it has
So-
to be consensual though. They're adults. They have the ability to consent, even if it is manipulation through religion. What if they think that they are? What if they think that they're giving, even to just directly, that spiritual leader is the right thing to do, that God told them to do it, or that it's getting them closer to God, etc.
Yeah, I think that can be critiqued. I think that can be shamed. But
Well,
Why?
I think
That's
the
their
real
faith.
question here is like,
But that's where the bother.
I've-
You know that's true though. They do feel
Well,
religiously like
well,
that's
no,
what God requires them to do.
I
is to
think
give
the
to
real
their
question
leaders.
here, is fraud being committed? And I don't mean just in this specific instance, but I think when talking about all of like the mega church situations, right? You want to know, like, is fraud occurring? Like, are they telling people, oh, all of this money, when you give this money, it's going to help build, HIV, schools and job training in, South America, so that these these people can do that. And then what's happening is they're skimming 60% off, and like 40% is being wasted, and like the money's not going to the places that they say they're going to. And one of the issues that I have, and this is like the libertarian here, is that the state has created a monopoly on who chooses to look into the finances here. And what we can see is that the IRS is woefully ignoring 501c3 churches. From 2009 to 2014, they did not investigate a single church. They never audited one church. And throughout that time, they've averaged roughly 1 to 2 churches per year, despite there being a lot of fucking churches in America, right? Like, since the Second Great Awakening, we've been one of the most Christian nations in the first world. And so, like, I think that state monopoly and on the tax structure and that system, and the way that we don't have a free market to be able to actually be able to look into these things, creates some of this distrust that we have, because we don't know where that money's
I don't know how
Okay.
you blame the church, blame the state for churches. I don't even know how you pulled that off. The churches, if
Well, you could just
anything's a
listen to my
free
argument.
I did, but I'm saying, like, I don't know. That was just like that was a stretch of like so many degrees. The church is your free market.
So
Wait, but
okay,
hold
hold
on.
on.
It's not a stretch.
First off, I don't believe
I'll
for
let
a
go Fanatic go
second.
first, and then I want to try to
not a
reframe this. Go ahead,
stretch.
Fanatic,
Yeah,
please.
I don't believe for a second that the IRS just decided to go an entire half of a decade and literally not look into a single church. I think that sounds crazy. But if
NPR reported it, 2009 to 2014. Promise. I'll give you the link.
Please, I would love you for that. Thank you. I think the other thing is that
Yeah, link it to all of us.
Yeah, because all of us need to see this. That sounds crazy. I think that we all recognize that, like, the churches have performed such functions that make all the sense in the world why they would get the benefits that they do. Like like I said, the vast majority of charitable vast majority of charitable organizations are religious in nature. And like when it comes to like community and things like that, churches have always like performed these functions. Like in a society, there were large portions of time where like you didn't get to go like directly to like for Black people, and like in particular, we didn't get to go like directly and get, like, we didn't have credit to get car loans. So you would literally get a letter from your pastor showing that you were an upstanding member in order to get like car loans and things like that. Or when you look at like the abolitionist movement, like, or no, not the abolitionist movement, the Great Migration, when that happened, like most of those people, they would like be moving up north in places, and they didn't have a place to leave. They just wanted to get out of the South because white people were so racist there. They were literally staying at churches. Churches were the ones that were opening up their doors and facilitating them relocating so that they weren't stuck in the South getting like hooked into other nefarious nonsense. So like churches have always performed these functions. They make all the sense. Our hospitals were all churches, right? A lot of the schools were like church organizations. So like if churches have like done the job of like shoring up all the cracks that are left behind by the government, by this beautiful system that's capitalism, then it makes sense why they would get the tax-free status, and why they wouldn't be looked at like and scrutinized so freaking ridiculously, because considering even to date the vast majority of like banks, food banks, shelters, charitable organizations are still like Christian, Protestant in nature. So if that's the case, like, yeah, that's why they wouldn't be inspected as much. But to think that there was 5 years without sounds crazy.
I just, for the record, I put it in the chat in StreamYard from
It doesn't
the
state
StreamYard chat.
it doesn't state this from 2009 to 2014 that churches weren't audited by the IRS. It says that it was effectively stopped. which means there's something behind that actually did happen, that they're not discussing. Effectively means that something is happening, although it doesn't have the effect they want it to have. So with
What does
that being,
that doesn't change the fact that they
it
didn't
does
audit
change
a
the
single
fact-
church for
it
5
does change
years.
the fact, because you can't say they didn't audit. Even that person said that they can't state it. Besides, to their knowledge, that they did not.
StreamYard.
The IRS has not audited a church in 5 years.
To
as
my
report-
knowledge,
repeatedly
read right before
reported.
that. Read right before that.
Okay, right before that would be NPR transcripts are created on a rush deadline by an NPR contract.
Okay, where is it? How far
It's
down?
the last sentence.
The last sentence.
The last sentence of the article.
Why
You
is
can just
StreamYard loading?
Control F and see it.
Well,
said
there's
multiple-
The
Actually,
last sentence of the
it's
article is, and you
actually
can
a
listen to the first
section-
part of this series, John Burnett's unprecedented look inside finances of one television ministry, Daystar Television. So where's it at? So that's not the last sentence.
No, there's a section in
You're in
there.
a
Hold on. There's a section in there about a page down. It says soundbite of church bells. Burnett. Of all nonprofits, churches face the least scrutiny and oversight. They don't have to pay federal or local taxes. They don't have to worry about being audited, and they don't have to report anything to anybody. It's reasonable to ask then, what happens with large TV ministries that are classified as churches? They take in tens of millions of dollars in revenue. They're as rich as large corporations, yet many of them are answerable to no one outside of the organization. So that's a section.
Also,
that I
John
found.
Burnett
So
says
it
the
says-
agency has effectively stopped auditing churches for the past
Effectively,
5 years.
you're right. I said effectively. You're right. It says effectively, and it
Are
says
you
in
literal-
Marcus.
are
In
you
Marcus.
this-
Oh my gosh! This is ridiculous. As of now, and Marcus Owens says, as of now, and in fact, since 2009, the IRS has not, to the best of my knowledge, and in fact, I don't believe, can conduct an audit of a church. Which just means we're talking about one person's knowledge inside the IRS that you're talking about when they say that. You're talking about one person's knowledge.
I'm sorry. Do you need me to interview every single person from the IRS and do an
No, but
audit of the IRS itself?
You made the affirmative.
Because you know what?
Made the affirmative.
I'd love to audit the Fed and I'd love to audit the IRS, but as of right now, I can't. The people of the IRS are saying, "Hey, we're not fucking auditing churches," and then you're going around being like, "Well, effectively, well, technically, maybe they did do one, but people from the IRS say that they don't know that they can and they haven't for 5 years."
You made the affirmative, and even this article that you linked does not make the affirmative.
I don't know. I feel like this is a weird
Dog,
hill to die
you're
on.
trying real hard.
But if you're going to make the affirmative that a church was never audited in 5 years, then you're going to need to prove that a church was never audited in 5 years. Not to the best of someone's knowledge, not audited in 5 years.
People that work at the IRS, experts.
I feel like this is
that
the best piece of information we have right now. Like, and
literally,
you have to
I can't
prove
give you
something else.
anything else. I can't audit the IRS because the government won't fucking do it.
Also, it's
then
not
don't
like,
make an affirmative statement like
it's
that.
not. It's also
Despite
not
it being on the
extraordinary-
GOP platform forever.
It's also not an extraordinary claim, though, right? Like, I can understand what you're saying, Spartacus, saying that, like, we would need more evidence and to be sure of it, right? To be sure this is the
Right.
case. But it's also not an extraordinary claim that he's making, right? Like, we know, for instance, that this IRS got intimidated by the Scientists, Church Scientology.
Scientology.
Yes, Scientology and intimidated them from not investigating them, and then like gave them like tax-free status when they were going to take it away or something like that, right? So it doesn't seem like it's like that crazy of a claim. So for this moment, I'm willing to go with what he's saying so far.
Okay, I mean,
PR.
it seems somewhat crazy to me, just looking at it from how many churches are in America, not a single one being audited by the IRS.
It sounds
and for 5 years.
It didn't say not a single one. It said they faced the
That's
least
what
scrutiny and
Scott
have
said.
no obligation to put.
That's
report
what
to
Scott
anyone.
said. The church was
Um,
never audited in 5 years.
I
That's
don't
what
know
Scott said.
what this point is. I guess
Yeah.
it's fine.
This is so stupid. I'll read you
Okay.
the fucking quote again.
You don't have
Because
to.
of a quirk in the
You
rules of
already
the
read the
IRS,
quote.
the agency has effectively stopped auditing churches for the past 5 years.
Effectively does not
Marcus
mean
O-
it stopped.
okay.
And
Okay,
then
we're
Marcus
circling
Owens
back.
is
We're
a
looping.
private tax attorney in
I
Washington
know.
who used to
All right.
lead the exempt organizations
Yeah.
section
Oh my
at the
gosh.
IRS
We are
as of
moving
now.
on.
And in fact, in
So
2009, the IRS
I think
has
it
not.
is-
We're
to the best
moving
of my
on from this
knowledge.
point.
To the best of my
In fact,
knowledge, you're
I don't
right.
believe can conduct.
We're moving.
It's the
we're-
fucking head of the exempt
You're
organizations of
talking
the
the entire
IRS.
country.
Are
No.
moving. Hey, everyone. We're moving on from this point. Okay,
Well,
we're done with this.
hold on,
right?
Prime.
So, I just okay because I
I
really
just
want
wanna-
to move on to this
Trying
other
so hard to get a
reframe this
W.
discussion. Zonia, I'll give you the last word on this, but I'm moving on from this.
I just this is where things kind of got interesting, like something we can all kind of sink our teeth into a little bit. But I would like to. It would be nice to get onto topic, but it's something that at least people got really dug into, right? So that made it interesting.
Well, not
Yeah,
not the specifics of this. I mean, you could say like the should on there, like, and I'm kind of closer to fanatic. I feel like the church, obviously, I don't think the church is perfect, but I feel like of like the IRS is already having hard times like tracking down money as is. Do we want to put our focus on the church of all places? The church
Oh,
just seems to be doing
we absolutely should. But
I think that's a deep
for the
well of
majority
wealth
of the
that we could.
donations.
but hold on. But
Yeah.
so here's where I wanted to go with this. Okay, all right. So I haven't stated my opinion because I'm the moderator. I never do that. But I haven't stated my opinion on this, and I thought about prosperity gospel in a few ways, and like I have moved like wildly. And if you ask me, like in another week, my thoughts might have changed again. Okay, so I vacillate a lot on this, but it seems like prosperity gospel and people who are prosperity light, right? People who are adjacent to that, which is, seems to be like this this particular preacher we're talking about in New York who got robbed, right? People who revel in capitalism, but also are faith leaders. It seems like prosperity gospel is the perfect religion for America, right? I feel like in this land of capitalism and this land of greed, that this makes sense, right? Like we haven't actually really dug into it, right? Prosperity gospel, because oftentimes what they're saying is like, well, you give to the church, well then you will receive, right? You will get some sort of a great reward. We promise. You just got to give more to us, and then you will receive. Our friend Scott talked about fraud, right? But this is fraud that's you tend not to be able. Well, one, it's not that you can't prove it, right? You can show that people who get who give don't necessarily get, right? But it's not that the people even care. Some people will just keep giving, right? Like they'll have their faith, right? This is the basis of their faith. Then they'll just keep giving. And for a country that has abandoned its morals, like leaves, and by that I mean, well, maybe never had those morals. Let me rephrase that. Never had these morals, but that is so hell bent on not protecting the weak, the meek, right? And giving all advantages to the powerful. Like this makes sense to me, right? Like, and why not? If this is what you want to do with your money, right? Then sure. You want to give it to this man? If he says, if a preacher comes on and says, I need another private jet, right? That's important, that I can't be involved. Like, not even like I have a private jet already, but like I need another one, right? Because one time I was forced to take a commercial flight, and then individuals on that flight talked to me. And I don't know, like that person might have been infested with demons. This is the thing that happened. Right? And you decide you're going to give money to this individual, right? Because of your faith? Well, we never question people's crazy ass faith. In the other case, why should we?
What are you talking
now?
about? Can you make your argument?
I thought I did, but maybe I wasn't clear.
Yeah, well, you made a lot of statements and around about different beliefs and things.
Sure.
Can you make your argument clear?
So, okay, I'll rephrase, no problem. So then my argument is that there's nothing for this nation, right? And how we treat faith in general. It doesn't seem to me there's anything particularly wrong with prosperity gospel. That this is a this is a manifestation of capitalism in general, right? Like this is a logical manifestation as it pertains to faith. And so why should we
I'm trying to understand that. So you believe that because capitalism exists where it exists, I mean in many places, right? Mm-hmm. That the Christian faith turning into a system that some abuse for fraud, prosperity gospel obviously is abused in some areas for fraud, but it is also, it seems like a return to that kind of Protestant work ethic, that old school idea of city upon a hill. Well, no, hear me out, because the theological point here in prosperity gospel is very similar, which is this idea of predestination, right? This idea that like those who do good, some will say those who do good, like God will do good in return kind of situation. But many would say that like wealth comes to those that are good or pre-order to be good. These are kind of like the chosen people, if you will. And there's this weird struggle to prove that you are one of those people, very much akin to like the northern, colonists in America. So
what are you basing that off of? Where is that like ideology even coming from? Which denominations ever state something like wealth comes to those who do good? Where's
Wait,
Well,
did
I can
anybody
tell.
else
the prosperity gospel? I mean, like plenty of people have this idea that in order to get wealth, you need to do good deeds, because
Yeah.
God will reward you for those good deeds, and those good deeds can be giving to the church or helping other people, etc. And that, which is, economically doesn't make any goddamn sense. But I mean, it certainly makes sense from their religious view. I don't think that's controversial within prosperity
Yeah, I
gospel.
think
I
that's
feel like
pretty
that's almost
common in
foundational.
And
I guess-
back on that.
like I
Yeah,
said,
to
I listen to
piggyback
enough
on
prosperity gospel.
But this type
for
of
only
thing is
$5.99. You can be
new.
cleansed.
Yeah, but this
Like-
type of process. Yeah, I'm saying
Let Al
it's
go,
not
my
new.
bad.
I mean,
Let's-
if it's built into the structure of their particular faith or their particular denomination, does it even does it even fit the definition of fraud? Because something being fraudulent means that you're being, that you're paying for something that specific that you're expecting in return, or expecting like a service or something, and you're not receiving that service, and you're being misled. But the entire structure of the faith is sort of based on this, almost like a sense of gambling with the divine, right? The
Right.
more that you give, the more likely you're going to get something back. So it's all kind
Well,
of
I mean,
built
like,
into the structure
there's-
of the faith.
The
I don't
problem
believe
is
that's
you can
50%.
only prove that that's fraud if you know that the pastor that preaches this doesn't believe it.
Exactly.
And that's really the issue here, is that like, how does one prove the negative, right? How do we prove that the pastor is lying and is only saying this to steal wealth from people? It becomes a really gray area legally.
And this person only gave $9,000. If they gave $10,000, then they would have gotten all those rewards, but you stopped them before they could do so. Let's go to Isle.
Yeah, and I'm saying, this type of thing isn't necessarily new, because in Andrew Carnegie's article "Wealth," more commonly known as the Gospel of Wealth, that was written in 1889, and he said pretty much the same things, like hard work and perseverance leads to wealth. But the way that the Gospel of Wealth and prosperity gospel are different is because Carnegie was known even at his time as a radical philanthropist, and he believed that rich people had the moral obligation to use their excess money for the benefit of society, and therefore because they were like the ones that were gifted their riches by their good works and blessed and favored by God, so they should be stewards and do things for the poor, and they should do things to make things better. That's why, like, Andrew Carnegie and those of his who believed in the Gospel of Wealth did do all the philanthropy. That's why we have Carnegie Hall, we have Rockefeller Center and things of that nature. We have like all sorts of
Tax breaks.
public libraries.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
that.
because they were just radical philanthropists, and they said, you know what, we need to have things that will stand the test of time for the poor, and not that won't encourage the slothful, the drunken, or the unworthy, as he put it. So I think that with the prosperity gospel, I think it's like a bastardization of things that we have already been so deeply ingrained in our culture. And I think that's what's going on here.
So
I feel like
first
you're
of all,
leaning
that
too
was just
heavy.
like a PR campaign by those tycoons at the time, right? Because they were hated by the rest of us, and didn't want to like a French
disagree.
Revolution style thing. So like
Yeah,
one
but-
of the things they did was put all that. But hold on, I want to make it clear. So I think that
I mean, or
prosperity
it wasn't.
gospel
You'd have to
is-
prove that.
is a
instead of just assuming you're cap.
Are we talking over the moderator, over the host?
Yeah.
Well, he's not really a moderator, right? Like he's a moderator
The
and a
host.
participant.
The host. Yeah.
So anyway, I think prosperity gospel is absolutely like fraud. Like I feel like it's a completely disgusting practice, right? It takes advantage of individuals who are vulnerable to that. But I also think that it makes sense that it happened, that something like that appeared here in America. It did so in a place that simply worships capitalism. I think that it also makes sense that the attack vector for these fraudsters was religion, right? Because faith allows for that. I don't have to actually prove anything to you, right? I just keep saying this, right? Like faith already tells you not to ask for evidence. In fact, if you do, then it shows that your faith is weak, right? Like just have faith that eventually these things I'm telling you will come true. You believe in all kinds of nonsense. You believe that there was this Jewish zombie who came back to life, right? And did all these miracles, and then there were other miracles that happened, right? But like we don't see those anymore today, right? Because now we have recording devices. But within that attack vector being religion, it just makes sense. So it
doesn't make any sense because
wait, I wanted to respond. Hold on.
It doesn't make any sense because what you're saying is, oh, well, see, this is perfect for the capitalists, right? But the fact of the matter is that with the exception of a few proto-anarchist and anarchistic societies that are of the left-wing variety, there have been hierarchical structures of power and wealth in every society for all of human fucking history. And yet what you're calling is fraud from certain religious communities and going, see, the connection is capitalism. You're not drawing that connection in any way. You're not making the argument.
No problem.
You're just saying
so
because
religion and all those other societies, right, has at least, sorry, I shouldn't say all those others because I don't have an expansive view, right? I'll just talk about Christianity, right? Christianity has been a bulwark of the powerful, right? It has said that, like, well, these kings, right, are divine, right? God says that they should be on the throne, excuse me, right? That's exactly where they should be, and you are exactly where you should be, right? Because that worked for the monarchy at the time.
Right.
Then we had,
which proves so you had religion buffing up the monarchy, which is a completely different economic system than capitalism.
I admit that. I understand that. I'm saying that and what did I say? What did I say this entire time? Multiple times, right? It makes sense in this country because this country is specifically unique. I didn't say that it would happen in all places that have capitalism, right? It hasn't, right? But it's happened here in America, and I'm saying this makes complete and total sense that a fraud religion would take advantage of a fraud practice would take advantage of religion because religion allows for fraud all the time.
Wait,
I think that
in a country where that hasn't
happened. Hold on, let's go to Bam.
It says your argument makes no sense.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
Bam, and then Fanatic can go after it.
So this is two parts to this. One question. Like, do you believe? I think that you're like taking like a social stigma, like you've like stigmatized the idea of Christianity, the idea of organized religion, and I feel like it's influencing the way you're framing for things as far as people's like motives. Like, do you think that like there are really wealthy people who don't seek to do philanthropy for the idea of like, I have this money and I want to do good for my society, I want to leave some mark on society?
Sorry, you're talking about the Carnegie thing,
right? And just in general, yeah.
No. Rich people can. That's absolutely the case. In fact, I've seen examples of that. I'm talking about the Carnegie case, which was brought up by our friend Isle, which like those robber barons literally were doing a PR campaign, and like an ego campaign, because obviously things that would stand the test of time would have their name on it for all time, right?
So you were being specific. That wasn't a general thing.
No,
that wasn't
a general comment about
philanthropy.
rich people in general. Rich people are absolutely capable of doing great things with their money, and completely as charitable as possible, even though they're getting tax breaks. But I'll ignore that.
Okay. All right, so that was my first part. The second part is, it kind of on that into that same thing, like of the like stigmatization we have with like, or you may have with Christianity or organized religion. How could we? Again, like I have a way of differentiating the two, but I want to know what you use to differentiate the two. Like, how can you say that, like, oh, this is fraud, this is bad, because those poor souls can't truly consent to this. They're being manipulated. But how would you feel about an OnlyFans girl taking home $5 million a year, telling men that like she's like, oh my goodness, I love you so much if you give me money? Like,
No,
would that be like a positive? Like, yes, girl boss, let's go. Pro sex work is real
well,
work.
no. That okay. So when it comes to that OnlyFans thing, right? When they are selling that fantasy and actually imply that they actually do really like this person, they don't. I'd say that's a level of fraud too. But that's whatever. I mean, that's bad too. But in terms of Christians, it's not that I think they can't consent to it. Of course, they can consent to it. Like I said previously in my statement, they're adults. They can, if this is what they want to do with their money, they want to give to this individual, then that's perfectly fine. My problem is that like they're lying in terms of like these individuals getting something back, right? Like giving to them, giving to this church, right? Giving to this pastor will return like multiples.
But they're
to
not.
them.
But you can't prove that they're lying. That's the problem. Is that you can't prove that they're lying. I can say within my own personal experience that the second I started like being very charitable with my giving is when like my finances changed around irrevocably. I've never been broke since. And so maybe I'm just an anomaly. Maybe it was just a chance. Maybe it was luck. Who knows what the freak? But I can say that was literally my lived experience. So I tell that to people all the time, and that's not people that are going to give to me. I tell people that all the freaking time. Like, hey,
I mean,
find charities to give to. I genuinely believe in this philosophy that the more you give out, then the more that you receive. It doesn't have to be my church, but I just so happen I'm going to do it at my church because that's where my God tells me to do it. But I don't think that they're lying to the people. I think these are just this is the lived reality of people who have ever actually experienced it, and it makes all the sense.
You think prosperity? So you think people who engage in prosperity gospel, and there was one, I'm trying to figure out his name because it's slipping me right now. Not Joel Osteen, but the individual who literally has a fleet of private jets, right? When he says to his flock, and there's video of this, right? Him talking about like why he needs a private jet, right? When he says that it's important, it's imperative, right? So that he can spread the word of God. I remember that part.
You talking about that old white demon looking dude?
Yeah,
Billy Graham?
That looks like a fucking demon.
Pat Robertson?
Yes, exactly. No, not Pat Robertson.
Or is it?
It's another
Isn't
demon.
it Koresh or something?
Is it Graham? Billy Graham?
No, it's not Billy.
I think let me
No,
go.
it's
No,
not
it's
Billy
it's the COVID-19 guy.
No, it's not. Let me see.
Yeah,
It's
right.
Is it David
COVID-19.
Koresh?
It's not David
Why is
Koresh.
that name?
Oh, this guy's.
No, it's not him.
Yeah,
No.
David Koresh is
The
he
guy
has
who
a cult.
talked about he wouldn't fly on passenger jet or on normal
Not Kenneth Copeland,
commercial
is it?
Yeah,
jets.
Kenneth Copeland.
Kenneth
Kenneth
Copeland.
Copeland.
That's
Yes,
him.
Kenneth
That's
Copeland.
the
Yeah.
COVID-19
This
guy.
dude like
Yeah.
actually looks like a huckster. Like if I was gonna draw a guy who committed fraud, I would draw that guy's fucking face. But whatever, right?
Yeah, I think prosperity gospel is bad. Like, I make a distinction. See, the idea of like give $5.99 and your sins will be forgiven. I think that's bad. I think that the idea of like, oh, okay, we're given to the church so the church can do good deeds in the community. Like it's not saving your soul to do this, but it's a way of like, this is a good thing you can do, and towards karma, just towards the helping your community and like supporting your church. Like, and I feel like the church is something that's good to be supported, but like I don't think it saved my soul to outside the ties.
Because I haven't
My bad.
gotten much out of Fanatic, and I want to get more out of him. Because
Yeah. It's
Fanatic,
okay. So
Fanatic, why do you feel that prosperity gospel is a problematic, and then how does that gel with your previous statement talking about like more charitable
sure.
giving? Yeah, please.
So it's that like prosperity gospel like almost has like a sole emphasis on charitable giving, and it doesn't have all of the other tenets that are like associated with Christianity as well, right? Because like I believe obviously in like, yes, like charitable giving will also like bless your finances, But I mean, you also need to be living a holy life. You also need to be like actually reading the Word of God and educating yourself on what God wants out of your life and trying to live live correctly and all of those things. And there's other areas where you can, because you can give a whole bunch of money on tithing and then at the same time cheat on your wife. And it's like, well, that's you're still a bad dude. You're still awful, and you're still hurting like your community and your wife and your family, and being irresponsible and all those kinds of things. So I think there's limits, and I think the problem is whenever you talk to like Joel Osteen and people like him, he won't ever engage in things where it's like, okay, like hold your flock accountable. Like, should they be living differently? Does the Bible also tell them that they need to be like changing their lifestyle, right?
No,
And he doesn't engage in
I
that.
don't believe that's the case. I don't believe you have. So my mother has a book by Joel Osteen, right? And it's about changing your life, about like living a godly life. It's about lots of things, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't put Joel Osteen in that
yeah,
category, even though he's super rich.
He is.
Every
He's like
message
$40
I've
million.
ever seen from him is just like specifically on like prosperity, and when they've interviewed him and asked him why he doesn't do it, and he specifically said, because like, well, that's not what people want to hear, and blah 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 blah. He's given justification for why he doesn't actually include the other parts of the gospel. So I mean, maybe he might have written a book in which he's talked about changing your life, but I know that like 99% of his messages aren't that.
Really? I thought from Joel Osteen, and this is just gonna be a difference in what we've seen. I've always took Joel Osteen as the type of like the casual motivational pastor, which is like a new popular thing. Just tell you like, hey, here's something, like he reads the scripture and he says like, go out in your daily life and hug somebody, love somebody, like just like general advice or like making you feel good about yourself. Which is why I made the OnlyFans comparison, because I consider like that can be offering a service. Some people can be told like, give me something generally vaguely inspirational, and they make me feel good and go out into my life out in your day.
But that would be
guys,
fraud.
I want to look at this for just a moment, because we're talking about fraud, and none of you know what fraud is.
1 second. But if that individual, talking about the OnlyFans individual, right? Like, said that you were going to get something out of this, right? Beyond their words, right? Like, hey, we're gonna go out on a date. You know what I mean, right? Like, I'd really love to, but maybe if you are kind to me or generous to me, then maybe we can make that happen, right? If you did that and then that never materialized and you kept baiting a person there, like, that sounds like fraud. That these
what
people...
if it's
so? Let me explain.
What if it's less
fraud
direct? What
is.
if it's just someone saying like, "Oh, I think I think people are really hot who give me lots of like money, like guys who donate a lot. I think they're really hot. Like that's not direct.
I don't think that's fraud. Like I'm okay with people.
Can we talk about what fraud actually is?
Sure, but like I'm
can
okay
give it
with
a
people who like
principal elements of
engage in
fraud.
like economic, was it economic bondage? What's it called? I forget the name. But like where like the pay there's a specific name for this, but where
Findom, that's what it's called.
Findom, thank you. Financial domination. Thank you so much for that. Financial domination. I'm okay with that. But like, but their services they provide, at least from the financial doms I've seen, right? And I haven't engaged with this. I don't have enough money to engage with this. I can guarantee you. Like those people provide the service that they offer, right? Like oftentimes, like treating their pay pigs like absolute shit, right? So demanding more money, right? Watching them spend the money, like sending them videos, like here's all the things that I bought with your cash, right? Send more now, right? That's what they want. So that's what
I think someone who's
there's
looking
nothing
for
fraud
that is
about
one thing, but I think that like the general idea, like the general like crap. What do people talk about? People say the same thing with Twitch, with like the fake engagement. Basically, you seem like people's friends. There's a word for it.
Oh, you mean the I can't remember anything anymore.
There's a phrase we talk about it all the time. Well,
yeah, the
fake engagement?
parasocial engagement.
Parasocial, yeah. I think that to a degree, like parasocial engagement, I think at a certain point it becomes non-consensual. Like I don't believe that people. I think that you can be manipulative with someone's emotions, with someone's.
I think there's a line there too.
Like,
I think that's
okay,
fair.
so
go ahead,
so
Scott.
Give you the definition.
this conversation is, oh my god. So what you're talking about is undue influence, right? Do parasocial relationships create an undue influence? Well, they don't, because the individuals have the ability to not go to Twitch whenever they want. They have the ability to seek out other means of things, right? Whereas like undue influence, where you're talking about like a power imbalance there, is defined by like, let's say, a boss and their underling, right? If this person goes against their boss, for example, they might be fired. So the boss has an undue influence there. Whereas like a parasocial relationship that like a streamer has with like a hot girl that they're in love with is like an issue they need to deal with their therapist, not a legal issue here. Now, when talking about fraud, right, there are 9 principal elements of fraud. I do not think that there is any argument as to whether or not 1 through 3 and 5 through 9 meet the definition of fraud when talking about prosperity gospel, when you're talking about people like, let's say, Joel Osteen or something. The real crux here is part 4. Now, I linked it in chat. This isn't like obviously the only document, but this is a really good write-up on like the 9 principal elements of fraud under common law. And the 4th principal element is representers' knowledge of the representation's falsity or ignorance of the truth, right? So if you really want to say that this is fraud, what you need is some form of evidence that can create a balance of probabilities in court, or at least we can know of, right? That proves that this person knows what they're saying is bullshit.
I think,
if you have pastors that believe in this, then you can't do that unless you find some recordings, some posts, some conversation they had, or some type of evidence to suggest that they knew at some time that that these people aren't going to get wealthy by donating their money. The other 8 parts of the other 8 principal elements, I think, are very clearly you can say this is fraud, but you need all 9 in order to meet a case for fraud.
This is not, I'm trying to make a case for fraud in court. I never stated that was the point of that.
I'm trying to use objective measurement of it instead of us just like kind of bouncing around this idea of fraud. You're using a term that has definitions with no idea what it means.
Wrong, whatever, right? Like I think it takes advantage. I think it's exploitative.
Well,
if that's the word that
even
the point is
posted, though,
it's a terrible thing. It's an absolute terrible thing that is inflicted upon individuals, but it makes sense that such a terrible thing would be inflicted with the attack vector of Christianity. It just, this makes sense, right? Even an American style Christianity, because that's a very specific strain of Christianity.
Even what Fabian posted, though, says or ignorance in its truth. So someone can be ignorant about it, can decide to be completely negligent and decide that I'm not even going to look up to see if this is true or anything like that. And that it can be proven that way. 4 is not just you have to know that it's false. You can also include ignorance of its truth, or what most people would call is negligence.
This wouldn't be applicable over religion.
You have to, but if someone is professing to believe something off of religious faith, you'd have to prove that belief wrong.
The problem that we have here is that we are dealing with faith, right? So there's faith potentially on both sides, not always with the spiritual leaders, but oftentimes with the spiritual leaders, and pretty much always with the congregation, right? So it gets into like this gray area where it's like, well, if they believe that what they're doing is what God wants them to do, even if it's their spiritual leader telling them to do that, how do you draw that line there and say, well, this is coercion, right? Or something that would manipulate someone into, believing that they're doing the right thing by giving money to this person who's going to just use it on themselves, right?
I think fraud is a great metric for that, and if it meets
but the problem,
I don't think you have to take somebody to court.
The problem is
that's not what it is. It's about using objective definitions.
The problem is that the principles of fraud are kind of based more around something that is a bit more objective in the world, usually dealing with business and such. With religion, you're talking about faith that extracts you from that and pulls you into the subjective, right? Or the
religion doesn't get to be separate from the real world. And if they're stealing money from people and we can prove it, then they are.
But they're not stealing money. And here's you'll never be able to prove it. And here's the reason why. Because the vast majority of times, I don't know that it never happens, but I feel like I don't ever hear them say things like, oh, you need to go ahead and give so that I can do more for the community. I don't ever hear those kinds of statements in the churches. What I always hear is specifically, you need to give more and then God will bless you, right? Like in prosperity gospel and any other gospel, because those things are biblically found, right? Like the idea that'll be there. And I don't think that the vast majority, I don't think in almost any of the cases really could you ever prove that these churches are
That's
giving.
not
I mean,
what I'm saying.
I got you, but I don't think ever that you would ever be able to claim that the parishioners are giving specifically with the idea of oh, this is going towards, or actually, I'm sorry. There's two different kinds of giving in churches. You have your tithes and your offerings. Your offerings can be towards things like, oh, okay, here we're gonna have this thing for like the missionaries, or this will be for, for our
Mhm.
The
Ugandan
building
effort,
fund.
or whatever the freak else, right? And those kinds of offerings. Then, if you find out that those things never existed, then yeah, you could say that you actually defrauded people in those kinds of
Mhm.
situations. But like in 99% of the time, people are giving through their tithes, and then their offerings aren't like directed at a specific aim.
Right, but that's not what I'm talking about in terms of fraud, right? So let's
We don't
just
have to
say,
talk about
let's
It
fraud.
doesn't have to talk about fraud. It's like it's,
I don't know why you
I wasn't talking
Right.
directly to you, Fabian. I was talking to just the room because they were saying
for
things
sure,
about
for sure.
all of it.
But I want to make one other distinction, which is like, let's say Joel Osteen, for example, was caught on a hype microphone, right? Or
Mhm.
didn't realize that he was being recorded, and he said something like, "Yeah, I know this shit doesn't work. People give up all their fucking money, and it barely ever pans out for people." If you had that recorded, right, then you can prove that he doesn't actually
It's-
believe what he's
Sure,
telling
but
people.
I think that's
and
an
he's saying it
unnecessary
all-
standard to hold someone to say if something good or bad.
Yeah,
I don't think we have to go to that
It's
extreme.
called an
That's why it's
objective
irrelevant.
standard.
But that's not the way we're doing.
I apologize for calling it fraud. Exploitative. I think it's
No,
an
it's-
exploitative practice. All right, so I don't
Oh
want
my God.
like
Now
I
you're
don't
just-
think
you're-
like
you're
you're
running
saying, like,
away
oh,
because I'm
here's all
trying
the
to
evidence
use an
we need,
objective
right?
metric
I'm talking
to actually
about, like,
understand
clearly
reality.
These individuals, hold on. I'm talking about these individuals clearly are not getting what they're promised, right? They're paying tens of thousands. You
not
have
about what you believe.
documentaries
Cults are
talking about these
exploitative.
individuals, right? Like talking about people who fall into the prosperity gospel, who empty their bank accounts, empty their life savings, right? Because they think, oh, I'm going to get more. It's like a casino, right? They're treating it like a casino. I think maybe Zonia, made that point previously, like betting with a gambling with the divine. That like if I give a little bit more, just like in a slot machine, then I'm going to get a ton out of it, right? That they keep. And nothing ever happens, right? But
it's just obvious at this point that you're mad at religion.
The thing that is guaranteed to happen is that preacher is going to get rich, right? It's an exploitative practice. That's the only thing I meant, right? So I'm sorry, I used the word fraud. I shouldn't use the word fraud. I apologize, right?
You can't
do that
big
crime.
No, you can't.
Marys,
No,
right?
No,
and
but you
apology.
can't. You're using the most extreme examples, right? To then make a giant tent about everything. I'm
About
trying to
what-
use an
what is
actual
everything?
objective
What is
standard.
everything that I'm talking about? What is everything?
But
I
you
think
don't
you have
think
an
that
issue
there
with
aren't
Christianity.
churches where people believe in prosperity gospel, but the pastor isn't getting rich? You don't think that's possible? Because you just said the only thing that could possibly
Are there
happen.
prosperity gospel churches where the pastor isn't getting rich? Is that the case?
Of course.
I mean, I can go search for one.
course.
I'm
Probably
sure
the
there
majority.
are.
No, wait,
What are
Prime.
poor churches that do
Prime,
that?
don't die on that hill.
I want to find a poor prosperity gospel
I'm
pastor.
asking.
That would be
I'm
awesome.
not
It
dying on
depends-
any hill. I'm
I'm sure that's the
asking.
majority of them.
It depends on how you define prosperity gospel, then, because I mean, again, the messages that Joel Osteen gives are literally not distinct from like the messages I've heard in virtually every church I've ever been in, and I've been playing the piano for churches for literally more than half of my life, and I've been in God knows how many different denominations and different churches. This is just common theology, right? Again. I don't know that anyone that's not saying those kinds of things.
That's not the same as prosperity. Prosperity gospel is something individual, right? I know what you're talking about in terms of like, yes, give to get, right? Like that there is
Right.
an element of that, right? And you talked about that yourself, and that like how when you started giving, you felt like you saw the difference happening in your life.
Not
That is
felt.
an
We can
element, right?
quantify that,
But
baby.
But sure, but that doesn't. That's not the same as a prosperity gospel that I'm talking about. That people rail against, right? That's not the same thing. That is an aspect that those preachers can use, right? They can use those verses to make their case, right? But like the case is, give me a ton of money, and then it'll eventually somehow trickle down to you. That's what it is. Fucking trickle down economics.
like the parody show of Righteous Gemstones. I think it's really funny. They're absolutely a prosperity gospel church. And like this isn't a super popular thing anymore, but I feel like everyone here should be old enough to remember into the late 90s, early 2000s. If you watch TV on Sundays or late at night, you would see literally the things come up that says like, have you sinned? You know, have you committed adultery? Like, bring it to God. You know, pay $5.99 and your sins will be forgiven on TV. Like some really blatant stuff like that.
It's no different than the Catholic Church fucking paying for fucking individuals to get into heaven.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Same thing.
I think so. If you're dealing with that, that's what I'm saying. I think that these things, I think they're exploitative, and I think that they're wrong. But I don't think that that speaks to Christianity or religion as a whole, or pastors being rich. My bad.
But in every era, the religion helps clearly accomplish whatever goals they want, right? So in terms of what Scott just mentioned, right? During the Crusades, right? Where they I can't remember the names of anything, right? But basically, you could go to the Holy Land, do a bunch of slaughter, and then come back, and then pay to get your sins renounced, right? Like, because what do you want? What do you know? The kings at the time, the rulers wanted people to go down to the Holy Lands and do a bunch of slaughter, but people were skeptical of that. But the church, don't worry, the church is there to help you out, right? When it comes to slavery in this nation, there were a lot of people who originally were against it, and they used the Bible to say this is clearly wrong, right? But don't worry, once the money came running in, and the elite of this nation thought better of it, or worse of it, excuse me, right? The church was there to help them out and gave plenty of excuses, plenty of verses that would back them up and say this is the righteous path, right? Religion's always there to help.
Like there's bad, there's bad people in there's bad people. Acting like there's not bad people in religion. It's like there's not, like this isn't new. Jesus Christ went against the Pharisees for doing what they were doing to the people. Like this isn't new, but it doesn't mean that religion is bad. In Christian, the Son of God came down and he corrected the Pharisees, which were considered the religious of the religious at the time. They were considered like oh God, I need to listen because someone is talking. The Pharisee is talking, oh God, I need to listen. And Jesus came down and went against them almost entirely. So just to say that someone's using religion the wrong way does not in any way condemn religion in and of itself as a whole.
So first of all, just a little bit of context for the history of the Crusades, since you mentioned it as like the state and the church working together to like slaughter. Have you ever heard of the Reconquista? Have you ever heard of like 400 years of invasion into Europe? Have you ever heard of the fact that a third of all castles in Europe were built to protect from Muslim pirates?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking
you know
about.
what I mean? Like it's not just like this. I mean, there's a lot more nuance to this conversation about the Crusades. After 400 years of invasion, they fought back. But at the same time, yes, there was a lot of the state and church working together, like any institution that is powerful at the time.
I don't deny what the words you're saying, like the history you're talking about.
That was a defensive war after 400 years of invasion.
Exactly happened. So like you can make your excuses, but this is exactly how that worked, right? When people were skeptical of
not making excuses. I'm just saying, like,
great. So then
you're proving your hatred of religion.
Then we're already in agreement about the history, though.
Right. I'm glad that. So we are all in agreement. Then
you can't look at fraud objectively. You can't look at anything subjectively.
Okay, whatever.
You're just mad at religion.
Whatever.
Okay, it's okay. So I think we're all in agreement.
We're out of time for this particular conversation. Sorry. Like, Fanatic, if you want to do more, we can do this later. But like,
I got you.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to move on to our next topic. Thank you all, everyone, for being here. Much appreciated. Right. This is a spirited conversation. I really do appreciate everyone's different opinions on this. Very much so. Excuse me. If you
can I give a closing statement?
We don't do closing statements. We just
I know, but I kind of want to.
You say your opening statement in the next one. We just gotta keep things moving. Okay. Hello all. So if you are watching this later on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe. Right, helps out the channel a lot. Support us by hitting the a follow button on here on Twitch, right? Support us by hitting that follow button and make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. We do this all the time. So if you're new to the channel, if you just stop by, you like what we're doing here, we'll do a lot more of it. Hit us up on social media, Discord, where we have all our conversations, including this one, TikTok, where we'll find funny videos about the channel, Twitter, where we let you know what's going on, and YouTube is where you find the bot. So again, like, comment, subscribe. Please support this community by hitting us up on all our social media. All right, so I'm going to introduce our next topic, which I'm super interested in. All right, so topic 2, Amazon's oh fuck, wrong one. Wrong one. I screwed up too far. All right, excuse me. All right. The World Health Organization has declared monkeypox to be an international public health emergency. As of now, the transmission seems to be almost exclusively between men who have sex with men. However, at the same time in the US, we have a conservative movement that has criticized and terrorized teachers as being child sexual groomers, either talking about LGBT issues or discussing sex education. Are conservatives' fears about grooming making the public less prepared to deal with a future where more of these types of epidemics will keep emerging? Or are conservatives proving correct that abstinence-only education is the best path forward? So it's a bit of a disjointed question, I'm going to admit that. But I wanted to talk about how all these things might interconnect. So yeah, we have the monkeypox thing, which is becoming more and more serious throughout the nation. But it is tied to a practice that is oftentimes very much moralized, which is, so far gay sex, right? But not exclusively gay men, to be very clear. And at the same time, we're having what I would describe as a moral panic about the LGBT community, and we're having legislation passed around those individuals. So like, are conservatives who are pushing this agenda, are they making us less able to respond to such a pandemic, especially in the long term, right? Not just for like this specific disease, but in the long term. Or maybe they have a point. So we'll go down the line. Please, Scott.
Yeah, interesting for me because I had to try and imagine what fantasy world people were living before they could even construct this question, because it's so false in all of its presumptions. So the first thing I want to say is that while monkeypox is mostly spread, as of right now, amongst homosexual men having sex, that's not the only way it's spread. And that there are 2 children from these individuals who have been infected. And I don't want that to be that people to think it's only an STD, because that would be accusing these people of pedophilia. So let's just get that out of the way.
Sure.
First and foremost, the grooming situation is completely unconnected to this in almost every aspect. And I tried to figure out how a lefty would like draw these straws. And then I realized that they don't understand what it is that conservatives believe in any shape, form, or capacity. So let me enlighten you just a little bit with some polling data. Well over 90% of all conservatives, all people that vote Republican, do not want abstinence only taught in schools. So when you talk about the right, what you're talking about is an extremely small group of conservatives that you've imagined the right wing to be, when well over, I think for middle school, it's 95% of conservatives support abstinence within a larger group of things taught. So long as you're protection, birth control, sex education, etc. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to take a fringe idea, and then you're trying to take a cultural phenomena and tie them together, even though they're not connected in any way. And it's kind of really disingenuous and disgusting. And so the answer simply is that these things aren't connected at all. And if you want to have a debate about groomers, I'll happily have that debate, but that has nothing to do with monkeypox or any of this situation, or sex education for that matter. There's almost no significant difference between Democrats and Republicans in their support for sex education, comprehensive. It only occurs in elementary schools. And I don't think elementary school kids are the ones going to like these large gangbangs where they're getting monkeypox, right? Like, it's not happening.
Thanks so much. All right, let's go to Fanatic.
Whew, Fabian's coming with the hot takes today. Yeah, so I would say that like monkeypox, like spreading amongst homosexual men, sounds like something similar to the HIV thing, where it's significantly more likely, right? Like I think that they'd said that like vaginal intercourse is like 1 in 5,000 is the like likelihood of you contracting HIV from a heterosexual vaginal intercourse encounter, whereas it's like 1 in 50 or something, I think, for like a homosexual encounter, or maybe it was 1 in 1. I don't know, it was something significantly higher. And so I would say it sounds believable. I don't know yet. I mean, I guess we'll probably have to figure it out to find out if that's the case, if it spreads very similarly in nature. I also don't really see how the monkeypox thing really kind of flies off of the sex education thing, because like almost no one does do abstinence only sex education, and it still hasn't prevented like the passing of STDs. Like I think more, yeah, the STDs are really common even amongst young people. So I don't think that that's really the issue here. I mean, I guess that's just my take.
Thanks so much. Wow.
Yeah, so I was looking at the article, and I think that there is like Fanatics said, that there's like a very prevalent danger of this monkeypox turning out like the early AIDS crisis, where people believe that because initially people thought it was just the gay disease, from men having sex with men, that was the only vector, and then gay people were stigmatized and made fun of, and it led to so many deaths of despair and disease in the LGBT community. And so I think that we run the risk with these like early reportings, when like even the article that was provided, people are saying that we need more time, more studies, because we're not even sure what's really causing it. These are just like what we're just looking at the time. So I think we need to like slow down, actually reassess, and make sure things actually are the way they seem before we make any like broad statements. But on the cultural side, I think that I think maybe with the LGBT community, I think that, and this talk about groomers, I think that these people are they're victims, because no one deserves to be diseased, no one deserves to catch a virus. But I think that they should have been a bit more responsible with their behavior, because they got this disease, because they're victims in this, because we live in a culture that's very sex positive. And people are saying that the free love movement from the 60s that continued down, just like with the AIDS crisis as well, that contributed to it, because we really learned that sharing needles and drug use also contributed to the spread of AIDS. And the things we didn't know that until much later, and that's one of the reasons why the LGBT community was such a scapegoat. So I think that we need to keep that in mind, and maybe we'll find that there's some other extra vector that explains why so far we see it's only men having sex with men, but it might be something else later down the line. So I think we should have an open mind. And as for the actual people getting diseased, I think that they shouldn't be blamed, they shouldn't be stigmatized, but they should be very careful, because I've seen like in the article, people are saying that these people are having like 15 people, like having sex with 15 different partners in the span of 3 months. That's obviously not responsible behavior. That's obviously borderline degenerate. Probably not, but probably borderline degenerate. And they should be careful.
Borderline?
Right? Yo,
okay.
Olive Owl's out here getting it. All right. It's a little bit. That's a little bit lower than my body count. It's borderline degenerate.
Okay. All right. Well, see, there's that moralizing I was talking about. And to be clear, that was only very few. Just to be clear, that wasn't like a whole bunch of people who were doing that. But but we'll get into it. Bam, please.
Yeah, I think I'm not gonna repeat what other people have said related to the monkeypox. It seems to be that's where the data is right now. I think that if it changes, then so shall my opinion. I'm definitely not qualified to make calls on that. As far as the second part related to sex education, I'm like, you may be able to find polls that say something, but it, like, as far as it seems like what currently happening in America, I think like I think I saw a poll saying like 58% of the country still teaches abstinence only, and then like 25% of the country has like no sex ed at all in their school program. So like that's not necessarily an issue of voters. And again, this was polling from like 2020, so that could be that
Could
could
you
have
repeat
adjusted.
that?
It was saying that like 58% of the 58% of the country has abstinence only education, and I think 25% didn't have any type of sex ed at all. But again, we can find 2022 stats that may or a different poll that may show something different.
Just to be clear though, but like Bam, for those things when they say that they have abstinence only education, that's where like a place has like a very comprehensive education, and then at the end
Let's
of it
wait.
they
We
say,
gotta get through this.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So like even so, though people may say something, it seems like that what's actually happening in schools, at least again from what I've seen, seems to be something different. And people don't have a huge problem with it overall. And then that becomes it becomes even less, at least dealing with the grooming element of it. That becomes an even bigger problem when you have at any type of LGBT inclusion or into that comprehensive sex education, because it seems like we have an issue with things being not quite so comprehensive. But yeah, I think we can. A lot of these things are gonna have to be talked through and dealt with the specifics. So that's all I got right now.
Thanks so much. Okay, please, Spartacus.
Yeah, so again, I'm not really gonna touch the first half of that. That's basically monkeypox is spreading. However it spreads, you can find information about that regarding the CDC. The information doesn't seem to be wrong regarding my research. But that I don't think that's where the real question. I don't think that's where the real question lies. And so when we look at abstinence only, we see that 5 states do have abstinence only education. It's Mississippi, Texas, Arizona, Arkansas, and Louisiana. Those 5 states do have abstinence only education, and then on top of that, you have 18 states that require educators to also. You only have 18 states require educators to also share information about birth control. So only 18 states require educators to share information about birth control to females. I think that's enormously low. At the same time, I don't think that I don't think that I don't think that the idea that conservatives fears about grooming, et cetera, and so on, it's somewhere in the middle between the two questions. I don't agree with abstinence only education. I don't think it works. I think kids are going to be kids. They're going to make dumb decisions, and if they're going to make dumb decisions, we should at least tell them how to be safe about it. But no, I think abstinence only education does not work, and so I don't think that abstinence only education should be pushed whatsoever.
So much, please, Zonia.
Yeah. By the way, Sprout, it's not just kids that make dumb decisions about sex. Adults do it all the time.
Oh, adults, yeah. No, I was just made to talk about kids, 'cause that's when sex education is. You don't get sex education as a 25-year-old, so.
Yeah. Well, they should. Yeah. So, kind of wrapping up the previous thing, I think the one outcome from the previous topic that I came to is that we should all get together and start a prosperity gospel church. All right. So let's talk about it in the group chat. Anyways, my take on this is I think the conservatives don't go far enough. I think it should be abstinence only, not just education, but abstinence only. Look, I think I've done quite well here being an asexual person. I don't have to worry about any of this kind of crap. And I think you guys should learn from me. I don't think people should be doing any of that degeneracy at all. I think everybody should be asexual and just staying away from it entirely. Also, let's keep in mind that I don't think we should kind of like pin conservatives for this one when it comes to like, when it comes to like their views on LGBT and such. and how that has to do with the spread of this disease. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, especially considering how often is it that like conservative men suddenly get caught for having like been indulging in gay porn and stuff like that and gay sex all the time. So keep that in mind as well. So anyways, that's my intro. Go ahead.
Thanks so much for
Next.
that.
I'm gonna fuck this topic up big time. You guys are gonna have fun with it.
Okay, thank you so
Ted
much.
Haggard.
Let's go. Ted. Oh, beautiful. Ted Haggard.
So beautiful.
The hero, Kingdom of Kings. Please, our friend Doobie, love to hear from you.
Boy, that hero King of Kings single, that wasn't for me.
No, it shouldn't. He was one of many, but you're the best of the King of Kings.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think that I mean, I think it's a little weird to bring up like sex education in relation to this topic, given that I don't think that we would want like kindergartners or first graders to be engaging in anal sex, right? Which is like how this stuff has been spreading, since you get like micro tears in the anus when they have anal sex, and that's how it spreads, right? So I think it's a little bit sus. I don't think it's really related to that topic, and I think that LGBTQ plus advocates who do relate it to that topic, right? The topic of like grooming children, are kind of like self-reporting, to be honest with you. They want to teach kids like how to have like safe anal sex. Kindergartners, first graders, like that's they're not helping the optics.
Okay,
Who
so
brought up an
so
age
I'm
group?
I'm gonna respond to something very
good.
quickly, right? So our friend Fabian Liberty Scott, right? Like, okay, just to be clear, right? The question never implied, this question that I created, never implied that it was an STI. In fact, I sent you guys that article, which specifically says that this is not an STI, just as far as we know.
I
right? It's
didn't
not
accuse you of
classic.
that.
Okay, good.
I just wanted to be very clear when having this
okay, great.
conversation.
So sure. And so like this is an STI. As far as we know, it's from close intimate contact, right? Which is why those two children, as Scott mentioned previously, were somehow were able to get it, right? No one thinks they were
It's a bloodborne
abused.
pathogen.
But yeah, it's but it can
far as we know.
spread some other means, and we don't fully understand how, right? The reason I'm relating it back to this, right, to sex education, is because a vector that we do know that it spreads is through anal sex, right? Unprotected anal and oral sex, right? So you can have the monkeypox in your oral cavity, your anal cavity, and on your genitals. That's the thing that happens, and it's really unfortunate.
Sounds uncomfortable.
We know that the people that Isle was mentioning from the article, right, were not using protection. So this all ties into a sex education system that is poor, that is not accomplishing what it needs to do, right? And those individuals, like 14% of them, of the people who had the monkeypox, also have HIV, right? So you can understand the type of crowd this is spreading among, right? And to be clear, when it comes to abstinence-only education, right, I have the data on that as well, right? 37 states require sex education includes abstinence. Of these states, 26 of them require that abstinence be stressed more than any other form of sex education. Now, guess which states are the ones that focus that do these
Southern.
things, right? They say yes, exactly. So I'm not saying that every single conservative believes that. Certainly not. That'd be a dumb fuck statement. I wouldn't say a dumb fuck statement, right? But this is a thing that's been spread among conservative circles, conservative policymakers, right? And we have the actual policy as evidence of that. Thank you.
Well,
So I've got a bone to
I'm a
pick. So I've got a bone to pick really
conservative
quick. So first off,
So, like, if you really pay attention to the fact that I said that
one second.
Spartacus,
One at a time. I mean, he was
Spartacus,
talking
Spartacus,
about
Spartacus,
Thank you.
I want to hear the dog talk.
Spartacus
He's
and
gonna
Fanatic,
really get a
then
conversation.
Scott.
So I've got a bone to pick a little bit. So Doobie, the fact that you're saying that it's spread through tears in the anus, this according to the CDC, it can spread from direct contact with the infectious rash, scabs, or bodily
didn't say
fluids.
that.
It can spread from
He
yes, he
never said
did.
that-
Yes, he
when he-
did.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
yes,
We can rewind the VOD. He did say that.
He did not say it only spreads through tears of the anus. He
said
didn't
it
say
spreads
that.
through tears in the anus. He said it
No,
spreads through
he-
tears in the anus.
No,
said
I'm
it
telling you-
can't-
Right, that's
Go
the
ahead.
only, that's the
Please
only way he said it
Please
spreads.
restate it, Doobie.
That's the only way he said it
Causes
spreads.
tears.
Did he say?
He did not say that's the only way it spreads.
Doobie,
Please restate it, Doobie.
Oh, he said that's the way he spreads.
Oh my God, Doobie, please.
Okay.
Poor
So I
child.
did not say that the only way monkeypox spreads is through like micro tears of the anus. I said that primarily the reason it's more common in the gay community is because they tend to have anal sex with zero protection, and that sometimes causes micro tears in the anus, which leads to people getting fucking monkeypox.
Now, Doobie,
I'm not saying that is the only way this happens.
Doobie, I'm going to ask you a question. Doobie, I'm going to ask you a question. I understand that. You already answered the question.
The other infectious diseases that specifically like disproportionately affect gay people, this is why. Right, like it's
Doobie,
not that
I'm going to ask you a question. Was that the only cause that you mentioned? Because I said that's the only way of spread that you said, correct? Is that the only one you mentioned?
That is the only one I mentioned. I didn't say that's the only way possibly.
So the CDC says.
So he didn't say it's the only way. So he didn't say it's the only way. He didn't say it's the only way. So you lied. He did not say it's the only way. So you're going on this stupid diatribe to try to tell Doobie, hey, this isn't the only way, when that was not what he said. Everyone else heard that. That's not the argument. That's not what he presented. He already clarified it, so now we can move on to a better conversation because no one's making that argument. Now we're going to the next point, right?
Hard, dude.
Thank you.
Speaking real hard and clipping bad.
Sprout, do you have another point beyond that? Since we always have.
That's it. He was going to go explain what the CDC says now about how else it spreads. When Doobie never made that statement.
Can I would like to point out that it's also spread apparently by piss parties.
I would like to also point out.
Thank you. We can move on to something more intelligent. Thank you.
It is mostly spread by people talking over each other. Just to fair warning.
Can I say something? Really quickly?
Have a quick response, and we're going to go to Fanatic and Scott.
Well, Prime. I think it's interesting that you pointed to the states where like they have like abstinence-only education or abstinence-centered education, because the states with the highest cases of monkeypox are not those states. They're like New York, fucking California, Washington D.C., Illinois. These aren't like These aren't not just where people are, but in places specifically that are very like lefty, where they have this kind of like progressive politics that Prime love so much, where they're not doing the abstinence education that you attempting to like shift the blame onto for that. So
the top 10 states with it aren't the top 10.
Are they doing abstinence only education in New York where they have the most cases of monkeypox?
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
well, really doing abstinence only
again, but you're trying to prove that that's like some correlative thing. That's what I'm saying. You're literally it also
I'm saying that Prime implying that there's some kind of correlation between like abstinence-centered education and monkeypox or the spreading of any kind of STDs. Is like
people who live there are people who were part of the New York education system. Do you think that New York, maybe if any place is a melting pot, literally New York would be the melting pot, and one of the major transit centers, right? Like in terms of international travel, right?
I do agree. We need to build a wall.
Okay.
All right. God, but this is brain rot. Please. Yeah, this is brain rot. Like, I don't know why we would sit here wasting our time like with this incredibly spurious connection. There is no correlation between people who are in abstinence. I love that abstinence-centered education as opposed to like a more comprehensive, right? One, I don't understand why that would be, like how that's related to this at all. It actually just doesn't seem like it would be. And then secondly, I would say that like, so abstinence-only education isn't really like it. What we call abstinence-only education is incredibly misleading. So you have these places that have this really comprehensive, like except for like the state of Texas, which even Texas now has more than that. But like where there's a comprehensive like sex education, but abstinence is stressed. Abstinence is stressed as the only way to 100% prevent all of these STDs and STIs, and that's factually accurate. Abstinence is the only way you can be 100% guaranteed not to contract any STDs. Now, that you can say that also condoms are really great preventative things, getting regularly tested, making sure that your partners are tested, limiting the number of sexual encounters you have with people and the number of sexual partners, and making sure that your partners do the same, saving sex for marriage. All of these are various ways to prevent STDs and prevent STIs, but the idea is when you're talking to young children is also to say, because of the fact that I know that the likelihood that you're going to be as disciplined as you're supposed to, you can't even get you to remember to feed the dog at night. The idea that we're going to try to get you to remember to make sure that you're wearing a condom and making sure that you're like enforcing other people to wear a condom or in something as uncomfortable as sexual encounters, I think that it would make all of the sense in the world why you would say abstinence only is the preferred version of of abstaining, of avoiding all of these STDs. But those things would be labeled as abstinence only education just because they're
That's considered
saying
abstinent plus.
Okay.
Specifically in Texas. I was just talking in Texas, like they differentiate between abstinence plus, which is what you were discussing.
Okay,
and
but
abstinence only.
Texas is something different. Like, you know, nigga, they got their own power grid. But like around the country and all of those different states that you're talking about, like where abstinence only is stressed, it's still not an abstinence only education unless we're just saying any education that includes the fact that abstinence only is the only way, like it is the only way of totally preventing any STIs or STDs. And if that's the case, then sure. I mean, I mean, but that's just factually accurate. And I think that we're always, whenever we're talking about abstinence only, it seems like people are talking about that the education only teaches about abstinence and doesn't teach about anything else. And that's just not true. In like the vast majority of cases, Texas is an exception.
Let's go to Scott and then Sproticus.
And I was
and then
I want to.
And I want to say something cool.
Yeah,
Scott,
I want to stress
Sproticus
two
out.
things because there's actually two forms of education that's appropriate here. There's nothing to do with grooming. There's nothing to do with abstinence only education. It has nothing to do with all of these weird connections that are trying to be made. These are the two things that you need to understand. That if you are an individual that wants to be sexually active, you need to engage in protection, and you shouldn't be having orgies, and you shouldn't be engaged in sexual activity over and over and over again without making sure that your partners are tested and making sure that you're not having sex with people that are having a bunch of other sexual partners and not getting tested regularly. So that's number one. Number two, what we know so far is that one of the primary reasons why we are seeing a surge in monkeypox is because we are no longer vaccinated against smallpox. The younger population is not vaccinated against smallpox. And to the best of our knowledge, smallpox seems to be a relatively good vaccination to prevent the likelihood of catching monkeypox. So if you're someone that's skeptical of vaccines, smallpox vaccines have been used since literally George Washington in America. He inoculated his troops with smallpox. It is a live attenuated virus with a bifurcated needle. It's not a big deal. It is not something that is like a new vaccine with crazy things in it. Go get a fucking smallpox vaccination if you can. Go to your doctor. It's not that big of a deal. You take care of the wound on your arm, it disappears, it leaves a tiny little scar. You don't ever have to worry about smallpox again, and you're much, much less likely to catch monkeypox. So if you actually care about reducing this, practice safe sex. Don't go to fucking orgies. Don't have sex with random people on fucking Tinder that are having sex with a bunch of other people. And if you can, get a fucking smallpox vaccination. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it seems like the issue here isn't the lack of education, right? It seems like the issue is degenerate hedonistic behavior where people just fucking each other like wanton in fucking like piles of dick and ass. Like that's the fucking problem.
Piles of dick and ass. Another good band name. Let's go to Sproticus, and then
So I'm gonna finish reading what I was trying to read so eloquently earlier. The CDC has concluded that the monkeypox can be spread from direct contact with the infectious rash, scabs, or body fluids, respiratory secretions during prolonged face-to-face contact or during intimate physical contact, such as kissing, cuddling, or sex, touching items such as clothing or linens that previously touched the infectious rash or body fluids, and pregnant people can spread the virus to their fetus through the placenta. This is not an only gay thing. This can and has, as shown, will spread to people who are not gay and don't participate in gay sex. And so the idea that we're just talking about for monkeypox, we're just talking about don't go to orgies, don't have sex with the people on Tinder that have sex with a bunch of other partners is absolutely ridiculous when this can be spread through a linen not being washed when they laid in it the night previous. This is absolutely ridiculous to go on this like large tirade of who people should have sex with when that's a way to spread it, yes, but that's the only way we're talking about, and there's other ways you can catch the monkeypox that's not that, and we're not addressing that, and we're just leaving that out of the conversation.
Dude, you can
Wait, so like we're dealing with the problem
you
here.
have a quick reply, then I'll Zonia. Who else? And then Fnatic. Do you want to go? I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just a little bit concerned. So why do you think it is that
wait 1 second, can we all just like pause for 5 seconds? I'm sorry, Doobie, please, for the love of God, please,
go
5
for
seconds.
It, I love you. Okay,
I just want to make sure that we all pause and congratulate Sproticus because he can read
and he wanted to read that to us. It had nothing to do with the conversation because no one made those arguments, but it's good because he read it and he wanted to educate us in this manner.
Just make that argument? Didn't Fanatic just didn't Fanatic just didn't Fanatic just didn't just didn't Fanatic didn't wait, no, we can play this. I can play this game if you want to play this game because no one's gonna get muted here. I keep playing this game because no one's gonna get muted because you did this to me. So if you want to continue to interrupt people, we can just keep talking. I like this game. This game's great, Fanatic. I love this.
Thank you. Please mute him because I was talking.
You did it to me.
Everyone shut the fuck up when I tell you to shut the fuck up. I don't care who you are. Just stop talking. Thank you. Fuck. All right. Good. You got your dig in. Sprouticus, you said your thing. People make a quick response. I was still talking.
Me.
I don't care. Shut up. Thanks.
You're right. I got it. You're right. 100%. Maliciously comply here.
Okay. I just want to know why Sprouticus thinks it is that homosexuals are getting this at much higher rates than everybody else.
Homosexuals are getting at much higher rates because there's a much higher risk factor. But the fact that it's
What's
not
the risk factor?
The risk factor is sex.
Where does it come
and
from?
Unprotected sex. So
specifically, why is their unprotected sex more likely to lead to them having monkeypox?
It's because it's anal sex, but it's not. Straight couples have anal sex as well.
Sex?
Oh my gosh. I didn't say that what you said was incorrect. I stated that there was other issues, which I was trying to bring up. I don't know why this point's being drawn out. Yes, it can cause anal sex can cause this. Never said it couldn't, but there's other causes that we're just leaving out of the conversation and just pretending like this is the only cause we're worried about because that's been the only topic of conversation. We're not talking about how it can be spread through bed sheets or by clothes.
What's the interesting conversation you want to have there? Hey guys, wash your bed sheets more often. Then what? Like, where do we go?
No, then maybe we should talk about sex education then, and not necessarily monkeypox. If you think monkeypox is so boring, then we can move to sex education.
It seems like the issues in sex education. I think people know that sometimes when you're fucking somebody in the ass, there could be like some pain, there could be some tearing if you're not doing it correctly. Right? I don't think the issue is education here.
There can be tearing, and there can be tearing vaginally if you don't do it correctly.
Nobody said that. Right? Nobody claimed that wasn't true. But it's much more likely to happen if you're having anal sex.
Dude, 96% of the people are gay. So obviously that's the majority of the conversation here.
Yeah, you're asking.
But it's not the only way it can spread, and it can spread through many other reasons.
We got it. Isle, then Zonia, then Bam, and then Fanatic. Isle, please.
I was just curious because we're talking about spiritualist correlations and things of that nature with abstinence only education. But even the article that was linked, like lots of health professionals and experts had a correlation more directly with pride parades and pride celebrations in June, because lots of men were having sex with men, and getting together and having, like Doobie said, like a whole lot of hedonistic piles of dick and ass parties and whatnot. And I think that is the more cogent correlation, because that's why you see lots of it happening in New York and California, because they have really large, really culturally instituted pride parades in these areas. And I think that's just what's going on. Now, I don't think that like I said before, I don't think they should be blamed for that, because, if they want to celebrate pride and but having a celebratory, I'm gay, so I'm going to have an orgy like type affair, that's totally fine. I mean, we live in a very sex positive culture, free love, sex work is real work, like prostitutes doing the real work of God and things of that nature. And slut walks up and down the street. So I mean, they're as much victims as anyone else in this culture. I mean, if anyone ever says that we should have a sex negative point of view, they're rightfully, and I'll say this right, they're rightfully shown as puritanical and authoritarian, and they want to get into your bedroom. So, but this is the trade-off of that, is that we have lots of people being hedonistic and just doing the wrong things because they live in a culture where it's just okay to say, what, gay pride, let's have an orgy. And then some people just have monkeypox. That's just how it works. And it's not their fault, but they should have been more responsible, because even within the article, it was saying that gay men were reporting that with like Prep C and all these other pills that help you take out the viral load of HIV, they were using condoms less because there was less risk of spreading HIV now. So I think that's just irresponsible, degenerate behavior, and I think that people should be aware that no, you need to put that condom back on. There's a new kid on the block that's gonna fuck you up if you have an orgy and you
Yo,
don't know
preach.
who's in there. Okay, you need to put that condom back on. I think that's what we just had to have an outreach to the gay community and let them know that like you thought HIV was bad, monkeypox is here now, and it's pretty much just as bad, if not worse. Maybe, I don't know. Possibly, maybe, we don't know.
So now I'm interested in coming out to the world as gay because apparently it comes with a free orgy. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Zonia and then Bam and then Fanatic.
Well, that's an interesting one to follow. First, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate both Fanatic and Sprouticus on their marriage. Congratulations on your nuptials. I hope that this is a long-lasting marriage. You two, it feels like you guys have already been married for years, honestly, with the kind of bickering that you two have. But I do want to have that moment of congratulations. Chat, if you could just throw some emotes in there, maybe throw some bits even, to kind of celebrate, kind of like you would confetti on the marriage of Fanatic and Sprouticus. Also, be careful, monkeypox, right? So, I think one thing that we can all kind of agree on is that in general, a lot of transmissible diseases and infections are much more likely to transmit when you are in close proximity with people, especially sexually involved with them, sleeping with them, in the same house, having sex with them. All these things are going to increase the odds. And then any additional risk of exposure there from, like, as Doobie kind of put it, from rip and tear, or but is going to increase the risk of transmission of various types of transmissible diseases, especially bloodborne ones. So no matter what, you're going to get more exposure to this. I think obsessing over it being, gay men transmitting it is a little bit ridiculous. I think what we can focus on more is, like, what are the many ways in which we should be reducing that exposure. So I think gay men by and large tend to probably have a pretty good idea of sex education, though maybe don't follow the rules. So that's something to keep in mind. Sex education is kind of suffering in many states, and it isn't as comprehensive as it should be. But I think overall we should be talking about, hey, the broader picture. How do we reduce the exposure of this thing and limit its spread, slow it down, and that includes sort of amending sex education right now, not just a system, but right now, kind of getting the message out there. Hey, use protection. Kind of get protection, make protection more available to everybody, not just gay men, right? Not just for gay sex, but for everyone. Reduce the number of orgies, celebratory orgies. I get it. It's a big American thing. They do those in the White House with the current president, from what I've heard from various Republicans. And just reduce the number of orgies, maybe have fewer people involved, reduce it down to like 3 people instead. But yeah, just everybody should be taking precaution. There's no reason to demonize one subgroup of people for this kind of thing. But also again, congratulations to Fanatic and Sprouticus.
3 people is not much of an orgy. I think you know that. All right, we can do better than that.
Well, I don't have sex, so I wouldn't know that.
I think you know that much. All right, Sonia.
I'm not degenerate, okay? I'm not a degenerate like you guys are.
That's true. I'm the degenerate here. Let's go to a Fanatic. That's absolutely true.
Now, I don't know. I feel like people are making like a weird moralization with the idea of like, oh, why are we calling out a specific population group? At least, I think at least in regards to how they're dealing with the vaccine that they have related to it. I mean, I would assume this early on, especially with, I'm sure facilities who create vaccines aren't going to stop pumping out COVID. That seems to be like the top priority right now. So with this being like a smaller issue, a secondary issue, I'm sure vaccines are limited. So I've seen something saying like one of the requirements were like they were trying to prioritize the LGBT population because it was specifically gay men, because it seems to be the who it's having the biggest impact on. So it's just being specific with our targeting and being efficient. I don't think it's necessarily the same thing as stigmatizing.
Bam, I cannot. Oh, I'm sorry. You had another point. It seems.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, no, I don't consider it necessarily stigmatizing. As far as it seems like I thought we were dealing more with the sex ed end of things, but it seems like we're kind of shifted away from that. I just generally believe that um I probably do lie somewhere on, I don't even know about abstinent plus, like the idea of like, oh, you can do all these things, but throwing moral must to be abstinence. I think saying that like probably abstinence is pretty cool. Wait until you find someone that you truly want to have sex with is a good thing, but like I don't think that it would, if these abstinence plus programs are making it making, I guess, throwing like a throwing their morality around on the idea of um like having sex before marriage. I don't think that would be super good or useful, but I think abstinence should obviously be an option.
So I have a little bit of a bone to pick with that first statement, Black America Made. While I agree with your sentiment that like we're just trying to represent reality here in dealing with a new virus. The
I'm
idea
just trying
that
to be
like
useful, not representate. Like be trying to like we're dealing with limited resources.
right, but hear me out on this. The idea that we can at the very least empathize with the LGBT community, that not that long ago the state played a lot of fucking games with HIV and AIDS. I mean, people were poisoned to death with AZT. The government shut down, and the FDA made sure that these people couldn't get life-saving medication because you know what? It's only happening to blacks and gays. And so the idea that they didn't stop, that they stopped people from being able to get fucking vitamins, that the medical community was experimenting on these people. And now you have another virus that comes about just after COVID, just after government overreaches, and by the same Dr. Fauci that fucking murdered so many of these people, that happened to somehow magically remain in power. Now we have another fear-mongered virus, and this comes in, and it's specifically spreading in the gay community. While I understand the sentiment that like, look, we're just trying to be honest about what's going on and deal with this adequately, I think we also have to empathize with the mistrust of a lot of people coming after them, or specifically saying, oh, well, this is just a problem that's a you problem and things like that. Because I feel for a lot of people that have grown up in that community, or have no older people in that community, or have done their research, that are a part of the LGBT community, I think they're rightly looking at what could occur if it continues down this line with an adequate amount of fear, which is that it wasn't that long ago that the government was willing to sacrifice and kill them because it didn't give a fuck about a bunch of gay people and black people dying, so long as it wasn't happening too much in our white communities. And that's not that long ago. And so, yeah, I agree with you. I just don't want to be tone deaf to people being like, why the fuck are you coming after my people?
I don't think I think there's a difference between education on the issue and showing that there's like, oh, this isn't specifically STD. There's multiple ways, like like everyone has some level of risk, and saying and dealing with like, oh, okay, we have a limited number of vaccines. Who should we give them to? Should we say first come first serve, or should we make an effort to target, like to try to help out the population that seems to be at highest risk? But just because we have limited resources, I think that just makes more sense. Like,
I'm just saying we gotta be careful with like not understanding at all why people might be offended by that. If they got good reason to be.
No, I understand. I think that they're just comparing two things that shouldn't be compared. But that's it.
Fanatic?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I guess I don't really have anything to contribute right now.
Sorry, were you gonna say something else?
Oh no, I just didn't want to take the time from Fanatic. But I guess a third point with this would be would basically be no, it was kind of responding to what Fabian said. Like I think we we were targeted with our donations to Ukraine, we didn't decide to like, oh, okay, let's give a little bit of resources to every, there's a lot of countries. Like, I don't think we should all lives matter this situation is basically what I'm saying. I'm saying that like if we have a community that's dealing with something, I don't think that it's a bad thing to be very specific and very and the ways you deal with that, because that as a part of the, like I always talk about black issues, I'm always asking for black people to be targeted more specifically and anything. Like I don't because I feel like it's necessary if you actually want to help groups.
So I wanted to try to relate this because some people well, okay. I think that these things are connected, right? I think when it comes to this moral panic we're having in society about the LGBTQ community, where you have teachers, right, who would be, first line defense in all of this education, who are afraid to even talk about homosexuality, period, because we're passing laws to say, hey, don't only mention that. When and whether or not, because we don't need to get in a conversation about like what exactly that law says, because a lot of people are going to be wrong on this issue. But the point
mostly
is that,
you.
Sure, whatever. But the point is that people have fear around what these laws are saying, right? And it's changing their behavior, and it's making it more difficult to get information out, right? Or just talk about the gay community in general. And we're setting such a toxic environment, and a dangerous environment, a very extremely dangerous environment. Are we not setting the seeds for more disaster later on, where other diseases like this, right? Like I remember at the start of this, I said like not just talking about monkeypox, but the future, right? Built into the question, but the future where we'll have more of these types of epidemics that'll come down the line, right? If we have a society that is more dangerous to our LGBTQ brothers and sisters, and a society that is less equipped in terms of sex education, right? Like, is that going to cause a problem, or maybe not? Maybe a conservative thought on this is actually correct, and yeah.
It's not that hard, Prime. It's not. I really feel like it's not that hard to have schools go wear a condom when you have sex with your partner. Like, they don't have to mention a sex on the opposite side, and they can still give good sexual advice. I don't think it's that big of an issue. While I do disagree with the "Don't Say Gay" bill, and I've made that fairly well known since the "Don't Say Gay" bill came out in Florida. I don't think it would be an issue even in states to just say like wear a condom when you have sex with your partner, do this when you have sex with your partner, and just give that person like the way they can be safe without going into like demonstrations of how you have sex with your partner. Like I think it can be done very well, and it can teach someone how to be safe when they're deciding to get romantic or get very sentimental with their partner.
I would like to say that you trying to tie like the general fear of the LGBT community into like this weird idea that like somehow this has an effect on monkeypox or makes the environment less safe, whilst also ignoring why the entire groomer thing is such a big cultural issue, because you have literal teachers like isolating children from their parents and talking about fucking anal sex.
Yeah.
Like you're the group pushing narratives that's damaging the healthy sex education.
Wait a minute. You can't do this. No, wait a second. Fabian,
you're the one who's doing this shit.
You started out this the first thing you said was talking about like, oh, let's not do the thing where we make all conservatives abstinence only. We're talking about an extreme small group, and then you do the exact same thing. Like
no, it's not. It's very logical. I'm saying he's trying to force this. I'm saying he's trying to force this conversation about groomers, and then trying to somehow make this spurious connection to monkeypox and the way that we deal with that. And what I'm saying is that the two are not connected. And you're saying, well, you're trying to say that these individuals are doing like healthy education, that's somehow stopping healthy education. And I'm saying this is exactly unhealthy education. And that's why conservatives are so fucking pissed.
So you think it's the sex education that's grooming kids? Is that
No, I
basically
think
what
it's
you're
the
saying?
cultural
No.
milieu that's
I think
I'm
trying
having
to teach
difficulty-
fucking young
Society.
children and trying to teach young children wild shit that has gotten out of control
Do
for
you think that
political
that's
ideological means and not caring what the fucking fallouts of that abuse of children is. That's
Do we
happening
wanna-
in a
a
large
do we
more
wanna
relevant
move the
group
topic
and
in the
have its
direction
own
of?
group.
So we want to talk about what, like teaching kids anal sex in school is a thing that's going on, and that's grooming.
I mean,
That's
these
what
are
you're
isolated
basically saying?
incidents,
I
obviously,
think
but
it's more
like, yeah,
about
that
the
happens.
broader culture.
Yeah, it sounds like a very isolated incident. I don't know what the prevalence of it is. Is it growing
It's very
prevalence?
prevalent. It's very prevalent in the broader culture because people all over
Broader
say,
culture?
sex.
And like he said, he specifically mentioned first and second graders. That was my if he was talking about like eighth graders or high schoolers,
teenagers,
yeah,
like in high
then that would be a
school.
different conversation. But like saying
Well, I
that
mean,
like
they
there's
show
there's a
children.
prevalence.
They literally show children's videos to people under third grade where they're talking about masturbation.
Oh,
and they're
again,
showing penises,
but
and they're
dealing
talking
with
about
it, is
different
it
forms of
is it a
sex.
hyper relevant thing? Because you just said you didn't, and everyone has respected the idea of not framing all conservatives as this abstinence only community. But you're doing the exact same. I'm asking why? How can you not see this? You're literally trying to frame
I'm
it as
not
a
seeing
prevalent
anything.
thing.
What I'm saying is if you want to talk about, if you want to try and draw this connection that anti-groomer shit is somehow related to monkeypox, and then you want to say that it's working in this way that's preventing healthy sex education and fear. What I'm saying is that very type of education is not healthy. That's all I'm pointing out.
Spartacus was saying that. I don't think he was
Prime
trying to
Ties
say.
was saying that.
You think Primes was saying that first
that it was
graders
having
should do anal sex?
he was making, without understanding, a chilling effect doctrine argument, right? The idea that because some forms of speech and education are being stifled, that it works in other areas of individuals' free speech to be able to educate children appropriately. And I'm saying no, it's exactly unhealthy education, and that's part and parcel why people fucking hate it.
I don't think that is what Prime is saying. I don't think Prime is suggesting that because we're leaving out the education of anal sex, for sub third graders, that we're having a spread, that this is going to contribute to the spread of monkeypox.
That's not what I said.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think Prime. I think at the end of my statement, I could be wrong, but I think at the end of my statement, Prime even agreed with what I said. So, like, it's Prime, a huge leap. Prime's here; he can speak for himself.
Scott, it seems like you're making a massive leap here in what he's saying.
I'm not making a massive leap. Prime is making the massive leap by trying to tie groomers to the way we look at fucking monkeypox, and I'm breaking down that rationality and why it doesn't make sense.
Look at the question. How did I?
But it requires you guys to hold two thoughts at the same time.
I know. But let me read the question again to you, all right? So it talks about, hey, World Health Organization has declared monkeypox to be an international public health emergency. As of now, the transmission seems to be almost exclusively between men who have sex with men. However, at the same time, in the U.S., we have a conservative movement that has criticized and terrorized teachers as being child sexual groomers for either talking about LGBT issues or discussing education.
There's one leap.
Are conservatives' fears about grooming making the public less prepared to deal with a future where more of these types of epidemics will keep emerging, right? Not necessarily about monkeypox, about a future where all that happens, where you have these effects and it makes these things difficult. But then on the other side of it,
you made your question sufficiently vague while still making leaps. Because
whatever.
Conservatives are out here mad that teachers are
teaching all the time. I love it when you do these statements all the time, Scott, right? Because all the time you come on here and no conservatives are doing this crazy fucking thing. Yeah, there are plenty of conservatives doing that crazy fucking thing all the goddamn time.
You didn't even hear the rest of my sentence.
There are crazy fucking conservatives doing. I've listened to you for the last few minutes. I actually know what the fuck you're saying. Yeah, I get it, Scott. But any which way, right?
What was I going to say then? You get it. What was I going to say then?
Shut up, Scott. Please.
What was I going to say?
Right? Oh my God, Scott, shut the fuck up.
You can't, can you?
Oh my God, Scott, shut the fuck up.
Either be a moderator or be a panelist. Go ahead. What was I going to say?
I'm gonna be a moderator. Don't worry, I gotta be a moderator.
What was I going to say? Don't be a coward. Answer it. Don't be a coward.
Don't worry.
Don't be a coward.
Shut the fuck up. There you go. Took me a while to get to the server mute button. I love it. So any which way, right? Like as if I fucking give a shit, right? Or have to dance loose for you, right? Like the point is, that these that this idea of grooming isn't based on anything fucking rational. When we have a moral panic, these things spread and they grow, right? They are like as you see with fucking CRT. CRT is even a better example of this, right? It was just critical race theory. I'm concerned about how our history is being taught within our schools. That's all it is, right? And I think this is being improper. But then everything gets called critical race theory at some point in time, right? Even though it's not, even though it's a thing that's mostly limited to colleges, right? Everything becomes critical race theory, and then they start using an excuse to get rid of anything, right? They'll have literal book burnings happening around critical race theory, right? This idea, whatever the fuck that is, like going through middle school libraries and tossing out those books, right? Like this is what happens, and not just for that, but also again, because they think those books are grooming individuals. See, that's a dumb fuck thing that conservatives do, right? A dumb fuck thing that conservatives believe. And so this is why I'm relating it to grooming, because conservatives are so prone to dumb fuckery like that, right? Because they're so prone to that, I'm wondering if this can make ourselves less prepared to give people the information they need in the future when more of these things happen. Obviously, what's happening in this current discussion about grooming, right, and this current pandemic about monkeypox can't be related, because these things there's no way that one can bleed into the other that quickly, right? Like, obviously not. But I'm talking about, and it says it in the question, because that's how I fucking wrote it, talking about a future of these epidemics where more of these types of diseases will happen. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
And further proving Prime's point, I just want to, because it'll stick. It'll be really quick because I've said too much already. Further proving Prime's point is like a real life example of recent history is conservatives were freaking out and banning and threatening to leave State Farm because State Farm was handing out was voluntarily giving books to literally parents in schools that had images of like gender equality and sexual equality, and the conservatives literally they were not talking about first graders doing anal sex. We're just talking about gay people existing in books. And the conservatives said that State Farm was grooming children.
Grooming.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so a slight rewording is basically that Prime. What you're trying to say, or what you're a big concern here, is that there are a couple things going on. There's obviously the straw manning of the LGBTQ community as groomers and grooming, as well as straw manning more comprehensive sex education, and then stigmatizing that and causing a panic over it. That's going to basically cause sex education to regress and become more primitive and less comprehensive, and then later contribute to more risk of STI and other types of things. So that sounds like effectively what you're talking about here.
Yeah, specifically, at least when we were talking, well, maybe other forms of sex, but at least in the form of gay sex. But I think this actually plays into heteronormative sex as well.
Yeah, that's why I said also sex education overall, stigmatizing sex education overall. Yeah, and so that's why it didn't make sense to me what you were saying, Scott. It just seemed like you were sort of like leaping to something that did not sound like what Prime was saying. I don't know, maybe I misread it.
I'm going to unmute Scott so Scott can respond. Thank you, Scott. Please. Thanks.
I mean, I already made my argument, which is that he was attempting to make this spurious connection, that it would somehow lead to a chilling effect, but he didn't understand that. And that he was making the connection that the case against grooming was somehow leading to this right-wing kind of resurgence or, attacks in some regard. And that this would somehow lead to more difficulties in dealing with these situations, which I think is silly. Also, you muted me because you couldn't respond to the fact that you said that you knew
No,
what I
I
was going to
muted
say,
you because,
and then
like,
you immediately
even if
went
I
into
say it,
critical
right,
race theory.
you'll
So
just
here's my
change
deal.
your mind. Oh, well,
Here's my
this is
deal,
not
prom
because we've
guys.
done this before. Like,
So-
oh, well, what
so
did I
here's
say?
my
And
deal.
then I say it, and then you're like, oh, well, that's not what I
Yeah,
meant to say.
cool.
Even though,
So
like,
here's
it
what I'll
follows
say.
exactly your
You've
form
proven
of thought.
you're
Go ahead.
proving yourself. You're proving yourself a coward by doing so. But you can.
Okay, coward. Sorry, thanks. Once again muted. Keep going. So any which
Okay.
way, let's Al. Al, please.
Okay, so what Scott's saying has some merit, but I think he doesn't go far enough. All right, I think that there is this spurless correlation because I don't think there'll ever be a time where, like, there's gonna be such a unless there's like some evil like James Bond villain who's twirling his mustache saying I'm specifically gonna make a gay disease that's actually gonna kill gay people specifically. I don't think there's anything that a normal sex ed class that you would teach to straight people wouldn't also apply to gay people if all you have to do is say, okay, guys, wear a condom when you have sex, especially if you're going to have anal sex, because there's risk of micro tears and lesions in there, blood-borne diseases, things of that nature. So I think that is bad. Okay, and going further, like I said, it's going further because it's not just people in schools that are doing this, the so-called grooming. I think what is going on is the broader social and cultural milieu that's going on. Like I said, like being like totally sex positive, like free love and sex work is real work and things of that nature, slut walks and like that type of culture, like Pride March culture as well. I think those are also grooming. Not in the sense that any one person is actually an actor trying to coerce people and things, but I think it's just like it's so suffused in the culture that people just growing up in this environment can take into like these ideas that okay, it's okay to have like an orgy and not have protected sex because like everyone's doing it, everyone thinks it's okay, everyone thinks it's glamorous or like an actual thing that is like worthwhile in society. And so I think that that's why I said in my opening that I don't blame like the people who got monkeypox through these, who may or may not have gotten it through promiscuous dealings, because I think they're just as much victims as anyone else. But I do think that going forward, we should tell people to be a bit more responsible with their bodies and what they're doing.
I feel like y'all might need some sex
let-
education.
I think so too. My friend
Is
Doobie,
Isle of Isles a fellow prude, by the way?
absolutely.
No, I think that people who are like pushing like the sex negative, like oh, you should never have sex. I think those people are just puritanical and authoritarians if they're trying to like police other people what they're doing. But you got to be smart about it. You can't just say, you know what, it's Gay Pride Month, so I'm gonna have like a 30-person orgy and like parade in the streets half butt naked. Like
let's go to. So the answer is yes. Doobie, please.
Well, I'm kind of curious. So, given that I think you guys would agree that we want schools to be kind of teaching children how to get onto a life path that's going to benefit them long term, right? They need to learn the skills. They need to have a good and happy life. But like, given that we understand, right? There's tons of research on this that people that have actually fewer sexual partners, people who aren't sex positive whores, really, who aren't sluts, who aren't whores, who aren't flinging their dick around, humping every ass they see. Those people are actually much less happy long term than the ones who don't do that, and the ones who are more reserved with their sexual activity, right? Who are more responsible, right? The people who wait until marriage are actually happier long term than people who don't. Right? So what's the issue with that being the focus of this education? I'm not saying like you can't teach the other things, right? But what's the issue with telling people, hey, long term, if you want a happier life, this seems to be the way to do it.
I think those studies probably need to be updated over time. Like I think if you
to be fair, most of that is people just going to church. Like most of it is people that go to church are happier. That's the major correlation there.
I'm sure that's part of it.
So
it's the social capital of having like being connected with your community, knowing a bunch of people, sharing in shared values and goals with a community of people. Like most of it is people that go to church tend to be much, much happier than people who don't. And people that
Yeah.
tend to go to church tend to be, you know, not involved as often in, you know, sex orgies and the Canaries and then on BDSM club with monkeypox in Belgium.
Not the piles of dicks and asses. Yeah.
Right.
But so was it Bam? Did you want to respond to that?
Oh yeah, I think that like I said, I think that, you know, whatever study you can find today, like I said, I actually probably agree with Fabian there. It probably is more so related to having some sense of community, and some I guess your morality being led by having a religion gives you guidance, it gives you stability.
Well, it's mostly social capital. Read Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone.
I'm really trying to. I can't even agree with you. Dang. I'm saying that, like, yeah, I think that that's generally the case. But I think that I think as you update that over the next few years, like over the next few decades, I think you'll see people who had like what we would consider pretty casual sex lives still went on to have marriages and kids and all like, and are happy, or maybe they didn't have those things, but maybe like they'll check a box saying that they're happy with where their lives at.
Yeah, DB.
I agree with.
I was gonna say, other than the owl, I think that what I wasn't joking. I was saying we may actually. I feel like we're missing sex education because I don't like when you're dealing with anal sex and we're dealing with like just different types of sex in general. Sex ed is more than just wear a condom or don't have sex. Like there's ways, and this isn't for elementary schoolers, for anyone who's about to make a straw man. But if you're dealing with like people who are getting, you know, into those upper ages, like those upper teens, like you can't just jump in straight into like having sex when you're LGBT. Like there are different things that you need to know outside of just the typical cis like wear a condom rhetoric.
And I want to build a little bit on what you said.
Wait,
Bam,
hold on. Wait,
because
what would be anything that would be distinguished there, Bam? What do you mean?
I mean, if it gets weird, but if you're going to do anal, I know people who say that like you have to prep, like you can't go to dinner, you know, like eat a steak and then go do anal. Like it's just not going to turn out well. One, just like from a romantic perspective, two, from like a health perspective, it's not super safe to do things like that.
So
I want to. Well, I have two problems with that.
I want to build a little bit. I want to build a little bit on what Bam said because I think it's important. So
I have two problems.
Zonia first.
Zonia is building. Yeah, Zonia's on.
Yeah,
like it's not different points.
So one of the things that Bam was saying in there is that, you know, this is the direction that society is going. It's becoming more and more sex positive, and things are going to become more promiscuous, and that's something that you can't really change, right? And I mean, meme a lot because I'm asexual, and I think it's fun to meme on people who have sex. But the reality is that's the direction that society is going. So we can't just pretend that we can somehow roll that back, you know, 40 years and, you know, get everybody back on track to having generally, single or what do you call it, you know, two-person relationships and monogamy, and marriage and all that crap. Guess what? Out the window for more and more as time goes on. So pretending that we can somehow roll the clock back on that is just naive. So we do have to move in a direction that compensates for that and factors in that change in society, the sex positivity and the promiscuity, and builds a comprehensive sex education around those elements of society that are inevitable, that are part of our society.
Just real quick, why do you think hedonism is inevitable and that the culture can't change?
I don't think you can roll back the clock. The society is moving in that direction. It's only ever moved in that direction forward, you know, in the last 100 years. So unless we want to think that sometime, you know, in another 100 years from now, we'll roll it back again, like another 100 years, 150 years. But that would be naive. That would be a pipe dream to think that may happen, but gambling on that is just naive.
Zonia, it's been rolled back from prior history, right? Prior history was more sexually promiscuous. I don't necessarily know if it's a gamble. You can see it throughout history. It gets rolled forward and backwards as time goes on.
Can you predict it?
I can say that through the pattern of behavior of history, it's going to roll forwards and backwards.
But you can't predict when, so you may as
I
well.
can't predict when. No one can predict when, but I can predict that it's going to roll backwards at some point in time.
So you may as well build in a comprehensive education around what society is
I'm
doing
not saying
now.
don't build an education. I was the person that said build an education. But what I'm saying is that to say that it's not going to go forwards and backwards is a little bit weird to me, because it's happened over and over again in history.
I didn't say it's not going to have that ebb and flow, but you may as well assume that it's not going to, because you can't predict when it's going to go back. So you may as well assume the worst.
I don't know. I think the cultural right,
or in some
ascendant
cases assume the best, but from my perspective, the worst.
I mean, I would say that I think the cultural right is ascendant in some ways, because we have had so much leftism in philosophically that you're beginning to see, like, the America First people, the populist conservatives. You have the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and so much of the cultural right is ready to change the laws in that regard. Like, I don't know that it's necessarily a safe assumption. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I'm not so sure that it's a safe assumption that we're going to get more hedonism in the future.
Well, think about all the times
Gen
that
Z
it did
is the
go
most.
back. Think about all the times that it did roll back. Those times were when there was a large fundamental church that changed culture, right?
Yeah, I mean, like the Second Great Awakening or something.
Yeah, and the Ottoman Empire, and the Church of England, Catholic Church. You know, there were these moments in time where a significant religious authority managed to change culture and kind of bring it into its fold, and then the behavior changed.
I don't know that I would accept that Marcusean framing that, like, that institutions are necessarily the drivers of cultural change. I would probably take more of a sociological lens of systems theory and open systems, because I think it is both the people that change institutions and institutions that change people. And I would say that there is a kind of ascendant right-wing culture that is occurring in our culture, for better or worse.
Culture is shaped by art.
I would generally agree with that, but I
don't care about art.
That's not true, actually. Look at ISOM's campaign that's made well over $3 million in the fight against Marvel and DC. You have comic book campaigns coming out.
$3 million in the fight against Marvel.
I'm saying $3 million in their first fucking sales is huge.
Yeah.
So
I mean, right wing is definitely getting into art. Look at Vaporwave and things like that.
But regardless, this is still a gamble. So you still have to build a comprehensive education system around what's going on right now. And because things have continually moved in a direction of being much more sexually permissive and positive, you should assume that is going to continue being the direction and compensate for that, and have the education,
I'm saying that you're making an equal gamble by assuming that we're going to have a more hedonistic culture.
No, because if you did not evolve the education based on that trajectory, then you would screw up, and there would be a lot more people making a lot more stupid mistakes.
No, I'd say what we should do is what 95% of conservatives want, which is 95% of Republicans want comprehensive sex education that includes abstinence. Like, I don't see the issue here.
But Republicans are then loading in the term groomer to try to weed out other elements of that comprehensive sex education.
They're not.
I think most of us all are okay.
When you're using children.
I think most of us.
That's not true. We know that's not exactly what's happening.
I think that most of us can agree that including abstinence as like sort of like an understanding that you should be abstinent until you are ready. I think most of us can kind of agree that that's something that's okay to have in sex education and is desirable. But you have conservatives then saying, oh, but we want to weed out a whole bunch of other things that we don't agree with because they don't fit with our view of what sexual behavior should be. And they do that by stigmatizing it, by calling it grooming. Right?
You're not.
That's what they do.
No, that's not like. This is the problem, is that, like, you're looking at it from a left-wing perspective of a very small minority of, like, loud voices online. The overwhelming majority of Republican voters and the right are not looking at groomers as, like, anybody gay. Like, that's just, or like talking about
disagree with
Florida had a big old legislative battle for
for people
4 months
third
over
grade
this very
and under.
thing. No, because it started out broader than that, and they wanted to rein it in even in high school education.
So what you're saying is it wouldn't have passed even by Republican congressmen that are authoritarian and their social values unless it only included third grade and below?
It eventually got whittled down a bit more and reined in a bit more. However, it started out being very broad, and it was a panic response based on that exact same stigmatization of grooming.
So cooler heads prevailed, and then it got down.
But
because
did you address specifically what I said
social
earlier?
Conservative politicians that are old as fuck couldn't get it through unless they watered it down to specifically deal with third graders and below.
Yeah, but it wasn't for a lack of trying and a campaign of loaded terms like grooming.
I'm just. It seems like you're just attacking the word grooming, and you don't have anything to back it up.
But because you're playing dumb. I'm
not playing dumb.
I don't think I'm not. I don't think you're playing dumb. I think deep down you legitimately believe this. But I think that like the evidence would tell you that they're not talking. The Republicans' issue isn't specifically with this hyper fixation of like your example earlier of teaching first graders about anal sex. I don't believe that's the line they're drawing. I believe that
the line that most of them are drawing, if you pay attention to them, is that the political philosophy of the left is destroying education, and that they believe that it's Marxist indoctrination, and that they're using critical race theory, and they're using sex ideology or gender Marxism, whatever, as attack vectors for creating little commie kids. That's what most of the right believes. That's why James Lindsay is so fucking popular.
It's not even little It's not even little kids. I think it's even up to a high school level. If you actually poll the average conservative, if they believe that like the concept of gender should be brought up in comprehensive sex ed, I feel like the average conservative would have an issue with it. They would say no.
In high school, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to look at that data, but it would more than likely stem from the fact that they don't trust these people to not attempt to politically indoctrinate their children. That's really the real fear from conservatives. Political indoctrination.
I'm not. But I'm saying that you can make that argument. You can justify it however you want. But it's not the idea. Their issue isn't just the idea of someone's going to like put their hands on my first grader. That's not the thing. That's not where they draw the line at. They have an issue with LGBT stuff in general. Like again, for whatever
they have an issue with gender ideology.
That's my reason. Yes,
that's not the same thing as teaching gender.
Yes, they have an issue with gender ideology in general. Exactly. That I will accept those terms, but nothing less than that. It's not just about pedophilia or grooming. They have an issue with gender ideology.
But that's not what the term grooming means to the right.
But it is gender ideology.
Grooming can be used by cults. It doesn't have to be sexual. What they're worried about is triangulating kids, and that includes high school kids, because high school kids are still kids, triangulating children and teenagers away from their parents and attempting to indoctrinate them into a political philosophy and destroy the values and the relationship between the parent and those kids. And they find that to be damaging and grooming.
Sure, but under that,
it's not just pedophiles.
But under that exact same definition, like under the definition you just gave, that would include the same trans people exist. That falls under exactly.
No, it literally wouldn't.
It absolutely does.
Where does saying trans people exist have anything to do with triangulating children from their parents?
Because it's considered. It would fall under the indoctrinating ideology. So
no, because triangulating children from their parents is totally separate than
because their parents don't
certain things.
The parents don't believe trans people exist. So if they say that the school told me that trans people exist, conservatives would have an issue with that.
Triangulating things from your parents is saying, don't tell your parents about this, or you don't have to tell your parents about this. This is a safe space where we can talk about our views and things like that, and your parents never have to know, right? That is why HB 1557 is called Parental Rights and Education Bill, as opposed to the Don't Say Gay bill, even though it never mentions gay.
Right. So
because they're concerned with their parental rights.
Right. I understand your perfect framing of it, but I'm going to ask you now, do you think
literally the name of the bill?
I'm not talking about the bill. I'm talking about what people believe. I'm going to ask you now, do you believe that conservatives generally are pro-trans or anti-trans or agnostic to trans?
I would say that most of them lean somewhere between agnostic and maybe anti if they tie it to the political philosophy. I would say most conservatives that I know don't give a fuck if transgender adults are transgender adults.
We're not adults. Do we believe that teaching people that their children of high school age or whatever age that trans people? Do you think that the average conservative would have an issue with this?
I would say that the average conservative is obviously more scientific here as opposed to the anti-science left that believes that you can have such a thing as like trans kids, as opposed to children with gender dysphoria that should be treated appropriately as opposed with surgery and medication that can have horrendous life-altering effects.
You going to answer my question?
I just did.
No, you said that you believe that the right.
I just didn't do it in the simple framing that you wanted. Exactly.
No, I'm fine. I'm actually, I hate people who do the gotchas. I'm absolutely. I don't want a one word answer. I want you to tell your point, however you feel it. But it has to start from the answer. I asked you, do you believe that they generally have an issue with trans people? And you responded with, conservatives want to handle gender affirming, don't have an issue with gender affirming care.
That's not
having an issue with gender affirming care.
I said they're fine with adults.
Right.
But I think when you say that trans kids, that they would not agree with that. They would not agree with that framing. That they would agree that they are children that have gender dysphoria, which may or may not result in the best outcome for them being transgender as an adult. But when you have certain studies that show anywhere from it's like 30% to 97%, the data is not very conclusive. But when you have individuals that socially transition and then don't fully transition if they're not given hormone replacement therapy or androgen therapy, things like Lupron and things like that, and gender affirming care, that they believe that this is damaging to children.
Sure, I believe it's complicated.
This idea somehow being tied to our ability to deal with pandemics in the LGBT community is not connected, and to make that connection is insane. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that the topic of the panel kind of is framed in such a way.
Sure, but we sway to a different thing, and I maybe this is my opinion, and you can say that no, they don't feel this way. I believe that, because I live among conservatives, I believe that the majority of conservatives have an issue with anything related to LGBT people's existences in general being mentioned in school. I think that they generally find a problem with that. Whether they have a problem with
that you live with are black.
No, I actually live in a white conservative town.
So you're talking about mostly white conservatives that you're talking about?
Yeah, but black people are probably.
I've found
worse,
a lot more
honestly.
anti-LGBT stuff when going into the black community than white conservatives in general.
I don't know about worse, but it's definitely a problem.
Let's go to Isle. Isle, you never got a chance to speak. I want to make sure you get in there.
Okay, I was gonna say that pretty much I agree with what Scott was saying, is that with the groomer thing, it's not necessarily that people are calling them groomers because they're gay. It's because of the theology and the evangelizing that they sometimes do in trying to further their agendas for activism's sake. And then sometimes they go too far and it can be off-putting to the normal person. And so I think
what you're talking about, Isle, is you're talking about libs of TikTok kind of things. You're talking about the very, very minority of what actually happens in schools. Someone in chat tried to bring up a Washington bill that was passed regarding education in schools, and they're trying to teach kindergartners sex. And I looked into the bill, and it turns out that they're just trying to teach kindergartners consent, which I don't disagree with teaching kindergartners consent. I think it's an important lesson to learn when you're young, is what is consent and how do you read consent. And even if that doesn't involve sex, if that just involves hugging, or if that involves high fives or whatever that may involve, it doesn't have to involve sex to learn consent. And so I looked through that while I was debating here and showed chat no, this is about consent. For kindergartners, this isn't about sex, but
that's not true.
But I've seen, it is true. I just looked through the bill. But I've seen conservatives get mad about this kind of stuff, and it's because they're the idea that the libs of TikTok is all schools, and it's just not.
That's not the only danger and the only fears from the conservatives, right? Obviously, libs of TikTok is taking the worst example of like some of the craziest teachers in a country of like 330 million people, and like we shouldn't look at that any more than like world star hip hop as like a fucking example of like what New York City looks like. That being said, we're also talking about transformative social emotional learning. We're talking about Paulo Freire. We're talking about critical pedagogy. We're talking about the fact that the education system and the fact that the people that teach education in academia have an extreme ideological bent often. And that we're not just talking about this isolated incidence of individual teachers being a problem, but we're talking about things like transformative social emotional learning, how Casel has transformed something that was designed for conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, and instead brought psychotherapy into the classroom in the form of Maoist struggle sessions, and using transformative social emotional learning as a means of intentionally, and they state themselves regularly. If you just watch the fucking places where teachers go for conferences and you read their academic literature, it is specifically designed to create a vanguard political party for, quote, critical democracy. Like, this is the type of shit that they're talking about. Deep political indoctrination that's using things like gender ideology and critical race theory as an attack vector towards moving these philosophies into children, so that they don't need to be taught Marxist philosophy. They will simply think like a Marxist.
Maoist struggle sessions, and we're the ones who are delusional. All right. Thank you all.
Yeah, you can only
so
run
much.
from it for so long.
Yes. I got it. Any day now. All right. Revolution will happen. Thank you all so much for doing this.
Right. Wait. Just wanted to ask you a question, just real quick. When you invited me to the panel, you said, "Woohoo! You're gonna drive me crazy," and then I said, "I think that we would have an agreement on the second topic." Did we agree?
What did we agree on? You kept agreeing with Scott, and I was disagreeing with Scott. What did we agree on?
Oh, that we shouldn't press the LGBT community and think that they are vectors of disease over proportionally to anyone else.
Anyone else could be a vector of a disease, but like in this case, it's without a doubt that LGBT community is, the gay male community specifically, is the epicenter of this, right? I don't want to fearmonger about them to say that, like, gay people are disease or whatever the fuck, right? It just happens to be a disease that is affecting a certain population, like many other diseases affect certain populations.
Be targeted with our solutions.
Yeah. So sure, I guess, maybe. We have a thing. We also, I'm assuming we agree the sky is blue, but I'm not sure that's enough. So let's continue on, audience. We are going to continue on to Open Walk On panel. We are not done with the content. We never are, right? So we have Open Walk On panel. You sitting at home and participate. You want to come in, want to talk about these topics or other topics, we'd love to have you, and we give you that space, right? I'm just going to give an outro to all these amazing individuals, then we'll do that. But before we do that, Expert Social in chat, first of all, hit us up with a follow on YouTube, right? Twitch. Follow on Twitch, and then hit us up on our various social media accounts like Twitter, Discord, TikTok, and then of course YouTube, where you'll find the VODs. Like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you so very much. Okay, we are going to move on and give an outro to all our fine guests, who I very much appreciate. Even this the first one here, our friend Scott. No, actually I do. I say all the time, I still mean it despite when we have friction. Scott, thank you so much for coming through and giving your opinion, because your opinion generally is far more different from anyone else's.
Of course it is. So I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. Come check us out. Do news, do politics, do debates, do all the fun stuff. We've been doing a lot of interviews lately, and I just want to pimp Wednesday, Yaron Brook from the Ayn Rand, chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute, famous objectivist, will be having a conversation with us. Should be lots of fun. That said, Prime, you muted me quite a few times tonight, pivoting away from a question. And whilst I was muted, you interestingly brought up critical race theory. And so, I find it interesting that the one time you're willing to speak about that is when I'm muted, whenever I'm on a panel with you. So I would say that's a coward's move. But if you say it's not a coward's move, I challenge you right now to any debate on critical race theory whenever you fucking want. So long as my schedule's available, come at me, because I'm going to fuck you up on that. So anytime you want to talk critical race theory, have at it. Thank you, Fabian Liberty Scott. Otherwise, I'm assuming you're a coward for muting me and not taking that debate.
We talk about critical race theory all the time here. But if you wanted to have a debate specifically on critical race theory, I would love to do that. That would be a lot of fun. I've been wondering what would be a good topic for us to have a conversation on, one-on-one about. And if you want to do CRT, it sounds like a great plan. Thank you so much.
Sounds like a blast.
Okay. Yeah. Looking forward to it, honestly. Let's go to my man Fanatic, who's another person I need to debate one-on-one, right? Just gotta figure out. I feel like we disagree on a bunch of stuff, but like I don't know like what would be like an optimal debate, right? And maybe it's just me, stalling, but like I feel like I want something good if we're gonna do a 1v1 debate, Fanatic.
Yeah, I'd be down anytime. I was thinking about it, and I was like, "Yo, I'd like to debate Fabian on critical race theory." And then I just think about how terrible these conversations go, and I'm like, not without a moderator. But I don't know. Maybe you're different in one-on-one conversations than you are on panels, like I very much am. I don't know. But yeah, I think this panel was ridiculous. I think everybody's points were so ridiculous that it just wasn't worth interacting with. But yeah, twitch.tv/MrFanatic, that's where you find me. Playing League of Legends and doing music and all the other base things that I'm involved in. Follow me there.
Thanks so much. All right, Isle, thanks as well for coming through and being a part of this. Not so much for agreeing with Scott, but we all have our failures in life. Okay, so thank you, Isle, for being around.
Thank you. I'm Isle of Isles, resident person in Shadow right now. And you know what? I guess I also have to throw down the gauntlet. And Prime, I'm challenging you to a debate on the gospel of wealth, because I think that you are a little bit too, you cast evil aspersions on people who have more money than you, and I think that's wrong and immoral. So I'm gonna debate it out of you.
Debate the gospel. Oh, what's the gospel of wealth? It's not the prosperity gospel, right? That's something different.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rich people have the
research.
Yeah, you said that robber barons are like being like trying to do PR campaigns and whatnot. I'm gonna debate you that they're actually moral, and maybe even more moral than you, Prime.
Okay, so all right, so we'll have to work out exactly what this debate is about a little later on. But yeah, sure, right? Look, I have L's to hand out to everybody. All right, don't worry, I have enough. All right, I got a new shipment over here. All right, so one for each of you. All right, you get an L, you get an L, you get an L. All right, no problem.
Everybody gets an L.
Exactly. All right, but thank you so much. Hey, if everyone wants to challenge me, pick my galaxy-sized brain, then it works for me. All right. So let's go over to our friend Bam. All right, Bam. Do you want any of the smoke? Right? Are you looking for it too?
I want all the smoke, but I don't have anything to talk about right now, except for that. I would probably debate you in One Piece and win.
No, the fuck you won't. That's the one thing. Holy, okay, that's what gets me.
that I was gonna say that you had no shot. Just to be honest with you. But speaking of other media, really quick, obviously we're in our outros. Nope was really good. If you haven't seen it, go see it. It's the second most creative movie of the year. And probably the most creative blockbuster. I think it was pretty unpredictable. Jordan Peele 3 for 3, and Fanatic is giving terrible. I can just tell he has a bad media take above me. But yeah, I'm Bam. And as I came, I saw, I conquered.
I have not seen any of Jordan Peele's work, right? Not because I don't want to or anything like that. It just hasn't happened yet.
If you haven't
But
seen Jordan Peele, you ain't black.
it's true. It's true. It's true. Right. As ghastly as our friend Scott here. Okay. Thank you. Sprouticus. Sprouticus. Fantastic friend of the channel. Thanks for stopping by. And being part of this.
I appreciate it anytime I'm on the debate panel. Just to plug a little bit, I'm tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm having a conversation with Taftage about guns. She said that no American should own a gun. So we're having that discussion tomorrow at 6:30, and then Wednesday at 8 p.m. I'm going to talk with Half Baked Takes. And so that's going to be a general discussion. So make sure you guys pop by for both those. You can find me at twitter.com/thespraticus and twitch.tv/thespraticus. Appreciate it, Prime.
Absolutely. And that conversation of Taftage actually sounds super interesting. Maybe I'll be able to get a chance to tune into that.
It should be good.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to how that would. And Taft is the conservative too. I'm actually really curious where she places herself. But thank you so much. Okay. Next we have one of our biggest supporters. Honestly, thank you so much for being around, Zonia, for coming through, and then also like trolling my second topic. Much appreciated, there, friend. Zonia, thanks for all the kindness, just in general, and thanks for coming through and being part of this conversation.
Yeah, thank you for having me on again. And despite some of my absurd things that I like to say sometimes, I'm actually quite sex positive and very much a live and let live type. So I lean pretty libertarian for most things. So you may find me joking about sex negativity in these kinds of situations because I am asexual and I do find a lot of things absurd when it comes to sexuality, or confusing even. But it's not really to bag on people or make people feel bad. And I think that people should experience their sexuality how they feel best fits them, and without shame. That being said, I may shame you just for the fun of it. Anyways, this topic sure was a mess. I found it a little hard to contribute, honestly. And it seems like it was kind of dominated by just a couple of people, really. Seems like a lot of us ended up staying out of a good portion of it. In many ways, I kind of agree with Fanatic here on this. Prime, as for debating, I don't know. We tend to agree on a lot of stuff, but maybe we can find something. Like maybe we can debate on like what is the coolest animal in the animal kingdom or something. But yeah, anyways, outside of that, Zonia Dead at Twitch. Take a look at my About page to get access to my other stuff. I also have a Discord. Hop in, hang out with me. I've been streaming Stray in my Discord lately. So if you want to hang out with me while I do that and talk about random stuff, feel free. Thanks again.
If you don't agree that the coolest animal is an ocelot, then you're fucking dead to me. But
bees.
Bees are the fucking okay. All right.
Don't reinforce the stereotype, Prime guys.
Last but not least, we have our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie, aka Apollo of Dicks and Asses. Doobie, thank you for coming through, being a part of this. Doobie, you're always much appreciated, even when you say very little and just are here to provide background flavor. Doobie, please.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes you need to let the peasants, contribute a little to the conversation. It's fine. Just FYI, if you guys are interested, we are going to be having an AMA with Alex Stein on my server on Sunday. Alex Stein is the guy who got in trouble recently for calling AOC a big booty Latina, I think it was. Before that, we're having a really big YouTuber whose name I can't remember, military dude. He will be there on Saturday. Ryan McBath is his name. He'll be out there on Saturday if you guys are interested in talking to him. He's an Army vet, programmer, triathlete, author, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, we'll be there having a good time. Discord.gg/politics. Prime, thank you for the invite.
Sure. Did you already have that conversation with that African American woman?
That was on. Oh shit! I forgot to remind you. God damn it. That was on Friday, last Friday.
You left Prime out.
I totally forgot. I'm sorry. Okay.
No worries, friend. I might have been even busy at that time because something last minute did come up. But still, hopefully I can catch something on the other thing. All right. Thank you all so much. We are going to continue on for open welcome panel right after this. Anyone here can join us. We'd love to have you. All right. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
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 All right. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Here I am, rock you like a hurricane. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was fun. That was a lot. But yeah. I don't know. I enjoyed that. Well, I enjoyed parts of the panel. I'll tell you. Didn't go exactly as I planned, but you know, this is a tough life. I'll tell you. But yeah, guys, if you like any of that panel, again, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Subscribe to the channel. Consider helping out this community. Subscribe to the channel. It's only $5, right? We need your help. We need your support. If you like what we've been putting together, just $5 keeps us up and running, right? So consider subbing to this community. It helps us out so much. Subbing the community, or you know, if you're watching this video, become a YouTube member, or you know, hitting us with super chats and all that good stuff. That's how I'm able to continue on with this. That's how I'm able to provide this space for you. Crowley, we can talk about rich pastors if you want, you know, coming from the last discussion. Like, if you like to do that, that'd be perfectly fine. But it's, yeah, or whatever else that people want to talk about, you know, we kind of leave it open that way. But yeah, the stream is not ending, of course. We still have more content for you, so stick around for that. But yeah, guys, support this community. Guys, if you liked what we did there, and we gave you a whole lot of content, a ton of it, right? If you thought that was fun, thought that was valuable, or thought that was infuriating, one or the other, consider supporting this channel, supporting the content, right? By subbing to the channel. Only $5. Only $5 to keep us around, to keep this coming your way. So support the community. Support the community. Let's see if we get a hype train started. So subs to the channel, just $5. You'll get our emotes, and you'll get ad free viewing. We do play ads during all of this, right? So I don't want you to experience I don't. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for subbing. Dreams of Nax. I got the I have the stream alerts muted, but let me unmute them. And then do that. There we go. Dreams of Nax. Thank you for subbing to the channel. Hey, good way to get us started. Thank you for the kind sub. Right. Thanks for considering this channel worthwhile, providing you with some sort of value, and supporting us that way. Yeah. Sorry. But yeah, guys, help us out, help us keep us up and running. Almost thought you were Dream. Hey, D10 Dream. I know I wasn't talking to you, right? I can be talking to you if you want to resub to the channel, or gift a sub to the channel. I can be referring to you if you like. I can gush about how grateful I am to you. So that's up to you. We could do that. I'll gush about anyone who supports this community, allows me to keep doing this, but I literally cannot do so without your kind support. So support this community by subs to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs. We only if we get two more individual people in the next 5 minutes, we can start ourselves that hype train, right? Next 4 minutes after Dreams of Next get it, but two more individuals. So consider subbing to the channel, like Dreams of Next just did. Thank you again. Or resubbing. If you got a resub, use a resub message. The resub message counts. It helps us out. quite a bit, right? So consider subbing to this, hitting that resub button, and adding to the hype train, or consider gifting bits, or continuing a sub. We've got like a sub from one of our kind gifters. Consider gifting or continuing a sub, excuse me, or gift a sub, to the channel. It helps us out a ton. Thank you, Z Somewhere, for being so kind as gifting another sub. Z Somewhere has been a really kind supporter of this community. Z Somewhere. Putting at 71 subs. Thank you, Rabbit Wombat, for the 100 bits. Helping us out as well. Thank you so much. That puts us in a hype train. Getting a hype train started. And we have Rabbit Wombat. Oh, you got your 1K bits badge. Thank you for the 1,000 bits overall. All right. So we are at a level 1 hype train. 37% done. 63% left. Can we get to a level 2 hype train? If you want to see me do more math like that, and eventually fail miserably, then another reason, keep the hype train going, keep it pushing, right? So support the channel, support the community, guys. If you have a oh, thank you, Jack, Nander Pate. I'm never sure how to say your name, but I'll just say Jack. Thank you, Jack, for continuing gift sub that you got from Undead Metaphor. Well, thank you, Undead Metaphor, for helping out the community at some point in the past month, I suppose. And then thank you, Jack, for being so kind as to continue. Hey, okay, we'll get to that in a second. But thank you, Jack, for being so kind as to continue. You're very, very, very kind sub, right? Yeah, supports the community, helps us out. Thank you for finding value in the things that we are doing here, right? And thank you, B Dander, been a really, really kind support of this community as well. Hitting us up with 5 hot tier 1 gift subs, 5 hot tier 1 gift subs to the channel, right? 41 subs in total. Thank you, gifting sub to Jim's Pitten, 5 Koi's 19, Skoi's 19, I don't know. Sauce Rama, Pyrotech, and Viper Pilot. I don't think I recognize any of those names, but hopefully they'll receive those subs and like, I've been missing out. Let me come and check out this channel. Let me come and be a part of this community. It turns out this channel is amazing, right? It has great individuals in Twitch chat, right? It has literally the sexiest host on Twitch. I mean, who could argue with that, right? That part's undebatable, right? Like, check the facts. We overheard one, right? But maybe that'll inspire them. So thank you for being so kind as helping us out, and gift 5 hot tier 1 gift subs out of 10. Okay, all right. So we are a level 2 hype train, 28% done. Fuck, now the math again. 20%, 72% left, 70% left. Oh, Crawley, hi. Whoever, Crawley, I don't know who you are. But if you are currently muted, I'm imagining that's for a good reason. How about gifting some subs to the channel if you want to be unmuted? Because I'm sure I muted you for a goddamn reason. So if you want, consider. Hey, what about 10 subs? 10 subs would be a huge help. Huge helps to the community, right? So it helps you get out of that hell of being server muted. Support this community, and then it makes up for whatever you might have done in the past. So consider how about this channel. We have 2.5 minutes left on the clock. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Crowley was a dude in the mask with the sticky notes. Interesting. But Crowley was a dude in the mask? I think I can remember that. But anyway, help us out with this hype train. We have 20% done, 70% left. Hop out the community, right? We have 2 minutes left on the clock. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. That's how we keep this up and running, right? Oh, you are a kid. Oh, that's too bad. But anyway, gonna make a joke about taking a parent's credit card. But that's a joke, and don't do that. But we have 90 seconds left. Guys, do you have any more kind supporters of the community? Help us out. Help out the channel. Support the channel. Keep this hype train up and running. Support what we're trying to do. Support what we're trying to build. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. You have less than 90 seconds on the clock. Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs in case you forgot. In case you forgot, right? Just want to remind you, right? In case you forgot, like, how does this work? How does the hype train work, right? Well, I got you, right? Subs channel, gift bits, or gift subs. That's what keeps the hype train alive, keeps the channel alive, keeps this content alive. Well, it doesn't keep me alive. I'll probably survive without it, but still, it keeps me fed. Which helps keeps me alive, which helps keeps that content coming. Thank you, Gas Station, Macbeth, interesting, for gifting a sub to Digital Bean. Hey, Digital Bean, regular member of that community. Thanks so much for that, giving a sub to Digital Bean. We have 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Can we make it to a level 3 hype train? We have 60% done. Any more help we can get? Oh, thank you. See somewhere for the 4 subs, right? We're almost there though. Seconds left. Can someone save the hype train? Seconds left on the clock. 10% left. Z Subware helped us out a ton with the 4 subs. Z Subware is always really kind to support this community. Thank you, Z Subware. We're almost there. Almost there to the hype train. Gotta save it. Seconds left. Anyone? You'll see. But one or the other. Bullet, do it. Thank you. For gifting a sub. I think we might have made it. We got 2, so thank you. JMS PIDNL, PIDNL. I'm getting your name wrong, right? I'll call you PID. Thank you for being so kind, helping us out, supporting this community, and gifting a sub, your 6th sub in total, 1 to our friend Jason Society. All right, well, thank you for gifting a sub to Jason Society, much appreciated. For gifting a sub to them, a member of our community. And thank you, B Dander, for once again helping us out, trying to support this community. I see you out there, B Dander. I think I see you out there, Z, somewhere. Both of you have been huge helps for the community, guys. I think I don't know. I don't know your genders. But guys, in the general sense, thank you for helping us out, for helping me out, allowing me to do this. You clearly do value this community. This is why you keep helping us out, even just as much as you can, right? Like it's a sub there, right? Some bits here that adds up. It clearly does, as you guys can see. So thank you to you two especially, but to everyone who's been helping us out. We are level 3 hype train. Because of all the kindness of all the individuals who've been involved so far. 21% done. More laugh. 79% left. Yes, that's what it is. 79% left. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? Right. Oh, I didn't thank all the people who got us up from Z Somewhere. Right. So thank you for gifting us up to Kit Notkin. Super Top Jambon. Taco flambe, which sounds pretty delicious. I don't know what actually a flambe is. I mean, it's like a way of cooking things, right? No, actually, I don't know what a flambe is, but it sounds delicious. And Lee Jeet, you can get things up for them as well. Okay, 2.5 minutes left on the clock. 2.5 minutes at the clock, guys. We gave you a ton of content. And look, we're not even done. Not done with the content. To give you more. We're going to give you more of the content, right? That's a guarantee. It's what we always do, right? So if you like that content, if you like what we're up to, then consider supporting the channel. Consider supporting what we're trying to build, keeping the space up and running, space fresh, adding alcohol and setting something on fire to caramelized sugars on the outside. Oh, is that what flambeing is? Adding alcohol. Really? Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, thank you. It adds flavor. All right. Much appreciated. All right. Does it boil away the the alcohol itself, like the part that gets you drunk, and just leave sugars behind. I don't know. Um, okay, cool. Um, so we have 90 seconds left. 90 seconds left on the clock. Can we move the hype train along just a little bit? Just a little bit, right? Small, medium, or large. Gifters help as well, right? Gifting 100 bits here, that helps. 200 bits if you got it. Wow, 300 bits, all of it adds up, right? Every little bit, pushes us forward, one step at a time to getting us to a level 4 hype train, and all adds up. So, do we have any more kind supporters? Kind supporters, and who can move us to a level 4 hype train? Move us in that direction, in that general direction, right? Because remember, more content coming away. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, use that one free sub per month. Here, I haven't said that yet. But yeah, I use that one free sub on this community, right? Just we'll take it off your hands. We got one of those. Use one of those here. We could use those Prime Gaming bucks. It's free for you. It means a ton for us. So yeah, we are, and because I think we earn it. I think we earn it because we're here constantly, helping you out, keeping you entertained. But yeah, so helping out the channel. And whether we are in or out of a hype train, consider helping out the community. Like on YouTube, things like super chats, help out, right? It's actually a huge help. So if you're out there, you're appreciating the content that we're doing, then do that. And okay, and all right, great. But thanks for those who helped us out. Much appreciated for the ones who are keeping this up and running, right? We do it for you and for no one else. Every liquor or liquor has quite a bit of sugar in them. From the fruit of veggies, they are distilled or farmed. Those sugars add complex flavors when carbonized and caramelized. That for 20 years become the pandemic shut us down. Oh, I'm sorry that the pandemic shut you down, Jack. I'm honestly sorry to hear that. I hope you and your family are doing well. I hope that maybe other opportunities came your way, and positive opportunities. So yeah, it's tough to hear. That I think the whole chef profession is pretty fucking fascinating. It's really cool. I think running a restaurant's really super interesting. And if I were at all thought I could not fail miserably at it, I might do that myself. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things are going better for you and your family. Okay, all right. So thanks all for that. Thanks for the supporters. We gotta thank our top supporters, of course. At the top, number 1, B Dander with 29 subs. Thank you, B Dander, for your support, for the kindness. Redundant Thought with 20 subs. Yes, you get with 20 subs. Zuby with 20 subs. Z somewhere with 19 subs. And then in terms of our big gifters, B Dander once again, B Dander has been just outstanding with the 6,000 bits. Thank you. For the 6,000 bits. Narratus with 2,302 bits. We're Brandon Hand with 1,300 bits. SA with 1,000 bits. And Crystal Clear Art with 500 bits. Oh, tied with Zeoduck for 500 bits as well. Okay. All right. So that's it for that. We'll continue on with our open walk on panel. Exclamation point open in chat. Exclamation point open in chat lets you know. This is an open walk-on panel where honest members like you, yes, shooting at home may participate. Join the Discord server and go into the robot waiting room so you can be let in. And there's the Discord link for your convenience. We'd love to have you. Jump on in, right? Okay. So let's get started. We got a lot of people in the waiting room. Hey, do we have a mod? I'm not sure if we do. Do we have a mod? I'm actually not positive that we do. SEAL Team Raz, are you here? Are you around? Hopefully. Oh, Dionysus is here. So let's get him. See if he can help us out. Hold on. I'm gonna send him a message. Oh, Oh, okay. They were already okay. Dionysus, then could you move people in then? You'd be so kind as to move them in, let them know what's about to happen, and move them in. You could be so kind and do that for Chance. Hopefully he'll help us out with that. All right. So but anyway, yeah, we'll talk about some of the previous topics, and we'll move on. All right. We'll move on to other things. Hopefully. Let me get some assistance here. 1 second, guys. Okay. Hopefully we can get. 1 second, guys. No. Alright. Alright, just DMing someone. Oh my god. Alright, alright, never mind. Let's try this way. Oh. Okay. All right. All right. So there we go. We're moving in. We're getting started.
Wouldn't you want people that are
hello
not professionals?
all. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated.
Again, not state their stuff as
Hi.
like a pure fact.
Hey,
like,
hey,
oh,
guys.
my.
Hello, Prime.
Yeah. Hi, Prime.
Hey. All right. We got a whole bunch of individuals here. Excited to have you all. Okay. All right. So we're gonna put you all on screen.
Is it okay to have a kid here, Prime?
Yeah, they're old enough. But if the conversation gets weird because you guys can make it weird,
it could get
then
spicy.
if it gets spicy, then
I can take it.
We will.
I mean, the thing is that like we're talking, especially when you're talking about like sex ed in school. That's me. That's who you're talking about.
Yeah, why not ask Wait, can we ask how old you are? Just to confirm.
He's 14.
14.
14? Yeah, like that's a good age range to ask someone because it's just like they're in high school where sex ed is commonly debated about.
We'll see what topic even comes up, right? Well,
Yeah,
I don't know what
yeah.
Prime wants to talk about. Yeah, go ahead, homozygote.
Thank you. Why doesn't Twitch hate me?
Oh, sorry. Are you letting me lead it off?
Yes. Our volunteer U.S. tribute.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for being here. Much appreciated. We're very happy to have everyone here. So we'll that includes our friend Sonia, who was just with us.
Hello.
And our friend Io, who I'm sure will turn on the camera soon. Wick, who I love and appreciate. Wick's a great guy, right? And I'm always happy Wick's around. Wick's
yes, sorry I couldn't make it to the closed Prime. I just had a few things to do that I couldn't put off anymore. So, but I'm here.
Okay. Oh no problem. Thank you. And then we have Nick. Thanks for Nick. Yeah. I do feel betrayed completely by you, Wick. Right? We'll never recover from that. Aiko is here. We have a new person, I believe. Homozygote.
Homozygote. That's my second time here.
Okay.
Very
all right.
infrequent. Long time listener, second time caller.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. Flow Trace we haven't had in a long time. Very much.
I've been slacking. No excuse, but it's good to be back.
Okay, yeah, we definitely appreciate them. D10 Dream, thank you as well for coming through. and you'll recognize them all like everything as where we usually have them, but we have them in other spots here as well. So it's really nice to see you. It's like bonus time with my buddy Dream. And then finally Crowley, who I remember from previously. But anyway, yeah. So we talked about a few things. We talked about monkeypox and well, we talked about how sex education, current sex education, and how it's being formulated might be problematic for dealing with future epidemics, and the panic around LGBT communities, how those things might be linked. Other people disagree that they might be linked, but fair enough. And then we also talked about pastors who preach like a prosperity gospel type thing that make it or ask their parishioners to give them a certain amount of money, and then from there you're guaranteed to get major riches in their life, but that doesn't happen. And they buy jets and stuff, and whether that is moral or whatever, right? So we can talk about any of that or something else. What do you guys want to do?
So, I came in with big, strong opinions on, prosperity doctrine, gospel, wealth, things like that. But a lot of people want to talk about the monkeypox. I'm here for whatever. Yeah. So I'll just kind of pick up where people lead me.
Yep.
I want to talk about prosperity, wealth, and prosperity gospel.
I want Homozygote to go first because you got some facts. He's a PhD candidate. Drop some knowledge on us.
True.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for letting me kind of get a little spiel out first, and I will try not to filibuster. Again, for reference, chat, my name is Homozygote. I have a bachelor's and master's in microbiology. Monkeypox is definitely in that wheelhouse. Current PhD candidate in cellular molecular biology, and if I need to, I can get a CDC employee to attest to my legitimacy. So my intent here is obviously not to mislead, but to inform. I did tune into some of the monkeypox discourse on the closed panel. And I definitely wanted to get a couple of words in since the discourse was reduced to monkey Marxism, gender pox, or something like that. So, at this point, the situation is really as follows. It's, again, spread largely by skin-to-skin contact. Sex is a really good way to do that, but not the only way to do that. The current people who are most affected by it are men who have sex with men. However, that bracket of people also includes men who have sex with men who also have sex with women. Bisexual men are an example, but there are also men who have sex with men who have sex with women who don't use that label. Point being, we should not refer to it as a gay disease or a consequence of the gay lifestyle, because that will stigmatize all of those people, cause them not to come forward, cause them to not want the vaccine, and ultimately continue chains of transmission of monkeypox that will get other people sick, including children and heterosexual people. So if we have a vested interest in trying to stop this as best we can, the ideal here is to not stigmatize MSM, gay, LGBTQ plus people as being, disease spreaders of monkeypox. Currently, as it stands, we have a congressperson in Marjorie Taylor Greene using that to incite stochastic terrorism against that exact demographic of people. So hopefully, in the interest of combating that, we can hopefully make the discourse on Twitch a little bit less caustic in that respect. Now, I will finally just kind of throw into the ether. Really, the biggest problems are actually the government. The government just revealed today that it has like 300,000 plus doses of vaccine that it's holding on to in the event of a smallpox bioterrorism attack, which is incredibly unlikely. What is happening right now is thousands of people are getting monkeypox, so we need to really focus the efforts on trying to pressure those in charge to get the vaccine to the people who need it most imminently, which are men who have sex with men.
I think I have a question real quick, just to clarify. So this disease is primarily affecting gay men or men who have sexual men. Is that by coincidence, or is there a reason for that?
Well, so we kind of have to take into account how the virus likes to spread. Monkeypox and by extension orthopox viruses, monkeypox, smallpox, other viruses like that, they tend to be generalists, right? They don't really give a shit how they spread. Whatever opportunities they'll take to transmit, they will. It can spread by skin-to-skin contact. Sex is a really good way to do that. It can also spread by a contaminated surface. It could spread by a viral particle on like a bed sheet, or in the dust on the floor getting blown up into the air and then somebody inhaling it. A monkeypox patient could unironically have monkeypox pneumonia, and it could be transmitted via the respiratory route too. Primarily, the overwhelming majority of that spread is skin-to-skin contact, and sex is a really good way to do that. I think really what is underappreciated is that monkeypox spread endemically in Africa, where the modalities of transmission are less clear because global public health seems to be focused on rich countries and not poorer countries, which is ultimately having consequences right now. But as it started with this particular outbreak, it was a lot of MSM sexual networks that ultimately are driving a lot of the transmission right now. But that's the thing. If we stigmatize them, they're going to continue driving the transmission because they're not going to feel comfortable coming and saying, hey, I've got it, or telling their partners, hey, you should be aware that, I'm a close contact. You should, go get a vaccine if you can get it, or get tested if you see anything suspicious. So yes, MSM are the primary drivers. I mean, I'm speaking this as a gay man myself.
That's not real. But why is the question? Like, that's what I wanted to know. Is there a reason, or is it just coincidental?
Yeah, so I mean, there's nothing like particular about MSM. Like, there's no special biology, special like gay protein that like makes the virus like them more. I think really it's just simply an introduction of the monkeypox virus into sexual networks, and a lot of that was going on at Pride. I mean, look, I'll be honest. There were large Pride parties, and I'm sure lots of sex was had. So
I don't mean to interrupt this line of questioning, but I trust your knowledge on this and how it's spread, and that we need vaccines and all this. And forgive me because I didn't catch the end of Prime's the closed panel. So maybe this was brought up, and maybe this was a point of contention. But does anyone think that we should stigmatize this? Is anyone arguing for stigmatization of these people coming forward? Is anyone saying, hey, we should make sure that we bully them? Like, you seem to be arguing with
I was personally against that.
I think he's saying that calling it a gay virus is stigmatizing it.
Yeah, it's not so much.
I don't
intent.
think anyone here.
Yeah, there's no. I don't think on that panel there was intent to do it. I think the point that I'm trying to make is that rhetorically, when we talk about it, referring to it as a gay disease or a consequence of the gay lifestyle functionally achieves stigmatization, even if the intent of the speaker.
I get you. But do you think that there is any value in saying, hey, it's currently among this community right now, so if you are a member of this community, you should probably be extra careful? Do you think that's necessarily stigmatizing, or do you think that's probably a good public service announcement to make?
No, so I would say there's a distinct difference between it's a gay disease and a consequence of the gay lifestyle versus, hey guys, the group of people who are most affected right this by now are men who have sex with men. And I think public health needs to really lean on the latter. And as I think an extension of that, there's a lot of discourse right now about whether it should be framed as an STI or if it should be framed as an illness that is most predominantly transmitted by sexual contact right now, but is not exclusively an STI.
What is the dangers of labeling it simply an STI? Because that does seem to be, at least currently from the little I know of it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that's primarily the vector it's spreading by. It is
the current mode of it's the most common method of transmission. However, I think Fabian of all people said this correctly. It needs to be emphasized it is not the only route of transmission, and simply because it is currently spreading via sexual contact and MSM networks does not mean it is limited to that group of people, and it is certainly not limited to that route of transmission.
I understand.
I would imagine.
Let's let in Crowley and then Aiko. And before you say that, I'm just curious. The smallpox vaccine is effective for monkeypox?
Yeah. So there are two vaccines. There's ACAM 2000, which is the live smallpox vaccine, which is not safe for the elderly, the young, and the immunocompromised because it is live, and therefore you can't really give it to those group of people because it'll hurt them. There is a second vaccine which is not live. It's called Jynneos. That is the vaccine that is currently being distributed right now. There is a much smaller supply of Jynneos than there is ACAM 2000, but the government has purchased a lot more of the Jynneos vaccine for this particular situation.
Okay.
And they both are effective for monkeypox.
I appreciate it. Okay, so let's go to Crowley and then Aiko.
So, Goat. I'm just gonna call you Goat.
Yeah, go for it.
So, how much is there enough reserves for everyone? And what are the chances of having a smallpox biowarfare terrorist attack, which they're so worried about, apparently?
Yeah, so two good questions. As far as the Jynneos vaccine is concerned, there's definitely not enough for everybody right now. Out of the 375,000 doses of Jynneos that the U.S. government has ready to go, they only requested 75,000 from the warehouse and are keeping the additional 300,000 on reserve for the aforementioned smallpox bioterrorism threat, which really makes no sense because there's no national security indication that that's imminent. And even if it was, we have the live vaccine, the ACAM 2000, which has been stockpiled in the millions for that specific event many, many, many years ago. So there is not enough supply of Jynneos, which is the more ideal vaccine to be used in this situation, to go around. The government has ordered more doses, but they are not being produced, and the limited amount that we have is not being sufficiently recalled from the warehouse for distribution.
Okay.
Good questions.
Please.
Okay, so yeah, all right. I saw on the news today, White House is saying there's 800,000 doses coming. They say in a short time frame, but I didn't catch the exact time frame. But then while they were talking about that, they were showing long lines, and it was exclusively men in those lines. And so my question is, given that we know what the current vector is there a way, or is there any kind of process by which they can prioritize certain segments of the population, like prioritize gay men or prioritize people that are particularly high risk at this?
Yeah, and that's a good question. They're working on that right now, and that's ultimately up to more local municipalities. As the federal government distributes vaccines to specific states, it's up to the state public health departments to go about the distribution effort. So there is some heterogeneity and variability between states as far as that's concerned. But that is, I think, the general public health intent is to get those vaccines to that specific demographic of people as soon as possible. It's not necessarily reflected in their actions where they're not requesting the full batch of vaccine when they have an extra 300,000 gathering dust for no reason. But that's generally the intent of, I think, most people in public health, is to prioritize that specific group of the population. Because if you cut off transmission there, the odds that you get transmission of the monkeypox virus in non-MSM networks go down.
And this is a segment of the population that Dr. Fauci has a lot of experience with. I wonder
he should be. I think
he's really busy with COVID-19, but he might be someone you might want to give him that second job as well.
I was thinking, I saw on Twitter that they might be prioritizing gay people too much, because there is this I don't know, I think it's in New York, this health center. They only test for monkeypox if you're gay. If I wanted to get, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's wrong, no?
Yeah, so that speaks to a limitation in monkeypox testing. So let's use COVID as sort of a compare and contrast. For COVID right now, you have two examples of a test. You have a rapid test, which is that little plastic cartridge thing. You swab your nose, your throat, you mix it in the liquid, and then you drop it on the little piece of plastic. Right? That's a test that'll come back in 15 minutes or less. We don't have an equivalent like that for monkeypox. And ideally, we should be developing one if it doesn't already exist, which I don't think it does. So that would, I think, be good to have for everybody. I would be an advocate for as many people getting tested, and if you want a test, you should be able to get a test. The fact of the matter is, the only test we have is sort of the long test, right? The one where you get your nose swabbed and then it gets sent off to a lab and it comes back in a day or two. That's called a PCR test. Lots of those have been run for COVID, of course, and we do have the ability to do that for monkeypox. That's the test that people are trying to request frantically right now. The problem is, those supplies are limited, and it requires skilled, trained lab technicians to actually perform. So ideally, what we would do is we would allocate more resources towards testing to get all of that ramped up.
I understand ideally, but seeing it's a situation on the ground, right? And to Dream's question a little bit, whether they're prioritizing the specific community too much. If we do have a limited resource, right, and we do have limited infrastructure when it comes to this kind of test, I don't know. To me, it makes sense to prioritize the community that is most likely to have it.
Yeah, I would agree.
I would think that to just some person who is much less at risk, hoovering up that resource, right? I don't know if I'm down with that, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I understand there's still risk, but
Right. I mean, the future that I would want to see is a future where everybody who wants a test can get a test. But we obviously have to acknowledge reality that that's not the case right now. And we have spread that's primarily concentrated in MSM. So the limited resources that we have should ideally be concentrated towards MSM because that will reduce the likelihood that people who are not MSM will wind up needing one
What
of
if
these in
I'm
the first
very
place.
scared? Okay. What if I'm super scared? I saw this on the news. Okay. I saw it on Fox that there was this monkeypox going around and I need to get tested right away. What if I'm just a white guy who's just super scared?
Just say you're gay. I think they'll let you do it, bro.
Yeah, but that would be going against
No
my
one would
religion,
disagree.
right?
No
The
one
guy, the guy
disagrees.
who's, the guy who's doing the test, like,
Come
prove it.
It's okay.
What are
Right?
you gonna
Like, you don't know.
Prove it.
He's about to do the boyfriend test.
I mean, look, it's not going to be like what is it, the Turkish military, where they require you to like film porn of yourself to prove that you're gay.
Is that a
It's
thing?
not going to be like that.
Yeah.
I need to look that up, bro. What the heck?
Yeah, I don't know if this is like I get it. We're starved for content here when it comes to like what we discuss and things like that. But I think that at least as far as I can tell, as far as I can see, and I am admitting that maybe I don't have all the facts that matter here in my in front of me, and that I might be blind to certain things. But it seems to be that this is being handled correctly for the most part. Like most of our institutions, most of our infrastructure is doing what it needs to do right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on perspective because, at least for me, I play a lot of inside baseball here. So I have a little bit of a deeper glance into the, public health abyss than most. So, at least from my perspective, there are a fair amount of things that are handled correctly. I think the fact that we have antivirals and a vaccine that works is a testament to the foresight and preparedness of the government. And that's something that you would actually want to see. You very rarely hear that the government was prepared for something. However, it's the access and the distribution that really is the issue as far as the government's concerned. The issue that I mentioned, I think, right at the start, where we have 300,000 doses just collecting dust that are being withheld for a smallpox attack, which is not necessary. That's a big issue. And then the public health framing as it pertains to whether or not it is exclusively an STI versus STI, but also that has an issue insofar as stochastic terrorism from elected officials is concerned.
Would you keep any amount in reserve in the very unlikely case, but a non-zero chance of a biochemical or a viral attack? Right? Like I understand that we have an immediate need, but and I understand the chances are very, very low, but the risk is so high. Right? Like we keep those things on hand for and in reserve for a reason. And yes, the chances are very, very low. But if it does happen and we don't have these, it is catastrophic.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I think this is a situation where we can have our cake and eat it too, simply because, in the era of smallpox, when we were trying to eradicate that, we stockpiled like millions upon millions of doses of the live vaccine ACAM 2000. So even if we take every single dose we have of the other vaccine, Jynneos, and distribute them tomorrow. Like, let's just say that happens. They're all instantly distributed to the states tomorrow. We already still have like tens of millions of doses of the other ones. So let's say a smallpox bioterrorism attack happened the day after. We would actually be prepared for that too. So like that situation is reflected in reality. So like we're doing that.
Lucky. We're also pretty lucky. We don't need 3 phases of trials for this.
Precisely.
Right? Like that would have caused a 1-year delay at least.
Yeah, and you actually bring up a really interesting issue because kind of like COVID and Paxlovid, Pfizer's oral antiviral drug, there actually is a series of antiviral drugs that works for smallpox and monkeypox. The most effective one is called TPOXX or tecovirimat, if you care to remember the generic name. But you bring up the clinical trial point because like we have it. It was trialed in animals for smallpox because you can't do a human trial for smallpox because it kills too many people. But it was deemed effective and approved for smallpox. Well, right now, it is effective for monkeypox like the vaccine, but we don't have clinical trial data in humans to back it up. So what's happening is gay men who are being given this antiviral are forcibly enrolled in a clinical trial where they are now required to like go to a medical center, donate their blood, give all sorts of bodily fluids, which is out of their pocket. They're not like really having the consent.
Bodily
the
fluids
antiviral
are in their body, not their pocket. What is this misinformation? You don't keep your body fluids in your pocket. What kind of liberal propaganda are you spreading on this platform?
I mean, look, like I don't necessarily think it's at like a phase 3. I think they're probably starting from phase 1 if I'm being realistic. And if they were actually trying to like do what they did with the COVID vaccines, they would accelerate the pipeline. But it's already got effective safety data or it's got efficacy and safety data in animals, there's literally a rule that they could just approve it for human use based on ethical reasons, that you wouldn't want to run a monkeypox clinical trial on purpose in people because it's extremely painful, and you wouldn't want to do that to somebody. So we have it, and we're just, I think, kind of unnecessarily going through the motions while not like looking at reality, being like, okay, like we have a drug that can reduce transmissibility, the pain, the contagious course of the disease. Just give it out. We don't need to go through the entire rigmarole of a clinical trial when we know there's already safety data in animals that are an attest to its actual safety and efficacy. So like,
is this a traditional vaccine, or is it? It's not an mRNA, right? That would have been more noteworthy.
Right. So both of these vaccines, the ACAM 2000, it's live attenuated smallpox. So it's just the virus itself. And then the Jynneos is in an inactivated version. So it's, the old school tech. Good question.
Gotcha.
And then the antivirals are just pills. So
I was going to ask quickly, what is there a difference in rate of contraction when it's sexual contact versus non-sexual contact?
Not that I've seen. Monkeypox is kind of tricky because its incubation period is pretty long. It's not like COVID where like you get exposed 3 days later, you have symptoms and you feel like shit. It can range anywhere from like 1 to 4 weeks. So there's a lot of in between and a kind of confusion with that incubation period, right? It makes it, I think, a lot harder to contact trace and kind of figure out like, okay, how did I get it? Who did I get it from? What mode of transmission was it? Was it from having unprotected sex with one person, or did I just brush up against somebody at like a concert and rub against their lesion on their arm that they didn't realize they had? Like those are all very real possibilities, and it becomes more difficult to disentangle with a long incubation period like that.
What would be your advice for people that are scared of monkeypox and don't want to get it?
Yeah, so I mean, I think for the most part we can be like sex positive without actually telling people like don't ever have sex. I think it's a public health thing that we learn from HIV/AIDS. Like, you're never going to stop people from having sex, but I think we can encourage people to be responsible about it. And if we get the development of rapid tests, that's something you can actually bring to a sexual encounter to be like, hey, like, look, you're really hot. I want to do this, but like, I want to be safe. Take this test. I'll take it with you. Like, that kind of thing should be a reality if we develop a test like that. So right. I think to people who are scared, like, if you're going to be having sex with new partners, communicate. You have to talk to them. You have to broach the subject. It's awkward, but at the end of the day, like, your health is not something you should jeopardize. Now, as far as people who are outside of MSM networks, one, I think it would be helpful to realize, like, this is not primarily airborne. You should be wearing a mask anyways for COVID. So even if it was, you would be covered there. But it's not primarily airborne. It's mostly through sexual contact right now, or any skin-to-skin contact. If you really want to err on the side of the precautionary principle, I maybe wouldn't like go thrift shopping and try on a bunch of clothes, because it can spread through textiles. There is some early epidemiology to suggest, like, contaminated door handles or bed sheets, towels, stuff like that have replication competent virus on it. So really, I think the standard public health procedures apply. Wash your hands. Try not to be particularly salacious with your sexual endeavors, while also just being open and communicate about it.
Go ahead, Crowley. You've been having your hand up.
I haven't read much on monkeypox yet, but how deadly would this be? How dangerous?
Yeah, so we're actually, believe it or not, we're a little lucky here. Smallpox, which is related to monkeypox, kills 30% of its victims, so we're not in that territory right now, which is good. There are two different strains of monkeypox. Thankfully, we're dealing with the less lethal one, so the more lethal one kills about 10%, and then the less lethal one, which is causing the outbreak right now, kills around 1%. But that 1% is overrepresented by children. So really, I think as far as the broad population is concerned, you won't see that many deaths. It's very possible that we will see some. I don't think we've seen any right now, which I think is a testament to medical intervention and the use of things like antivirals and vaccines for close contacts. But it is possible, and I would expect if this continues to sort of go in its quasi-uncontrolled state, we'll probably see a non-zero amount. But I don't think it's going to be like COVID tier where, the hospitals are filling up with monkeypox patients. I don't think it's ever going to reach that point, which is a good thing.
a big part of the sort of percentage of people that are seriously hospitalized or even die also has to deal with the ability of the medical system not to be overwhelmed, right? Like the idea of flattening the curve. This is a big thing in COVID. And that's why a lot of these measures are important, even if it doesn't 100% protect you. Lengthening the amount of time that it takes to sort of burn through a population can legitimately save a lot of lives, where you don't have the really horrific scenarios that sometimes happen during COVID, where when you do need hospitalization, there aren't any beds available. And that's where you can really see a lot of the worst lethality happen.
Yeah, and you're right on with that, Flow Trace, for sure. Like with COVID, obviously, like if there are a shortage of hospital beds and paramedics to take you to the hospital, people are just going to die at home. But at least with monkeypox, that so far is not the case, and I don't expect it to be the case. However, there have been a fair amount of people who are hospitalized because this is extremely painful. So,
yeah.
I also have a question of what is the rate of the monkeypox cases growing? Like
you're gonna say monkeycock.
Hey, no,
what
tongue
rate do
twisters, you know.
monkeycocks grow at? That's the question.
I'm not sure we
need
want to do the
some
experiments to answer
research,
that.
right? Like,
they have pretty small cocks, from what I've heard.
yo, are you saying a silverback gorilla, 600 pounds of meat, has a small cock?
They do.
I don't know. I've never checked.
Okay.
No, I've seen it.
That is out of my wheelhouse, so I'm gonna say no comment on that one. Yeah, I think it really just kind of depends on, like, it's a function of testing. I think probably right now we're underestimating cases a little bit. Right now, if you look at like the curve, if you look at the graph of total cases, it's going in an exponential fashion up. So, it's not going up at a rate that resembles COVID simply because of that incubation period. It takes a good 1 to 3 weeks at least to actually like result in lesions and people feeling symptoms. So it's going to keep going up, I would imagine, for some time. Part of that is a function of increasing testing, which you want because you want to figure out how many people have it. But another part of that is simply because that just means a fair amount of people do have it. The question is, when is that rate going to go down? And I think that rate will go down when we have a sufficient vaccine and antiviral rollout, and I don't think we've reached that point yet.
Okay. So, you can go.
Yeah, just real quick because I gotta head out in a little bit to do a quick interview. So Goat, I'm going to take this from a different angle.
Go for it.
I want to ask more about the media perspective, because it kind of seems like if you go on Twitter, Instagram, various newscasts, it kind of feels that it's
overblown.
Yeah, overblown a bit as like this next big pandemic. But honestly, based on the information, at least in my opinion, it kind of feels like it's nothing to really worry about. So would you say, with the knowledge that you have, that the media has kind of over pushed on this and said, made this more dramatic than it should be in the first place?
Yeah, I think part of this is because we've been lost in the COVID sauce for 3+ years, and I think we really tend to magnify some of these things. I would say to an extent that the media has hyped it more than necessary. There's certainly a large contingent of Twitter who has, I think, been largely irresponsible for COVID communication, who is responsible for a lot of this, exaggeration that, monkeypox is going to be spread like MRSA in gyms, or that, everybody's going to be inhaling it and you're going to get that in your lungs instead of COVID. Like there are a lot of people who are saying a lot of wild shit. Right. In particular, Eric Feigl Ding, I will just call him out by name because he is one of the biggest proprietors of this for COVID and monkeypox and beyond. But yeah, there certainly is media agitation, and I think that does have tangible harm because of COVID, right? People are going to be like, oh God, this shit again, like whatever. It's not a big deal. It's happening in MSM. Like I'm going to tune out. But at the end of the day, if MSM aren't appropriately taken care of and sort of advocated for in the media, the odds of people who are tuning out being like, oh, well, I'm just going to go live my life, and then actually getting it because it escaped MSM networks is going to go up. So while, yeah, the media certainly is overblowing it, I think we could probably realize that the media should really change its style and what it emphasizes, in addition to sort of the magnitude of fear that it tends to inject into the situation.
But also, it seems like you have the opposite risk too, right? That because we've been through COVID and over 1 million people died, everything else is going to seem like small potatoes, right? By comparison. But if
small pots,
COVID if COVID had never happened, this might actually seem like a much bigger deal.
Yeah, there is a desensitization in the public, and I know that same desensitization existed within the World Health Organization because their committee voted against recognizing it as a global public health emergency. And the WHO director had to overrule them and say, actually, no, I say it is, because governments were waiting on that declaration to start rolling out antivirals and vaccines. So, there is value in sort of emphasizing it as an issue that is global. 60 plus countries have people with monkeypox right now, while also kind of understanding that like people are really saturated on public health, and we have to be very clear about who needs the resources and when, i.e. MSM now, before more and more people who are already COVID fatigued have to sort of loop themselves into yet another public health concern with monkeypox.
What do you feel? What do you feel about like diverging away from the focus of MSM and to people who are experiencing symptoms? Like that's how we did COVID in the early stages. Like you couldn't just get COVID test if you wanted. You had to have experienced systems, and then you can get a COVID test.
I mean, I think in an idealized world that is plausible, and it wouldn't be a bad idea. The problem is a lot of clinicians aren't necessarily educated on like the signs and symptoms of monkeypox, and I think that's a consequence of our smallpox eradication back in the 80s, right? Like one message around who should get a test, sort of agnostically. If you have symptoms, come get a test. You have it, it's here, it's widespread. But unfortunately, that's not reality. So we kind of have to bring in that MSM messaging component to ensure the people who really need it the most are actually the ones who are prioritized. Good question.
We solved it, gang. We solved it. We did it. Proud of us, every single one. So I don't know if it's appropriate to kind of switch topics here, right? I think
go for it. I think
we beat a dead horse.
We done it. We got it. I don't have any arguments for you, right? Like, okay, no, makes sense.
Yeah, it was more so for me to like talk about what some of the other like prior panel folks said. So yeah, we're good. We're good.
Did you get it all out?
Wait, we're gonna listen to an expert now on public health matters.
This is Twitch.
Right.
What are you
Heresy.
Like? I understand.
I feel like I was just back in biology class.
Oh, go on, Prime. Sorry.
So
knowledge is power. Go ahead.
I appreciate you coming on and giving us your expertise here. It was an unexpected surprise, goat. But I think seriously, much appreciated. That we rarely get to have someone who knows what they're talking about, except for me, honestly. Right? Usually the single voice in the wilderness here. But this is actually quite useful. So thank you so much for that.
And of course, and if you have any other infectious disease related panels, you can message me in advance, and I'd be happy to come on.
Well, yeah,
absolutely. How do you feel about mind viruses?
How do you feel about brainworms? Okay, because that seems to be going around.
These are not.
That's a whole separate discussion. Some qualifications are not met by me, so I'm not going to comment right now on the brainworms. Yeah, I know you guys wanted to talk about religion, so
yes.
I'll let you guys get to that. But thank you for
out
having
of
me
here
on.
with your science. We have some religion to discuss. Okay, when we talk about the doctrine of prosperity and the gospel of wealth.
We're gonna pray that pox away right here,
exactly.
Folks.
Here's where we're going for this. But
all right,
yeah,
cheers, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah,
I gotta take off, but thank you, much appreciated.
That was interesting. Hey, Dr. K, thanks for being here. We're having like some background noise, some like squeaky background noise. I don't know from your end, Dr. K, but thanks for being here, friend. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it squeaks every so often. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe like the desk moving. I don't know. Yeah. We could take it in either direction. I think that there's an argument to be made that that this whole groomer discussion has because the idea of like sex work we're still hearing it. Dr. K, if you could mute yourself or something. We're hearing this.
I think it's crickets, honestly.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. If you just mute yourself. But okay. That this idea of groomers, and like being afraid of anything sex ed, period, that we're seeing from the conservative side makes it more difficult to address issues like diseases like this that are related to sex. Now, I know this is not STI. Monkeypox is an STI, but I think this whole idea of groomers makes it more difficult because it's not limited to any one thing, right? It's not limited to the idea of an actual teacher, grooming their kid, right? That's not like a thing that's happening. It expands past that to really anything that the parents can find terrifying, and then that relates to our LGBTIQ brothers and sisters because they're terrified of them. So that's like the argument we were talking about before. If anyone wants to jump in on that, that's fine. If not, then we can go into the rich.
I think. Or no, wait, you can go first. Go for it.
No, I was just so on this note, this is kind of like this isn't a new argument, right? This isn't a new discussion that people have had. This has been something that people have argued about since I was in elementary school so many years ago, right? Like the way we teach sexual education to children has always kind of been a topic for debate and discussion and things like that. So I think when it comes down to this kind of how to deal with this topic, it's something that we haven't really come to grips with because of the value we place on children in our society and the protections that we put towards children in our society. I think that this latest round of groomer accusation is a little bit separate from that, right? I don't. Maybe you can fill me in on how these two, you feel these two are connected, right? I get how the direct connection of, oh, they're teaching our children about sexuality, therefore they're grooming our children. But they've always been against abstinence. They've always been against certain types of sexual education, always promoting abstinence only and these things like that. I remember when I was in the school, people used to come with notes to get out of sexual education for religious reasons or whatever you. So yeah, I don't know. That's my thoughts on
it. They're related because it's in the minds of a certain sect of conservatives that they're related. This idea of grooming and sex ed, that like it's like, again, well, I said this previously, but you didn't hear it. Like the CRT situation where like everything is CRT when actually nothing is CRT. And this is an excuse to stifle rhetoric that they don't like.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. I'm just going to push back a little bit against that when you say nothing is CRT. Like, I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think that's we are being too binary in our thinking here. We can acknowledge that there are some issues, and sometimes people and teachers go too far in what they're doing, and still recognize that as a whole, they're overblowing it. But we can recognize that in certain instances, there are recorded instances of teachers going too far with how they teach.
It's not a
But
systemic
it
issue.
wouldn't be CRT, because CRT is like literally looking at race and how the law.
I understand that's an academic definition. That's an academic definition. But when a Republican says CRT, they don't mean that. Right?
Yeah,
they mean about a very different thing.
No,
what
they want to say, what they really want to say is that some teachers are teaching their kids that white people are born racist and all white people are racist, right? That's what they mean by, oh, this is what CRT is. But they should have just, really should, it hurts their message to say it's CRT.
But it hurts our message when we just say it's never happening at all, right?
Before we and it's not.
But that's not what it is.
It's not happening because people aren't being taught.
Every time you say that and then they post a video of it happening,
what is it? Sorry,
don't say they're not being taught, because I've talked to a professor that teaches
that white people are born racist. That white people are born racist. Is that what they're saying?
That they're inherently racist.
I'm sure
there's no
crazy people out
nothing
there
they can do to not be racist.
It's
yes,
just not systemic.
I've talked to a professor
like that. What CRT is
right here.
Yeah, it's not what CRT is. It's not systemic,
Yeah,
right?
it
Like
isn't
I think something. Well,
And
again, one, I haven't seen it, so I actually want to see it because every time I rely on people on these things, right? It turns out false. So like, if you've got something for me, I would love to actually see that.
Did you not see the
I know the
voice.
professor's name. I know the professor's name.
So you got to show me some evidence, right? Like you got evidence of these things. Then show me that evidence. It's Psycho. It's Psycho.
No, I'm not kidding. Listen,
no.
There's only one
actually teach
place.
CRT, I know, but like I'm talking about like what they're talking. I'm referring to what Rick is.
Yeah. No, obviously no, not that.
Sure.
Wait, what are you talking about?
He actually teaches CRT.
Yeah, you're a college professor?
No. Listen, there's one.
He is Mr. Critical Race Theory. He's right here.
Yeah, I'm a high school debate coach, but I can tell you that the only place where CRT is taught like systematically, not some crazy teacher in Arkansas somewhere, but actually on a regular basis taught like systematically is in high school debate programs. And it's not that the teachers are teaching it, it's that the kids read theory from every corner of the world and they pick their own arguments and they pick CRT. And so coaches have to make sure that their kids are prepared to argue from a CRT perspective in addition to a bunch of other perspectives. So it actually does appear in high school debate programs. It's weird to me that politicians haven't caught on to that yet, because it literally doesn't exist except for your odd, wacky individual teacher. It doesn't exist systematically anywhere outside of high school.
Hold on. I want to flow Trace in. He's been waiting.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted, before we go fully down the CRT tangent, I just wanted to speak to the thing that Prime was talking about in regards to the groomer tied into the sex education. I think there's really something, I think it ties into this pervasive culture, sort of this puritanical view we have of sex, that I think the right wing does especially try to reinforce when it comes to sexual education. And it does feel like there's this great cost to having a society where people feel really awkward and afraid and difficult to talk about sexual issues, right? Like a more common example of this would be lots of girls when they have their first period, right, where they have no idea what's happening and sometimes literally think that they're about to die, or lots of teen pregnancies that come as a result of a lack of education and inability to talk about these issues. And you really do wonder, what is the counterfactual of a world where we don't have to deal with all this bullshit around this conversation. We can just cut right to the chase. And I think there's definitely something to be said for that in regards to pandemics of diseases that are primarily being transmitted sexually.
Fair enough.
Dr. K, just so you know, you keep hearing every little thing your mic does and
really
scrolling or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I don't know. So your sensitivity is pretty high. So
just want to put on
either keep yourself muted or something. So before you talk, or take care of that.
So I just want to kind of push back against this idea. Look, I understand it's not being done systemically, right? But there are efforts, right, that have been made, and they failed, right? They failed when they bring up these crazy lesson plans that have been proposed. They get tossed out for the most part. But when we act as if it's not happening at all, never, which is a lot of the rhetoric that we hear coming out from the left, right? That this never happens. It's easy to show it as a lie, right? When they show a video of it happening,
sure,
right?
Okay, fine. Where's the evidence? Please, just show us the evidence.
Okay, I'll just link you to the video of the privilege walk. Did you not say it? Okay, we'll do.
In addition, right? Let's say it does happen, okay, but that it is not a systemic problem, right? What are we supposed to do about it then? Right?
You want me to DM it to you or put it in chat? Where you want?
Put it. Yeah, DM it to me. It's fine.
It's really not something worth getting freaked out over or prescribing policies, because any policy you would prescribe to deal with it would do more damage and stifle more speech than it would protect, or any group it would protect.
No, I agree with that. I think that it's being overblown. I think that it's been wildly bastardized, and I'm pretty against censorship across the board, right? I think that even if it was being taught right at a systemic level, if that's what the education system chooses to do, that's fine, right? We shouldn't censor ideas.
It's not being done at a systemic level, so.
Again, but we don't say that when it comes to rhetoric. We don't say that when it comes to how we deal with these issues. And it's become a problem, right? It's become a real electoral problem for us because you have a lot of normies that look at this.
Humanization of the other that CRT and, groomer as net terms are being used. I would say that's the actual problem worth focusing on.
Yeah, I think that's a huge problem too. To misrepresent terms and not use them correctly is a huge problem.
But we are we are like the people who insist gay means happy still, right? That there's only a singular definition that has to happen this way, and if
Who
it's
says
not
that?
this way, it's wrong.
No,
I'm just saying that if you were insisting that saying CRT only means the academic sense, you are basically ignoring what people are actually trying to say.
But it's such an incredibly technical term to
right.
then turn
Yeah.
around and make it mean something else entirely.
It's like saying
That's how
microbiology
words
means
work.
how I feel.
That's how linguistics work.
No, it's not though. For a word to
Yo.
change its meaning overnight, I mean, if you want to put in 50 years of academic work to say this is the new meaning of CRT now, then fine, by all means, put in the work. But these people are not putting in that work.
Yeah, I
They're
was
not
literally
saying
that
it.
Christian Rufo astroturfed a new definition of CRT. Sure, okay, but like
This
that's
is
not
rich.
what it is in
What's funny
practice.
here is
I don't want
this
to hear your mouth,
hyper
Phil.
focus on CRT as it arose out of critical theory and how it's being taught in college courses. And Wick is making a great point, and Wick, you're just hitting a wall because these folks simply want to
You're a fucking
disregard
bison, Rick.
actual
If he's
video
agreeing
evidence
with
that
you,
we
you should
see.
probably reevaluate.
We see evidence from across multiple states, across the country, where CRT is creeping into the classrooms, and it's creeping in such a way not that teachers are teaching CRT explicitly, but instead what's happening is teaching that the United States is irredeemably racist, right?
I don't
That
think
its
anyone's
roots
saying that.
are racist at its foundation,
I
and
mean,
that
yeah,
it
its roots
cannot
are
ever
racist
recover
at its
from this.
foundation,
This
but
is
no
what's
one's saying
actually
we can't
being
recover
taught
from
in
it.
classes. And when we bring up evidence of this, then we get the, well, it's not systemic because we're not seeing it in
I
every
mean,
single
bitch,
school
it was.
district.
It is fucking.
But on the other hand, what we do
founded
see
on racist ideas,
is we see
yeah,
the
but,
American
like, no
Federation
one's
of
saying we can't
Teachers,
recover
right,
from it.
at their national conference featuring racists like Kendi and Dina Simmons, who are leading practitioners of teacher training based in CRT. And when you look at the headline speakers at the 2021 AFT conference, you see more CRT speakers. You see the state of Virginia embracing
Let debate boy
CRT.
finish. Debate boy, please.
So Wick, you're making a great point. The problem here is though you have a incredibly long, deep, and wide river here called denial happening on the panel, where it's not systemic because, well, they just stick their head in the sand and they don't want to acknowledge it.
So, okay, Wick, I spent the time and I didn't hear everything Debate Boy had to say, so maybe I missed something. And I do apologize because I was listening to the video that Wick sent me. So Wick DM'd me a video, right? Proving to me about like dangerous, some dangerous form of CRT, right? That's being a CRT, quote unquote, right? Being taught in schools. And all that was them talking about like privilege, right? So they did this thing called like a privilege walk. And it was like, oh, hey, like, okay, so all the kids started at a starting line, right? Like, they're all standing in the line, right? And then they say like, well, someone like take a step back if like you face like this type of discrimination, right? Or you've had maybe this sort of advantage or something, right? Take a step back or take a step forward, right? To like show like the relative distance between people who have different types of experience different types of oppression in their lives, right? That is not saying that all white people are racist, are born racist. That's what I asked you for. That's what I asked you for, and you did not provide that, right? Like it's just like, hey, people have privilege.
Like,
hold on, no, because this is you're doing, Wick, you're doing exactly what we're talking about. CRT is a very specific ideology, or not ideology, like methodology, way of looking at like the law and how that relates to race, right? It's a very specific thing, right? What that was not CRT, right? But you're saying like, oh yeah, this is what CRT is being taught in school. Right? Oh,
this
but
is
it's
what
I know, Wick. I already heard you, right? Yes, but conservatives in their fucking fever dreams think everything is CRT, and then CRT becomes a replacement, right, for anything that makes me uncomfortable about being white. Right, that's what it is. That's what it ends up being. I get that. I understand that. I've heard their dumbass rhetoric again and again. And what that was, I'm sure that made people uncomfortable. The video tried to frame it as if something nefarious was happening. No, they're just talking about people have relative privilege, right? Yes,
it's a video.
Parents.
It's a single video.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
I specifically asked for proof, and I'm like yelling at Wick because this is what he gave me, right? So I get it. parents, white parents, freaking the fuck out, right? Might have an offense to that, right? But that's what I'm talking about. That's the moral panic that we're referring to. It's not actually even CRT to begin with, and I wish it was CRT. I truly wish it was, because CRT is actually a good thing, right? And we should be teaching it more in our schools. That'd be great if we could have it in an age appropriate manner, teaching it more in our skills. But that's not what all the boogeyman that people are thinking of. Hold on, when I'm done talking, you will. All right, thank you. Right, the boogeyman that people are talking about. Well, it comes in all different forms, but one of those forms, and specifically the form that came up, was talking about, are all white people racist? And that's not what that was at all. Go ahead.
Okay, so when we talk about these things, we have to put ourselves in the shoes of those people who are concerned about this, who do think it's a real problem. And they see these types of things, this ranking of their children, right? Their children of being more or less than someone else's child. And they have a real issue with this. They have a real problem with this.
That's not
and
that
then
was.
that is what they see this as. And you keep saying it's not that, but they don't believe you.
Yeah,
they don't believe you.
Oh my God.
You want that.
And it's a huge electoral problem.
Here's the thing.
Look at Virginia. Look what happened in Virginia with the
Here's
special
the thing,
election.
Wick. Black individuals cannot be concerned with the fever dream of conservatives. Right?
We gotta address it.
No,
You can't ignore it.
Listen, shut up. Right? When we're dealing with this, we have to actually deal with facts. So when we can't buy into this notion that it's teaching people that some people are worth less, right? That's not what that lesson was doing at all, right? So I'm not gonna buy in the conservative fever dream as to what that was, right? You could see it. It's very clear as to what they were trying to do, right? But the fact that I agree that it is something that we have to discuss, right? These are issues that we have to talk about because because conservatives are making it a fucking issue all of a sudden, right? But our framing matters, right? So going around saying that teachers are teaching kids that white people are inherently racist, yeah, that's a problem. Wick, you're being part of the problem when you put that out there. So once again, Wick, right? Show me any evidence of that happening. I'm waiting.
That is happening.
So you will feel righteous?
I'm waiting. Okay, great. Evidence, please. Waiting for it. Because what did I say? I said, I don't trust people.
How do you have evidence? How do you have evidence of what's being...
evidence? What do you mean?
How do you have... Hold on. No, I'm saying, if it's happening in a classroom, and no one's recording, and I'm literally witnessing it, how am I going to have
it up then? Yeah, I know.
No, I'm asking you.
Record stuff all the time.
I'm asking you if I'm witnessing it in a classroom myself.
People record things in classroom all the time.
I understand they record it. I'm saying it wasn't recorded. How can I prove that?
Okay, well then you can't prove it. Yes, exactly that. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. That's what I'm saying.
The eyewitness testimony.
Oh my God, Dream! I don't give a shit about that. I definitely don't give a shit about eyewitness testimonies from conservatives freaking the fuck out, right? And Wick is not a conservative, but he did the exact same thing that
I'm trying to speak their language.
When he just literally lied about what was in that video, right? He literally lied about what was in that video. I looked at it and it was clearly not the case, right? So I don't believe that testimony. Hold on a second. I don't believe that testimony. So once again, fucking prove it, right? Provide me the evidence that teachers are teaching that all white people are inherently racist or born racist. I'm waiting for it, right? So please, thank you so much. Okay, all right, we're gonna go to Aiko, who's been waiting quite patiently.
Okay, so listen, I just want to say that as someone who runs into this argument constantly, there are three things currently in curriculum that always get conflated. It's CRT, right? Kendian anti-racism, and then the 1819 project, right? Whatever
1619.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. What Debate Boy said, and this is very important, he talked about that the guilt that comes along with being born white, it makes us irredeemable, right? But
I didn't say anything about white guilt.
Okay, tell me again what you said was irredeemable.
So embedded within CRT is the notion that at its foundation, at its roots, America is a racist nation. That's and we see
But
this
you said irredeemable,
manifest
right?
itself in the 1619 Project. And yes, an outgrowth of that, a lesson or a principle of this is that the country is irredeemably racist, that it cannot
What's wrong with
overcome
that?
this.
But what's
So
wrong
now,
with that claim?
what
What's
you're
wrong with that
saying?
claim?
Because
No,
it's
shut up.
false.
Hold on a
Why?
second, though.
It's an opinion. How
I
can
go
it be
handle it
false?
first. I go handle it first,
Before
and
we
then we'll get
listen,
back to it.
listen, what you're talking about, one could make an argument that assumption is present in Kendian anti-racism and in the 1619 Project. I can, especially 1619 Project at the very beginning of its foundation before it started doing some much needed corrections. But CRT is founded on the notion that that the racism inherent in the system is redeemable, that it can be fixed. And in fact, what it is it's a series of things like tort reform and other legal reforms that are supposed to correct this stuff in the system and sort of weed it out, right? That it's a definition of being redeemable. So if you want to look, a very simple language correction here
Except
would
for what we see in the schools is that part is not what is being taught. Sure, there's a strain of redemption.
You're
Amongst
talking about
some
but
CRT proponents, but this is not a main thematic
it's
component
not.
of it.
Hold on a second. I'm giving you a lot of ground here. I'm telling you that you can you can legitimately make this argument about Kendian anti-racism and about the 1619 Project, but CRT in a lot of ways is an argument against both of those things, even though CRT came before both of those things. But
But we have to acknowledge the manifestations this has taken on and how it's manifested itself in the
okay,
classroom.
so then what you can say is that these teachers that you're talking about don't understand CRT, right, and are putting the different lessons into it.
That, or when you see, for example, like the American Federation of Teachers devoting a majority of their time at their 2021 national conference with CRT components and the type of CRT training they're providing the teachers in explicit teacher training, you have to wonder, well, is it the teacher who's ignorant? Or is it the instruction that's being provided, the training that's being provided to the teachers?
The training very well may be ignorant of the source
I doubt
material
it's
that
ignorant.
it claims
I
to
think
be
it's
using.
intentional.
Well, no, but CRT. Look, I'm just making a very narrow point here.
No, I know,
CRT
I know.
tries to redeem the system, right? It doesn't say the system is irredeemable. If it thought the system was irredeemable, then none of the legal fixes that CRT proposes to put in place, and this is mostly taught in law schools, would make any sense. It would be a total waste of time because the system is irredeemable, right?
Okay, Aiko, can I ask you a question?
CRT is a very hopeful, way more hopeful than Kendian anti-racism. That's all I'm trying to say.
Aiko, can I ask a question? Like the definition of racism, like I think something I hear a lot and that I take great issue with, and I know like just sets a lot of people off, is the idea that like racism is prejudice plus power. So people can't be racist to you if like you have power or they perceive you as having power, and that's bullshit. And when
Everyone
people
has
push that kind of
power.
shit, that's like the most insane, infuriating. Like that's a complete breach of trust. That's like, oh, the number one taboo in like our society that's like social, like it only applies to me. I'm the only person who can be like the worst thing. Yes,
Well,
it's like
let's
fuck
look
off.
at intersectionality.
Like, that's insane.
First of all,
because the anger that you're expressing is addressed if you actually learn what intersectionality is and how it works.
I understand what intersectionality is.
Yeah,
I
you
think
understand it's
idea.
confusing because
falling into a trap.
racism basically has two definitions in this country, and then one of the reasons
We've
why
already
we
fallen
talk
way.
past each other is because one of us might adhere to the one definition and others the other definition, and that makes it difficult to have this conversation sometimes because
the
some
entire
people
problem.
see racism as any discriminatory act based on race, and others believe that it's a discriminatory act based on race from a position of power. And it's that from a position of power that people disagree on.
That's the caveat that lets people get away with it. It's
No,
bullshit.
even hold on. Even Brento Box, even if you add position of power, who's to say that everybody there's people without power? Like even the most powerless person you can think of can have a position of power when it comes to peer-to-peer racism, right? Like if you're bullying somebody, even though you're like average, you're statistically disadvantaged, you as a person can still have more power than that person that you're bullying. And so even in their definition, these so-called, progressive people who regress their definitions so far back, even their definitions can still work against them if you use logic.
I am just so frustrated right now because
hold on.
I
want to
add
because Prime, I put something in the VC chat, and I literally watched this guy, Professor George Yancey, come to Morehouse, my school, and literally have like a 30-minute speech stating why he believes all white people are racist. There's nothing they can do. They just have to accept that fact.
Sure.
And
I'm reading the article now. When I get through the article, I'll give you my opinion. But yeah.
So I just want to make it clear that I'm not lying, and I looked for this evidence to give it to you.
I just don't believe people. I need actual fucking evidence of these things.
Sure, whatever.
I'm gonna read the article. So I'm reading it right now, and hopefully, I mean not hopefully, but we'll see what's in that article.
Sure. So, I gave a firsthand experience. It's not like I heard somebody who said this. Like I literally watched it myself.
People people are hyperbolic on this issue. That's why I can't accept that. Like I just literally can't.
Sure.
That's why I'm looking for that. But go ahead.
I'm so frustrated right now. I hate to interject, but I'm so frustrated right now because I want to have an honest discussion, an open discussion about this issue that people are saying, whether it's true or not. People are concerned about this, and we are dismissing their concerns as it doesn't matter. This isn't happening.
Not all
Shut up, you
concerns are
liar.
valid.
What? Hold on. What concern?
And we
If
need.
I say the
this
sky
is
is falling, is my concern valid?
Look, if 80,
What's the
if
concern?
a majority of the population, the voting population, believes the sky is falling, you better fucking take it seriously because they're going to vote
But that's not
accordingly.
happening.
So we need to either do two things.
Yeah, I would
right?
explain to them
We need
you
two
are
things.
wrong. This is
But
why.
it is like.
Wait,
okay,
you
what
think the
they are
majority?
concerned of, what they are concerned about, when we say it's not happening, then they see evidence of it happening rarely, but it's happening. We lose all credibility. They stop listening to us. They stop believing us, and it becomes very hard to reach them.
Sky. That doesn't mean the sky
We're
is
talking.
falling.
No. When I said it's not happening, I'm talking about the majority of the voting population is not believing that CRT is taking over.
They did in Virginia. That's why we lost that special election.
Even if it's not a
Is that
majority, it's a
why?
significant portion.
Okay, so a significant portion of the population thinks CRT is being taught in schools to hate white people.
And why CRT?
Enough
What they
to flip
mean
Virginia,
is,
for sure.
what they mean is this idea of racism as prejudice plus power. This idea that white people are inherently racist. This idea that they are being ranked according to privilege and things like this, and they are concerned about that. And this is an issue because we are saying your concerns, they're just not happening when they could see it is, right?
I do think it's a problem to teach that racism is only power plus privilege because I was taught that in high school, and I believed that up until I got to college where I studied philosophy and I learned that that's just factually incorrect. And so, like, I do think that's a huge problem.
Is it better to go with the ultra conservative answer, right? Of racism never existed in this country,
No, of course not.
and that the slaves had it really nice.
No conservative.
No, actually, if you look at textbooks in Texas,
no.
they say that exact thing that slaves had it pretty good on the plantation.
Yeah, I saw that textbook.
Yeah, that's literally in textbooks, my friend.
I'd
So
say
I
there's
don't know what to tell you.
there's another confusion that's happening here too, and that is these theories, at least it presented in their strongest form, are meant to be looked at in the aggregate. So if you're looking at a group, any particular group that has power over another, that's when those relationships sort of make sense. Just like Plato talked about in the Republic, that you have to back up and look at society as a whole. And when you're looking at things in the aggregate, these things become clear. But if you try to apply that stuff in individuals to say, okay, there's a white person in this room and there's a Hispanic person in this room and there's a power differential just because of that, that may not be true. In fact, it may be true that the individual minority person who happens to be in that room is more powerful in a lot of ways. Maybe it's that
when it comes
person's
to high
boss, or
school
maybe
teachers, if I may ask you, Ika, real quick, when it comes to the general high school teacher that teaches math or maybe teaches something that's not related to history or philosophy or anything like that, but they do want to interject this into their classroom for whatever, do you maybe worry that they don't have the training necessary to properly present these kind of
all of those?
Yeah,
But why would they even do that? I've never heard my
people
math
do it
teacher
on
talk about race.
It's all over YouTube.
That's insane.
The videos that Prime's going over right now, because people are sending him videos or whatever, there are some teachers out there who they
How
they
would
don't
that even
understand the
be
theory
brought
that
up?
they're teaching, or they're applying it. This is what I'm talking about. It's supposed to apply in the aggregate, but then they start applying it to individuals, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work when you look at individuals, because individuals have, like, it only works in aggregates because then things get averaged out.
Love large numbers, basically.
Yeah. And it doesn't work when you're dealing with individuals. You can't like fix a person or
I
pull
just
the
want to be
risk.
very clear what I'm advocating for here, right? What I'm advocating for isn't that we take the conservative approach here, isn't that we give in to them or cede the narrative, is that we stop just denying the reality that this happens sometimes.
I would never deny it.
I know, but a lot of people are.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of people.
I
Prime
would
was
just
one of
say
them.
it's not systemic at all.
I'm getting through this article, and I have thoughts on this article already, but I have to read it. Because
You want me to quote it?
I don't have high hopes for this article. I'm like a
long
quarter of the
article.
way, or a quarter of the way down. But
Not long
don't
enough.
worry, we'll get that. But I am with Dr. K, and Dr. K was saying that not all fucking concerns are valid, right? We need to treat them that way. We can understand that people have those concerns.
By Christian Rufo.
Exactly.
It literally started
Who's
as a
Christian
campaign that
Rufo?
he's a pretty famous conservative propagandist. He's very good at what he does, and what he does
Because
is
he's
manufacture basically like
he's
moral
good
panic.
enough
You
because
can't manufacture videos
look,
that
the
teachers
reason it
put up
worked.
by their own
Still waiting for those videos.
Yeah, the
give us
reason
proof,
it worked.
debate board. I'm waiting.
They're totally cringe.
I'm
Like,
waiting waiting for all.
Yes,
the proof.
well,
Give it
this
to
is a
me.
pretty common conservative tactic, right? Is we live in an age where everything is everywhere all the time on the internet, right? And so what you do is you find some videos from 5 years ago, right? And you say, this is what they're doing everywhere nowadays, right? And you use that to stir up a moral panic.
But the reason
right?
it worked, the reason this propaganda is so effective is
3 weeks ago.
Well, it's also because we have responded to it in exactly the way they want us to, by denying it ever happens, which makes us lose all credibility. And it's so they can't believe us.
What the fuck happens?
You're fighting
And
a
where's the
ghost.
proof?
No one's saying that, dude.
Holy shit! Yeah, what the
We're
fuck
just not saying
happens?
it's
Are you not on the
systemic.
same panel as I am?
It's not systemic.
What the fuck happens? And where's the proof of it? Still waiting. You haven't provided.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, I'm not talking to you. Did I just say like Wick? And I'll deal with you later, Dream. I got to finish this article. I'm working. I'm not a very fast feeder. That's my thing.
It's okay. I quoted it for you.
No, don't
There's
worry.
4 million
I need
teachers
to
in
read
the
this
US.
whole
You
fucking
can
thing.
find
I don't need any excerpts
you gotta
from
read
this,
the whole
right?
thing.
This is I see this article and I see what this guy's trying to build, but I'll have to deal with it later. I'll deal with you later. But like,
I'll deal with you later.
I will deal. I'll deal with you all
That's
later.
a villain shit, Prime. That's a villain
Well,
shit.
I am a leftist. So,
Prime
right?
villain
Like,
arc right
Debate
now.
Boy
Here we
knows
go.
the truth about me. Debate Boy's been warning about my
Everyone's
ideology the entire
been
time.
challenging you to debates, Prime, and I think I have to challenge you to a one-on-one at some point too.
If you want
but,
a spanking too, don't worry. I have enough to hand out. So.
Well, I actually do want a spanking, but it's a different topic. And
You're gay?
Thing.
Figuratively or literally, I'll hand out spankings. Okay,
Thank
all right.
you.
I gotta work on this article. Like I
Sure,
gotta get
sure.
through this thing. But you guys continue talking yourself. My man Kobe is here, who I love so much.
Kobe looks like that dude from Harry Potter.
But when we are unwilling to acknowledge even just a little reality, we don't have to buy the entire ship, right? We don't have to buy the entire island, but we can just say, yeah, this is happening and it's bad when it happens. And it would have been much less effective than it was. But we insisted on owning the conservatives, and it's become a huge problem for us electorally. Huge problem. Being the left in gen.
Okay.
Wait, Dr. K, you're not naive enough to say this never happens, right? Like Prime is.
No, I'm willing to say that it happens, but I'm not.
Okay.
I would say it's not systemic in any way, and that like to label it as like a huge systemic issue that's corrupting our thing is frankly an like manufactured moral panic, and I don't entertain it for a second.
So Dr. K, reasonable question here.
More than outliers.
How many?
I mean, there's no such thing as a reasonable question from you intellectual liar. But anyways,
yeah, you live in your fantasy world. How many instances of this would be sufficient for you to categorize it as a systemic problem? Because I'm betting there is
It
no
doesn't.
number.
It doesn't matter. The number of issues.
Right,
It
it
matters.
doesn't matter. Yep.
Well,
That is
if you would
culture
fucking
impact.
listen and stop being a stupid bitch for 5 seconds, I'll explain how it works. Right?
Oh, now you're gonna get uppity about interrupting. Okay.
Yeah,
All
well,
right.
shut up and listen, right? I know it's hard for you, but try it, right? So
Been sitting
if
here
it
listening
is,
for the last 20 minutes. You
all right,
dolt.
I'm begging
So
you.
answer
I'm
the
begging
question.
you. Just shut the fuck up and listen. Thank you.
Answer the question.
I'm saying, yeah, if it was instituted into the doctrine, essentially, if it was like, here is the lessons on CRT that we teach, right? Because it doesn't matter, if someone goes off the books and does it. It matters if the books specifically are the ones if that is what the mandated lesson plan requires, and it doesn't.
I just dropped 3 links in the Primes chat identifying curricula-specific instances of CRT-related pedagogy. Okay? So, again, I'm asking you, how many instances of this is it going to take for you to classify
Is it CRT or is it just teaching about
Hey, Kobe,
privilege and
take
things
over
like
from me.
that?
Like I have to get through this letter, and it's like I read so slowly. So like our friend Flo Chase wants to talk, let him talk. But take over from me, buddy. Thank you.
We have got to have a better way to conduct this conversation than fighting over specific examples.
Well, wait a second. We were just told that there aren't examples.
I don't intellectually respect debate board. And
Okay, well, I do intellectually respect debate board. He's
I'm
a great
acknowledging
guy.
that there are examples, but it's not systemic.
Debate board,
love
answer
debate
your
board.
question if you'd like.
I think.
Aiko, of course. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So there are 4 million teachers in America, right? So to have a statistically significant number of examples, and I understand that this is what Dr. K was saying as well in part, but I would say what you'd need to do is do a statistical approach, because even if you threw 20 videos at me today, that wouldn't be a significant out of 4 million teachers, right? But I could show you videos of conservatives doing just the opposite, right? And we could just be throwing those examples at each other. So what I would have to do, and actually, this is something that I do because, like I said, high school debate programs are the only place where you see on a regular basis CRT presented, although it's presented from kids to other kids because they're the ones who do the research and make their arguments. But I see it enough to where I can say, when I go to tournaments and I hear those kinds of arguments being made in around, say, 20-30% of the time, that's a very high number. That's an extremely high number. So I would have to see, at this point, you would have to see not just curriculum like lesson plans and units from individual teachers. That wouldn't do it. I would have to see it at the district level, and I would have to see that it's present in enough districts for it to be statistically significant.
Sure, I love that analysis, and what it made me think of here real quick is the so-called systemic police brutality, right? Where we have tens of millions of police interactions with civilians every year, and we have I don't know the number of deaths or use of force instances out of those tens of millions, but yet that vanishingly small number is used as a basis to allege that there is a systemic problem with police brutality in the United States, particularly against Black people.
Wonderful dog.
So,
are you conceding? Are you conceding?
Can I ask you a question?
So while we will pitch this in a CRT context as
Okay,
well, we need to see
fanatic.
it much more broadly, right? We're not going to apply that same level of analysis to, say, something like police
But
brutality.
debate board.
It's interesting how that shifts.
Yes, but
Can I ask you
debate
a
board.
question?
Are you conceding?
Just real quick. This is really important. Debate board.
what I'm
Wouldn't you make the
saying.
case
Such a
that we?
dodge.
Okay, but debate board. Let's say that is the case that people are not being rigorous enough with their analysis of police brutality. Instead of just using the examples, shouldn't the case be that we ought do that with the case of police brutality? Like this seems like, oh well, the left is being dishonest in this way, so we should be dehonest. But shouldn't the case?
No, he's not saying
should the
that.
advocacy? Okay, well, it really sounds like that's what you're saying when
He's
you say you have
saying there's two
Well,
standards.
hold on. If that is the case, then would you say that there isn't a problem with using limited examples for police brutality? Because you have now repeatedly made the claim that, look at these examples, this is enough to prove the case. But now you seem to be making
I
an
didn't say
attack.
it was enough. I'm asking if there
Then
was a
why did you?
what
You heavily
these
implied it.
standards-
You heavily implied it.
Debate if these examples, hold on,
Aiko, I have a question. I have a question about
maybe
like
I'm misunderstanding
quality.
here. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. I really want to finish this particular line. I could be totally misunderstanding it, but debate board. It would seem to me that these examples you brought up, the 3 links which I am reading, in Prime Chat, were key pieces of evidence. But I would hope that the position is that whether it's police brutality or CRT, we can't just be using 3 articles that reference 3 individual specific instances to prove a trend. So if that's the case, then that shouldn't be relevant.
That wasn't the point of the articles. The point of the articles was, one, to provide Prime with some additional reading material and for chat as well. But I followed up by noting to Dr. K, well, look, there's a question here. Dr. K wants to retreat into this false space called systematic, right? Or systemic.
I mean, I'm holding the same.
And so I'm asking a question.
I'm holding the same, basically, like burden of proof that Aiko is.
Where is the line then in determining that something is systemic? All right, I posted a link too about Indianapolis.
Aiko literally said it already.
It's a fair
I'm glad
point.
Aiko did, Dr. K, but you decided to be a
Yes.
fucking intellectual coward and come at me for interrupting you, whiny bitch, whiny.
Can we stop with the
Yeah,
Can we
wait,
stop?
I have a question for Aiko. Aiko, I want to ask you. Those things that you're saying, like they're not systemic and they're not a big deal. Do you think they are gross violations? Do you think they are seriously like ugly lessons and that they are outside of the curriculum and those teachers should be fired? Or are you just saying it doesn't meet the standard of what you would define as CRT? Because people are like, it's not really CRT. It's like, well, how do you feel about what you see, and do you think it has a place in the classroom?
I'm sorry, who are you asking?
I was asking you, Aiko.
Oh yeah, okay. So, well, for one, if you're gonna call it CRT, then it needs to be CRT.
Well,
The
forget
real
it-
question
forget
is
what it's called. Sure.
The real question isn't whether or not CRT is present in the classroom, because I wouldn't have a problem with CRT being present in the classroom, depending on how it's taught. But but I would have a problem. But I would have a problem with some of the things that get described as being CRT. I have a problem, honestly, with Kendian anti-racism theory, and I have a problem with especially the earliest iterations of the 1619 Project. I think it's self-corrected, and I think it's not as bad as it was. I think Kendian anti-racism doesn't concede things that it should concede, right? But I think what's worse than but that just means that I have some nitpicks about it, right? It doesn't mean that I'm 100% against arguing from the anti-racism perspective. But what's really bad is a teacher who doesn't understand the material that's being taught, who and honestly, like in my personal experience, when there's a teacher that's susceptible to thinking in this way, it's usually white teachers who, for whatever reason, feel like they have to go. Feel like they have to make way broader claims than the source material actually makes.
You got to show you're an ally, right? You got to signal.
I have read this letter that our friend D10 Dream has provided me, and as I thought, right, like this is being misinterpreted, just as our friend Aiko said, right, like this is being misinterpreted. It's actually quite simple with this letter. It's a very long letter, right? All it's saying is that internalized and systemic racism is a thing. That if you live in this world, right, like if you live in this society, right, like you are you take in things, messages that inculcate internalized sexism, right? Because it starts with sexism first, right? That to be a male in society involves like receiving messages that are that you internalize and that affects how you move throughout the world, affects how you treat women, and whether you want to or not, whether you are like you call yourself a feminist, right, and actually mean it, right, or whether like you're non-political, you don't pay attention to these things, no matter where you are on the spectrum, whether your actual sex is a sexist, right, that people have internalized sexism and they're dealing with that. On the same note,
inherently true though,
and that's exactly. Hold on, first of all,
that's what he's saying.
Sorry, you didn't understand the letter, so I'm teaching you about the letter. So hold on, right? So like on the same note, internalized racism is a thing. Just like, and I've used myself as an example. I have internalized racism in terms of like, I don't know, like our Asian brothers and sisters, right? Or our Latin brothers and sisters. I'm sure I've done some
took an anti-Asian act, right? That that other people do it. White people do anti-black acts, even though they don't hate black people. They'd be maybe married to a black person, and have black friends and all that. That then inoculate them from having internalized a racism, right? And benefiting from systemic racism. Like there's little quotes talking about this is exactly what the author is saying, right?
Yeah,
the author points to individuals. The author points to individuals, white individuals, who are talking about like how they benefit from the system and how they describe it. They describe it in internalized racism and then systemic racism. That's what they're saying. What it's not saying is that like being born with white skin makes you racist. Right? Like
no, bro.
It's saying that you internalize anti-blackness, just like black people with black skin, like me, brown skin, like me, internalize anti-black racism. That's the thing that happens to all of us being born. So that's the point of this article.
No, bro.
So
what I said. Okay, sure. We could say he's not saying that just because your skin is white.
He's not scanning that. Amazing.
Yeah. But what he's saying is every white person in America is racist. That's what he is.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Let me tell you why. Hold on. That's literally what he said, and you even said it when you said. He literally he is saying that. I even quoted it. Just as my comfort in being male is linked to the suffering of women, which makes me sexist, so too you are racist. He's talking to white people.
Yes.
No,
He's saying,
so he's calling every white person.
But then hold on. Here's the problem of just like picking out a single sentence, right? Which is why
if you were to ask him, yourself, is every white person racist? You would say yes.
You to do this, right? This is exactly why I didn't trust you to do this.
No, your interpretation is just wrong.
No, because I read the fucking article.
I read it too. I even spoke to him.
Are you like?
I literally asked him a question. Do you think all white people are racist?
Shut up. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
I understand you don't give a shit. You don't care about the truth.
Right? Thank you. I don't give a shit that you spoke to him. I'm reading the article. This is the evidence that you provided me, right? And so he says this bombastic statement, right? And I'll read it again. This is the part that he pointed out, right? So the part that Dream highlighted for us. Just as my comfort in being a male is linked to suffering of women, because he's talking about internalized sexism, right? Which makes me sexist, right? So too, you are racist. So he makes this bombastic statement. And then what does he do for the rest of the fucking article, right? And it's a long article. It took me a while to get through this, right? What does he do for the rest of the article? He talks about, hey, like there are messages that we all internalize, right? And because of that, we engage in a system and we benefit from a system of bigotry, a bigotry that gives us all advantages. I have advantages because I'm like not fucking disabled, right? I have, and that gives me able privilege, right? And I certainly do. I have anti-disabled individuals bigotry. I don't know what to call that. Sorry. But like I have that in me, right? You have that in yourself as well, because we have a society that puts all these messages, right? That benefits a very small segment, and the rest of us are inundated with messages against even ourselves that we internalize, right? So yes, you can pick on that one statement, right? Or you can look at what was actually trying to tell you, the actual message of the article, and you missed it all. Thank you for that, because it's exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said would happen, and you illustrated it perfectly for me. So I'm going to unmute Dream so we can talk, right? So we can respond to us, and then we'll go from there. We got a lot of people who want to jump in. Go ahead, Dream.
Listen. Well, I understand what he's saying or trying to say, but I'm saying his messaging is wrong and it can still get interpreted wrongly. If we were to apply his framing, hold on. If we were to apply his framing in the most absolute, like best light possible, giving it the best benefit of what possible, sure, you can find that. You can find that he's saying that white people aren't racist. But if you literally talk to this guy and he literally says this himself, you ask him, is every white, this is his definition of what it means to be racist. Like if you benefit from the society, if it benefits you, then you are that ist, right? So he would say that because men benefit because males benefit from their sex, they are sexist. Because white people benefit from their race, they are racist. This is his definition. So, like I said, it is factually true that he believes and he espoused because you are white, and you benefit from racism, you are inherently racist. It doesn't matter what your personal beliefs is. It doesn't matter what your personal actions are. It doesn't matter any of that. But because simply you are white and there is systemic racism that benefits you, because a white person, because a cop will pull you over and treat you better than if you were to pull over a black person. Because that is a simple state. No matter what you do as a white person, no matter what you believe, you are therefore racist. This is what he says. This is what he teaches.
Yeah,
and it's even in the article too.
And again, because you didn't actually understand the article. Don't worry,
I do understand the article.
Clearly not, because you're saying all the wrong fucking things.
I'm not.
Can I interject?
No, you can't interject. You'll fucking wait. Excuse me. Holy shit. No, that's not what the article says. I just read the article. Other people can read the article as well, right?
Yeah, they can read it too.
And it is talking about internalized racism. And if I ask the same guy, because I can actually read and understand his words, right? I can parse what he's saying, right? If I ask the same person, if I had a conversation, right? Then what it would tell me? That black people have anti-black racism too, right? That to live in this world, that you have anti-black racism because we absorb all the same messages that white people have. We are not invincible for those messages, and that sometimes even anti-black racism can work in our favor. It happens, right? Some people benefit from that. Fucking Candace Owens benefits from anti-black racism. That's the thing that happens, right? That's what she does,
right? Versus
right?
all.
So,
that's the thing.
Okay, whatever. I've gotten my point across. All right, so Wick and then our friend Kobe and Aiko. And I guess Squan.
Okay, so I understand the nuance, right? I did not read this article, but I understand the nuance of the arguments here, Prime, that you're making. I've heard it before. I understand this nuance. But the problem is not every teacher who tries to teach this and bring across this message does so with the nuance that you so aptly showed. And that is the concern, right? That a lot of these teachers are taking that nuanced thought, that thing that took a while to explain, and simply saying what Dream here is saying with no nuance provided, and the message being put across intentionally or unintentionally is what Dream is asserting here. That's the concern that many parents have on the right and the left, to be frank, and this is why this denial of it is not helping us electorally. It's not.
So I would agree with what Aiko already said, and that I could see that someone could, like Dream screwed it up, right? So I imagine a lot of teachers would also screw it up and say the exact same thing. So sure, yeah, that individuals can do that. Now I haven't seen the proof of it. I've yet to see proof. No one's given me proof yet. But if that's your narrow point, then I'm willing to concede that. I'm willing to concede that someone somewhere, right? Well, lots of people somewhere cannot parse a nuanced argument like the one that this guy Yancey is writing here, and then they say something that's really fucking dumb. So all right, so then we'll go to our friend Kobe, then Aiko, then Squarn, and a new individual here. I don't know his name.
I mainly want to engage with Prime here. So if other people want to respond, obviously can, but mainly here. Okay. So Prime, I'm sure you would agree that there are many people that subscribe to the idea. I'm sorry, my cat and my dog are fighting literally right off screen. I'm going to try to separate them without this happening. Stop. Okay. Oh my lord. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, the point being, I'm sure that you would agree that many people believe that racism is prejudice plus power. And so minority groups, I think it's pretty reasonable. I think a pretty reasonable bastardization of this idea. You could imagine a teacher who believes that racism is prejudice plus power. And as Aiko pointed out, she wants to be a good little white girl. She doesn't want to be racist. So she points out that, well, no, when one of the libertarian, cool, edgy kids with a Groiper t-shirt, miss, well, does that mean black people are racist too? And she says, well, no, because black people can't experience racism because racism is prejudice plus power. It is true they have internalized prejudice, but this is actually social. She could do this. She could. Now, maybe you think that's reasonable, but I think that is what people are worried about. I think that is that bastardization is what people are worried about. I would assume you would agree. You're a left-wing person as well. Teachers are overworked. Teachers are underfunded. Teachers don't have a lot of time to go out there and make up their lesson plan, let alone grade everything, let alone buy extra products. I think you can agree that it's going to happen, that you're going to get teachers that are being stretched thin, that are going to have to talk about current events, or going to have to step out of their wheelhouse, right? I went to a privileged white school in a rich area, and we had teachers that my science teacher went to art school. It happens. We have a teacher shortage. I'm sure you would agree that it is reasonable to be worried about the quality of your kid's education, and in general, the idea that individual teacher bias is a problem is something that every parent is worried about and should be worried about. And I'm sure you would agree that there are creationist science teachers that teach I had a creationist science teacher that paused a documentary about evolution to tell us that it was just a theory and told us that it couldn't be a coincidence that eclipses happen. I'm a smart guy. I moved on. It wasn't the end of the world. I agree there shouldn't be some huge policy thing, but whatever. But it's reasonable to agree that it happens. It is a thing. It is an event that happened. I think that just to maybe further conversation, we should probably just talk about we should just use the word woke and not CRT. So what we're talking about, we're going to be 100% honest. We're talking about woke. We're talking about performative progressivism. That's what really we're talking about. We don't want our schools to be performatively progressive. Okay,
that's a much more accurate
term. Some examples of this. The San Francisco school board wanted to get rid of a mural that was painted during by a Hispanic American artist during the Great Depression because it had a Native American I don't even know if a Native American person said this was offensive. I don't even know if this tribe exists anymore. I didn't even know anything about this, but people said it was racist. And so they didn't end up doing this, but they considered doing this. They also had they had a 6-month deliberation process during COVID about whether or not they should rename schools after famous white supremacist neo-Nazis like
that's
Paul
my
Revere.
city.
When people in power are using power this way, I think that you're going to see a pushback. And this is one of my biggest pieces of kind of the first thing I wanted to, hopefully I can connect with you, Prime, on that. This idea that individual teacher bias is a problem. The other thing I kind of want to point out is, I'm sure you would agree, I don't like great man history. I think great man history is very limited. But one of my favorite teachers was taught great man history. Because at the end of the day, what it means to be a good teacher is a lot more than these specific curriculum on what you're teaching. You can be a really shitty teacher and have really good curriculum. You can be a terrible teacher and have, either or, right? He was one of the teachers that installed a love of history in me. And to be honest, and the biggest thing he gave me was that he challenged me. He challenged me to prove what I believe, to find a better source, et cetera, et cetera. I think that in the same way that we can agree that it is good, that maybe it's even good that woke performative progressivism. We have performative nationalism in schools, where maybe a little performative progressivism can be good. Right? I'm not against this idea, but I think that we should concede that individual teacher bias is a problem. We shouldn't say things like it doesn't matter if it's just I think as somebody said earlier, if it's just a teacher going off script, it doesn't matter. No one here agrees with that. My teacher should not have said that it's not a coincidence that eclipses happen. My teacher should not have stopped a documentary to say that it's that's ridiculous. That was in them inputting her personal bias that added nothing to the teaching experience. In the same way that you have a panel where people talk about progressive politics all the time. There are people that I'm sure that if you would agree, if they presented their ideas to a group of fourth grade or of fifth graders or whatever, it's not going to turn out very well. Those kids are not going to learn much.
Hey, kid.
This is the last thing I'll say. How many people? I know I say that a lot. How many people do you talk to, Prime, who are left wing, that will agree that one of the reasons why they became very critical of America was because their teaching in school was really shitty? They could kind of tell that they were only getting one side. They looked into it. They realized that their school was being really one-sided, and they kind of just instantly flipped to the other side. I know 50 guys
my teaching was great.
that are just basically anti-American, mainly because we went to a school that had a really pro-American, really nationalistic curriculum.
Really?
And then they just they realized that actually it's more complicated. There's there's really fucked up shit.
Must be
really
in the suburbs or stuff.
History. And once they realize that, they just switch to the opposite side. That's how a lot of people are, in my opinion. A lot of people are very binary.
When they find you're lied to, when you get lied to, right? I'm backing up what you're saying, Kobe. When you find out that you've only gotten this one side of the story, that you've been lied to, it makes you and this isn't something that's rational, right? People shouldn't do this, but they absolutely do. Exactly. They just flip the script. Now I can't trust anything you say anymore. So I'm going to go with these guys who are saying you are a liar because I know they're right about that.
So
but I've seen it the other way.
So I'm gonna respond to my man Kobe.
I just want somebody in chat said I didn't bring up that the board got recalled. The SF board got recalled because it doesn't fit my narrative. Actually, I didn't bring it up because it actually does fit my narrative. It's my narrative that people are not going to accept this and they're going to get rid of it. I'm sorry.
So
go for it.
As I was saying just before you got started, I agree that teachers could possibly screw this up, right? It's a complicated argument, right? And it needs to be presented properly. And yeah, it makes sense to me, right? One, either because they're overworked or because of just sheer incompetence, that they could screw this message up, right? And say that all white people are racist, right? And just leave it at that.
right? So fair enough. I also believe that just for the record, that black people can absolutely be racist to white people. We got some background noise from you, Kobe. If you could also. They can absolutely be racist to white individuals, right? I don't think you need power to have racism. I don't define it that way, and I think that's not a useful definition for some people. Right? Like I think there's, I think what that concept is a very specific thing, and I think that's the academic term for like racism, right? Like it's that term of power plus like prejudice equal racism. It's useful in a very, very specific context, and not the general context. Yeah, right. Like it's not. So I'll put that out there. Like it's very possible that I could be, racist to my white brothers here, right? Like talking about like I bet bento box tastes like mayonnaise or something like that. I could say something. I wouldn't.
That would be funny.
Is it okay if I do, since we are of a? Can I go at this? Can I
give the pass.
I think you just demonstrated it doesn't sting as much when you're going in that direction, right?
No, it didn't. That never did. That's just a funny joke.
But it might sting going the other way.
Yeah,
okay,
or it might not.
But I could also like mute all like white people here and say like you can only talk after black people, or say that like some nonsense that like white people don't have anything to say when it comes to race relations, right? That's something I've heard, right? And this is coming along the line you're talking about, right? And it becomes like performative progressiveness, right? Performative.
At the same time, silence is violence. So
Yeah,
I didn't.
It's terrible on
it's
all
contradictory.
Yeah. These are very nuanced takes, and I can believe that there are individuals who have screwed up. So I haven't seen proof, but I can believe that that's the thing that's happened.
Okay.
So
I'm the proof, at least partially, right? I came out of high school from some of my liberal teachers having a very, very little idea, or a very little faith in the idea that we could reform this country and that we could make this country like not racist, not sexist, not classist. Because I had very, very progressive teachers that showed me a very specific representation. I was me, and as I've grown older and learned more, I've changed my position on this. But that was a big, my big anti-American reason I called myself a communist when I first started coming on this panel was because I was taught in school that America was great. America was always on the right side. There's a poster on the wall that had a revolutionary soldier, and then it had a soldier from World War II, and it said, "Whenever liberty is in danger, America rises." And I was like, "Fuck yeah, that's America." But then you learn about shit, and you come to the other side, right?
He doesn't believe you because you don't have video evidence.
So I gotta go. I'm gonna go to Aiko. I'm gonna go to Aiko. Then I'll go to was it Squarn? And then what's the person's name? Rhetorician and Flow Trace. Okay.
Yeah. What you just said? This isn't what I was gonna say, but what you said is why I consider CRT to be optimistic compared to say Kendi and anti-racism, because CRT actually believes that the system can be changed and it can be made better, and that America can then live up to its founding ideals and maybe even surpass them. To me, that's the opposite of irredeemable. But anyway, I've identified, just listening to you guys, 4 different conflations. I know I said there's 2 definitions of racism. Now I'm thinking that there's like 8, because there's 4 conflations that are going on. So there's the prejudice plus power versus prejudice by itself. We already talked about that. There's the aggregate versus the individual, which we just also talked about. But then there's also, and I've talked about this on past panels, the difference between racism having to have a racist intent or a disparate impact, right? The disparate impact is Supreme Court came up with in the 60s, right? And that's a big one too, because you can say that a particular policy has a racist or has a disparate impact. And so you can say, okay, that's a racist policy. And again, that works in the aggregate because a policy is something that affects groups of people. But as soon as you start applying that to individuals and saying that because you as an individual have had this different impact on one race than another, even if you didn't intend to have that, it's really hard for me to call that racism in the old-fashioned kind of, you have a racist intent sort of way, because to me there is a difference between doing something accidentally and doing something intentionally, and that goes along with the idea of structural racism, which is the individual may not be to blame for the impacts that the individual is having in a system that sort of makes him or her go that way. And then the fourth conflation that's happening is conscious racism versus bias. And to me, it's really important that you understand that, like, for instance, when we're talking about the police brutality stuff, and I would like to have a separate conversation with DebateBoard on that one day. But when you're talking about that, you have to, if you look at police officers, for instance, and you show them drawings of people, and all you do is change the skin tone and nothing else, what you'll find is that there is a bias in the reaction because something in the lizard brain gets activated, and it's not necessarily. In fact, it happens with black police officers as well. They have that's the internalized racism that Prime talked about, right? But that's bias, right? Or unconscious, like a disparate impact that happens as a result of a subconscious sort of reaction. And to me, it's important to make a distinction between all of these things. And sadly, all of these things get called racism. And so no wonder nobody understands each other when that word comes up, because what we mean by that, you have to have a whole paragraph of distinctions that probably bores the hell out of chat, because
that's not functional. Like, Aiko, I mean, like, people need to be able to understand things and communicate to each other. They can't just write off 4 conflations of the different aspects of the concept. So it's like, there's different conflations. It's like
to use the R word all that much, because
but I mean, no
one knows what it means.
No, everyone knows what it means. Everyone knows what it means.
They don't.
It means discriminating fucking against somebody because of their race.
Okay,
you don't have to discriminate.
You are extrapolating your definition on it,
intentionally or unintentionally,
it's
in
like
the aggregate or in the individual.
History
fact or intention or having an intent.
It's like if there's like theft, and you're like, here's all the different types of theft, and it's like it's stealing some shit that doesn't belong to you from somebody fucking else. What do you want? Like, no, we need all these multiple different types of theft.
That's really clear, though.
Can we stop this? Can we stop this? When you're
really
if you want to actually have a productive conversation with another individual or a group of individuals, let me finish, and then yes. But when you want to have a productive, it is very helpful. Best practice, don't insist on your definition, but instead find out what they mean when they say these things, and then speak to their language.
Sure.
And then you'll be able to communicate effectively.
That's great.
But also this example you gave about theft, right? You're saying it's all theft. But what I'm saying is this list of things I gave you is not all racism. Some of it maybe shouldn't be called racism. Like, these are the things we need to talk about, right? Is it disparate impact racism, or is it just disparate impact? Right? I mean, we can have clear language on this, and it would avoid 80% of our confusion, I think.
I completely agree with you.
I think the confusion is like intentional. I think the confusion is to elevate every situation to like a massive social taboo where it can't even be talked about and turn everything into a giant fucking problem.
Brento is kind of right on this, right?
We
look at how the extrapolation
if someone comes in
of
with bad faith, then yes, that you're going to have
people
these
have bad
issues.
faith. Yeah, exactly.
But it's a lot of people I was listening to.
So hold on, let's go to. We've got a lot of people in line right here. So we're gonna go to Squarn. We'll go to Federation, I believe his name is, and then we'll Vote Trace. Oh, and DebateBoard, if you have something you want to say, we can put you in line. Go ahead, Squarn.
Thank you.
Yeah, so first I just want to say CRT is a lens. I think it's fair to look at it as in academia. It's just like feminist theory where there's some different nuances and branches to it. And that should be kept in mind. Now, the fact is that teachers are humans, and sometimes they have often they have their own individual biases, and sometimes they forget they're supposed to be teaching it as a lens. And that's really where we get into a lot of these problems, and you get, let's say, the triggered cultural conservatives who will have a knee-jerk reaction, but then it kind of gets met with an explanation that I think starts to resemble the conversation that we just saw between Brento Box and Icorich, where they explain the point of view for CRT or whatever the, let's say, the liberal model is, and they say, well, no, it's not really racism that you're experiencing. It's not really this or that. it's this, and this. And what that feels like, I think, to the conservative, the cultural conservative person, is that the person is just not listening to them. They're being told they need to see it from the point of view of the theory, but what their conflict is in that is not actually being given the same sort of weight, and that feels alienating to these people, and that really hurts the discourse because they feel so disenfranchised by it. And you were saying, Kai, that yes, you have Black people who have internalized racism, and you have Black people who can be racist, and Black people who can benefit from their own internalized racism. I think the same can be true of white people, where white people can have internalized white racism and also benefit from it. And that can manifest itself in sometimes these individual teachers who make power play and bullying against students in class.
Okay, I can see that. Let's go to Rhetorician, then Flow Trace. Oh, and before you say anything, to Debate Board and Aiko, I would love for you guys to have that conversation that you were talking about. Our friend Aiko here is a teaches, debating, and I would love to see like a master of the craft go at it. And Debate Board, I think, is a very eloquent individual. So I would love to actually hear you talk. So if you two would like to set that up and you guys have a conversation on this channel, I'll stay out of it because I know Aiko doesn't need my help.
I need to go make tacos, but I want to say one last thing, okay?
Okay.
I'm sick and damn tired. Something you said earlier, Prime, you were talking about that first article. You agreed that the first sentence was really bombastic, but then like the rest of it was like super reasonable, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure Aiko would agree. Kendi does this fucking constantly. Kendi will be like, yeah, America actually you can't fix racism, and then it's like actually 5 paragraphs, but actually it'd be really hard to fix racism.
Yes.
And technically, maybe we could stop that shit. I'm so fucking tired of it. It's called the trolls truism. I read that in a paper got released in 2005. You say a general broad claim you can't disagree with, but then you go on fucking fairyland, right? I'm sick and tired of it. It's so frustrating. It's so much of our current discourse is ruined because there's like 7 guys that got their university degrees at the most funded universities that wrote books that a bunch of white liberals read, and now we have to deal with that discourse fallout forever.
Yep.
Love you all. Yep. Hopefully have a good time. Love you all.
Love you, friend.
Love you,
all
friend.
right, let's go to Finding Rhetorician.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Cool. Just real quick, Aiko, what out of curiosity, what division do you coach?
Well, I coach. Well, I'm in Texas, so I do UIL, I do TFA, I do NSDA, and occasionally, although I'm not at the level where I can, do a whole lot of this, but my kids are a lot better than I am at this. Because I coach, but they actually, if you know anything about academic debate, happens at about 350 words a minute. Very, it's. I'm not kidding. That's not an exaggeration.
Incredible.
Some kids can get
the
to
worst
400
type of
words a minute.
debating. I hate that.
Yeah.
And my skill is that I can understand it when it's done, and I can what's called flowing, which is you take a big, I'm old fashioned. I still use these things. And you flow it, affirmative in black and negative is red. And my skill as an adult is that I can understand it when they do it, but there's no way I could actually do it. I did when I was a kid, but I can't do 350 words a minute. The older I get, the slower I get, and the more difficult it is for me to be able to flow at that rate. So Tournament of Champions, known as TOC, I don't do that kind of stuff. But I do just about everything else.
I asked 'cause I actually did speech and debate for about 13 years. I was actually around when NSDA was NFL. I remember those days.
Me too. I grew up with it as NFL. To this day, I say NFL if I don't think about it.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it was fun. That was fun. But so one of the things that I wanted to kind of talk about was I kind of want to start out by saying because I actually submitted a paper. I'm a PhD student in communication studies, and I actually just submitted a paper where I did a rhetorical analysis on the rhetoric of the anti-CRT campaign from primarily conservative media. I actually submitted it to a journal, and it actually got to peer review. So we'll see if it gets accepted.
Oh, that's great! I'd love to read that.
Hopefully it gets published. But so what I found really fascinating about what I've heard so far is largely about like where the conversation and the discourse around CRT has kind of moved from its original position. Because what you're all talking about right now is we're all focusing on like whether or not there are individual teachers who, you know, poorly communicate or poorly teach something like CRT, when that wasn't the original message from people like Chris Rufo, like during the initial stage of the anti-CRT campaign. It was much more conspiratorial in nature. In fact, that was literally how it began. It began with Chris Rufo taking photos of like, I don't know, racial sensitivity training stuff of like Seattle city workers or whatever. And for those who are even vaguely familiar with critical race theory literature, while no theorist in any academic discipline is by no means a monolith, a general consensus among critical race theory scholars is that racial sensitivity training just sucks. In fact, there are actually some famous articles in CRT literature that actually critique the concept of anti-discrimination law and find that it doesn't actually address the issues that it's trying to solve. In fact, I actually have my CRT reader right here. Just briefly, a couple sentences. The predator perspective, and one of the main central points of CRT in this article, is that what anti-discrimination law does is that it emphasizes a predator's perspective and not a victim's perspective. And what they write is, the predator perspective presupposes a world composed of atomistic individuals whose actions are outside of and apart from the social fabric and without historical continuity. From this perspective, the law views racial discrimination not as a social phenomenon, but merely as the misguided conduct of particular actors. Well, I don't know about you, but again, it's just a couple of sentences in a much bigger academic article, but I feel like that's a good sentiment in getting at the idea that critical race theory isn't about, like, calling all white people racist, right? That's not that type of,
right. That's what I've been saying. Yeah.
That dogmatic commitment to something so dogmatic like that. It's not something you typically see in academia, and it's certainly not something you see typically in high school, or middle school or anything like that. Like, look, I teach
except in debate.
Except in debate. Okay. Look, we're not going to talk about.
I know. Yeah.
Those damn K's.
Oh God! Don't! Oh nope.
K's.
So, but basically, I teach undergrads. I don't teach anything crazy. I teach basic communication 101 courses. That's the job that I'm paid for as a graduate teaching assistant, right?
Right.
It's one of the things that teachers have to struggle with is even getting the students to even give a shit about what you're doing in the first place, right? So it's weird to me that for the past I don't know how long I've been listening. I think maybe 40 minutes or so. We've all been focusing on individual teachers. What is this teacher doing here? What is this teacher doing here? When it's that wasn't the original conversation when this whole anti-CRT thing became a thing. It was deliberately labeled as a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy to destroy America from within. That was explicitly Tucker Carlson's message on his show. He explicitly said that CRT was civilization ending poison. His words. It was explicitly apocalyptic. America was about to collapse under the weight of its under the weight of critical race theory or whatever. So it's just really weird to me that we're now spending so much time cherry picking specific individuals. Oh, what about this teacher? What about this teacher? What about this teacher? It's why are we talking about this? That wasn't the original conversation.
Because that was asked for. That was demanded, and then we got down that rabbit hole.
But and that's the thing, right? Is that we can talk about that, but as Prime pointed out, it might have been Prime, I can't remember. Someone pointed out that bad faith actors can easily derail the conversation to something that's completely different from what we're actually getting into, right? And so
you mean all the people coming on and say, "Well, CRT isn't really this." Yes, we know, we understand that isn't the concern. That isn't what we're talking about.
Well, we've been.
Let's continue on what we're actually talking about.
And the thing is that so Wick, the White Weasel, there's a part of what you're saying that I sympathize with, but I would just articulate in a slightly different way. So one of the things that I'm in communication studies and I study rhetoric, right, as my name implies. And a famous scholar in my field, Dana Cloud, wrote in her most recent book, Reality Bites. One of the things that she argues is that the thing that the left is really bad at is that they're very bad at constructing narratives to grab like the average person, right? Because the right is very good at this. They're very good at constructing, using affect, which is like any affect theories theorists and fucking chat, please don't hurt me for this, but like emotion, and like narrative, spectacle, and all that stuff, performativity. They're very good at using that to galvanize their audience, where the left is just, this is fact, this is fact, this is like was she actually
What?
like, yeah,
The
that's
fuck?
yeah,
Are you kidding me?
yeah.
The fuck are you talking about?
More people on the left should watch this channel because I'm all about the.
The fuck are you talking about, dude?
Wait, I missed it. What was just said? What was just said?
Just say, here's the other thing that Tucker and those types of people, I don't want to say the entire right, but those types of people that you're talking about, just Fox primetime, let's say, right? They're also very good at abandoning a narrative and then arguing the opposite thing if they have to, if they find that, like for instance, their position on free trade, it just flipped overnight. Or I remember after Romney lost, Hannity decided he was gonna flip his position on immigration, and then Trump won, so he flipped it back. And none of he didn't lose his audience.
He left. I will agree with this. That the left is very bad at messaging on certain issues, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's what you're saying. But the way you're framing this, right? Even the way you're framing this is going to turn off any conservative right-leaning viewer. The left is bad at it because we deal with reality, and they're just a bunch of emotional fools. No one's going to listen to you. They just stop listening immediately. So you'll never convince them. You'll never Sometimes you have to speak the language of your audience, and if you want to preach to the choir, cool, right? Preach to the choir. But if you want to speak to the people who aren't necessarily voting for you already, you need to speak their language, and that's what I'm trying to do.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. I'm saying that we have to speak the language of other people. I would never go up to the average Republican and say what I'm saying right now about Dana Cloud said this in her rhetorical analysis on truth and reality or whatever. I would never say that. Why the fuck would I would never bring that up, right? I would just have a conversation with them, just like any other normal conversation, right? So and it's the left gets very, they always have this knee-jerk reaction. Like when Trump, one of the things that was very prominent during Trump's presidency were fact checkers. Fact checkers were constantly on the move, debunking every little thing that Trump was saying left and right.
Where are they now?
Well, they still exist. They still present. They still fact check even Democrats. They do it all the time. So the problem is that it was almost easy picking for them during that time, but it didn't matter, right? Because that's something that liberals, particularly more educated liberals, tend to hyperfixate on that. But the thing is that that's not going to grab a lot of people. It's just not. So and I don't want to move too much into that because that's kind of straying away from where we were originally talking about. The whole point is that it's more it's really weird that we keep focusing on these individual teachers, but we're not talking about the original story that brought about, right? It was a conspiracy theory. And
I understand, but the situation has changed. So yes, we could talk about its origination, and we should talk about its origin, right? But that's not, the conversation has moved, it has shifted, and I'm not talking just this conversation. I'm talking the national conversation, right? People aren't talking so much about the conspiratorial nature of it, except for in certain circles. But the average voter, the normie, if you will, is talking about the issues, what affects their students, their kids, right? Is my teacher that I have on teaching this to my kid? I don't want them to. This is something I don't believe in. This is something I don't want taught to my kids, and they are voting accordingly.
So I sympathize to a certain extent. Well, I just want real quick. I won't be too long. I sympathize to a certain extent, but the problem is that a lot of people are often primed they can often be like through whatever media they're getting their information from, can often be primed to assume a thing is happening even when it's not happening, right? Media does that all the time.
If anybody here wants to get primed, you can sub to Prime. Sorry, go ahead.
True, the actual prime right here, right? So like media will often like media scholars talk all the time about how whatever outlets you're watching will often prime you into seeing things that aren't actually there, right? So like it's one of those things where sure there might have concerns, but how do you know if the quote unquote person you're talking to is A, acting in good faith, B, they're seeing what they want to see because whatever demagogue they listened to that day told them to see it, as Prime has pointed out a couple times already in this conversation, right? How do you know the difference between these different things, right? I sympathize with what you're saying to a certain extent, right? There are, people out there who don't pay attention that much and they're concerned that their kids might be getting the wrong information, right? Like there's nothing inherently wrong with that on its own. Like I think it's good to a certain extent for parents to actually be aware of what their kids are being taught. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why we have education board meetings like all the time that no fucking parent goes to. So like so again, I sympathize with what you're saying. The problem is that we have to keep in mind that there are bad faith actors. There are astroturfers. I mean, if we go back to what Christopher Rufo admitted on Twitter, we have successfully frozen their brand, critical race theory, into the public conversation and are steadily driving up negative perceptions. We will eventually turn it toxic as we put all of the various cultural insanities under the brand category. The goal is to have the public read something crazy in the newspaper and immediately think critical race theory. We have decodified the term and will recodify it to annex the entire range of cultural constructions that are unpopular with Americans. So he's admitting straight up that this was never about critical race theory.
Do you think he's been successful at that? To ask
Yeah,
you?
absolutely.
Excellent.
100%.
Since he has been successful, since it has become toxic, since these acts that aren't academic CRT, but as Kobe so widely pointed, is performative wokeism, which is what they are saying, what they are meaning when they say CRT in a vast majority of cases, right? And when we are saying, and again, this is my initial assertion, that when we say that this isn't happening at all, we are doing a disservice to our messaging because it is happening rarely in certain individual instances. And so to say it's not happening at all makes us in their minds.
Here's the problem. I gotta move forward. I gotta get to the debate board and then I go and score on, I guess, right? No, Flow Trace has never taken the hand image down, so no. But so we'll go to the other board next. The problem is like working on their bad faith grounds, right? Like that's the issue. Like it's like well, most people like don't understand climate change, right? And so we should work off the basis that climate change is caused by the lunar cycle, right? They might think of the lunar cycle. So like meet them there. No, what you have to do is put the facts out there, right? Get actual information out. Understand that like there is a moral panic, right? Like in this case, like about
hell, even use their language, but don't budge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, use their language, but don't budge. So well, it's when you start conceding that ground, it already muddies the water, right? You can understand, right? We are human beings. We can understand that the other side is filled with, again, in a fever dream, right? We can understand that that is happening. We get that. You seem to think that we don't. We do. We get that. However, right? And Dr. K, meet yourself. However, like we're not going to concede that ground to them. We're going to operate on the basis of facts, right? As to actually what's happening. And I love the exercise that Aiko put us through, right? In which he started like narrowing down what this actually means, right? And he gave like that performative wokeism, I think was the term that he gave us. That's a much better term. So you can start with that, like, okay, I know you've heard that CRT is this, right? But here's what CRT actually is, right? But the thing you're talking about
that might be a real thing. Maybe you've experienced something like that. But that would be like a performative wokeism. That's not something we're actually for, right? None of us here are for that. And that's a person who may not really understand the leftist messages that we're actually trying to put out. These are the messages that we do believe in, right? You can work like that, but don't like say like, oh yeah, well this is all CRT. Well, that makes sense. Because that has knock-on effects on other things, like actual discussions on CRT. And then we literally can't even talk about the real life thing that's actually happening, the real life subject, because it's been poisoned, right? Specifically by, again, like this guy, Chris Rufo. All right, let's go to debate bar.
So one thing I wanted to pick on from earlier was somebody used the word lens, and I think that's what's spawning so much condemnation and criticism of what is called CRT, although as Aiko and I have acknowledged earlier, is not really CRT. For example, our students are not reading Kimberly Crenshaw or Richard Delgado or Derek Bell, right, in 4th or 5th grade. But we can't ignore that teachers are receiving training in CRT explicitly, sponsored by both the school districts across the country as well as the major teachers unions, the AFT, as I linked to in chat earlier. And that this lens that is, or that this training is imbuing these teachers with a lens through which to teach students something. And consequently, that's why we then read about how 5th graders in Philadelphia and celebrating.
You cut out, so we didn't hear that. You said 5th graders in Philadelphia. Could you please repeat?
Yeah, that's why we see 5th graders in Philadelphia who are celebrating Black communism. That's why, or the chanting, Black Power Matters. It's why we see 3rd graders doing a lesson on social identities during a math class where they're deconstructing themselves into, skin color and sexuality and sex. So what folks like me, normies like me, have a problem with is when we debase, when we undermine what
Nothing about you is normal, mate.
What ought to be taught in school is not, because there is a theory of oppression. There is a theory of oppressor and the oppressed being foisted on kids who can't really critically think about or evaluate what it is they're hearing. Somebody mentioned an example of students being compelled to march around the school carrying signs and chanting political slogans, right? We might call this performative wokeism, but we know what's driving it. These are adults who have a very specific intention, and they're living that intention, whether we think it's performative or not. And that's a problem that parents across the country are having, and that's why state legislatures are rightly getting involved.
Oh, we're back on the conspiracy stuff.
So,
well, listen,
no, it's not a conspiracy. This is not an appeal to a conspiracy at all, Dr. K. And you can wish it away. You can just bury your head in the sand and just wish it away, but that doesn't do anything.
By definition, this is a conspiracy theory.
Okay, hold on.
No, not by any definition that anyone uses.
Yeah, yes,
I mean, you literally just said that there's
I didn't literally say anything about a conspiracy. So maybe figuratively, but get your language straight.
There is a systemic push to educate these teachers to do this thing.
A systemic push is not a conspiracy. And I didn't say anything about it being done.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, first off,
oh my goodness! Can we? Okay. This is
rhetorician isn't as poisoned with you as I am, so I'm going to let him.
So Prime Dream said earlier that he had a problem with language being abused, right? And I agree with him on that. What's fascinating about this, though, is that when I articulate something where I'm talking about teachers' unions sponsoring specific training, school districts putting teachers through training, this is all out in the public view, right? And I indicate that there is a specific intentional approach to changing what is being taught in schools. All of a sudden, I'm appealing to something like a conspiracy. No, a conspiracy is a secret plan by a group to do something harmful.
Implying that
or
it
the
is
action of
political
plotting or
indoctrination.
conspiring. And I'm not actually. Okay, well then tell me I'm appealing to indoctrination.
Let's steel man debate board. Okay,
goodness.
let's try to.
Well, is it political indoctrination?
Let's pretend for a moment. Let's pretend for a moment that our friend debate board is talking in good faith, right? And I that's how I feel, right? So when he's saying that, like, all right, well,
big suspension of belief.
Here's the thing that happens, right, in real life. That teachers, right, like our pedagogy changes, right? Like the method of which we teach changes, and we update these things. This is a good thing, right? Like throughout time, we update our tactics and whatever, right, to better address the issues that children are facing today. And so I believe what he's trying to say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Debatepour, but I believe what he's trying to say is that in that effort to update this pedagogy, we have like trainings that'll happen, right? Teacher trainings, and maybe certain unions in certain sections of the country are pushing let's call it wokeism. I hate using that word. I really fucking despise it. But
I hear you.
For the purposes of this conversation, yeah.
You said performative wokeism earlier.
Yeah. Because I don't want to call it performative wokeism because I don't know what these people are teaching, right? I call it performative wokeism specifically about those specific examples that were given. So I don't want to say performative wokeism because it might not be. But the point is that they're pushing some sort of woke agenda, right? Let's just give it that, a woke agenda. And so they're literally training that. And so from this perspective, right, and I think it's pretty simple, that would be a systematic push, right? Because you're systematically training these individuals, and then those messages are being sent out to our children. Debatepour, did I get your message correct?
Yeah, you're on the right track with that.
Okay.
My problem with this is, like, you keep mentioning about this training that teachers are going through. Like, again, critical race theorists as a whole.
Are you familiar with DEI?
No.
Diversity in Education and Instruction. It's a system. A lot of professors in academia have to sign papers about DEI. You can look this up, right? And how they are committed to upholding these kind of ideals. It is a thing.
Oh wait, I know this. I'm not. The name.
Yeah, but that's good.
That's first off. Do you have any idea how empty those things actually are? Like those are just empty gestures. Those are
come on.
Yes, they are.
But they are being signed.
Well, then you should fill them up with anything and have no problem with anyone makes anyone sign if it's such an empty gesture,
can
right?
You please point to examples of people getting terminated for refusal to, corroborate them.
I hear what our friend.
I think that just happened at UW.
Brento, I hear what you're trying to say before you're even saying it, right? And I knew you were going to make this point because you've made a similar point in the past, right? So, like, if it's truly empty, if this, and I don't know what this is, but I have an idea what it might be, right? Like a list of like values that we're going to uphold, basically like a code of ethics that we're going to hold in terms of diversity and inclusion, right? But if it's truly meaningless, then like we could put like white supremacy, a list of like white supremacy tenets, right? And
or do away with it together, altogether, right?
Hold on. But wait, when I say empty gesture, so I'm sorry, I have to use a little theoretical terms real quick. So Slavoj Žižek theorizes about the empty gesture, right? So like when you walk up to any random person, say, "Hey, how is your day?" Right? What is the typical response you're going to get? "Oh, I'm okay. I'm having a good day. How about you?" Right?
Yeah.
Now, maybe they're lying. Maybe they're actually having a shit day. Their mom died that day. I don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their day
Yeah. We know people lie to be polite.
Right.
Yes.
And then they what was it? The reason why we do that is it's an empty gesture, right? It's more of like a mic check in a lot of ways to see if you're receiving the thing, right? So when I say it's an empty gesture, right, what it is that a lot of those like statements of, "Oh, we're committed to diversity" and stuff like that, what they are is that they're empty gestures to like this perceived notion of, racial equality, not discriminating in terms of hiring practices, admission, and stuff like that. This is a general thing of a philosophy statement that we commit to. But
then let's just do away with it.
But the thing is that first off, there are critiques about whether or not they should even exist. But
they shouldn't.
Well, I have a feeling you might have a different reason than why people in academia critique it. But so
no, I don't know if I would.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So wrap it up. I do want to move on to Aiko and Squan, but go ahead. Finish your point, Moderation.
So the thing is that like people always like to like look at academia and they think it's this like bastion of like leftist, liberal, whatever. I've been in academia for quite a while. Like I can tell you right now, if you think that, you haven't really interacted that much with academia if you think that, because trust me, there are quite a few conservatives in academia. But the point is that
not in higher education.
Yes, in higher education.
No.
Yes, in higher education.
Yes.
No, that's not true right now.
That is
I was
absolutely
literally the research assistant for one.
Yeah, like my entire.
Oh well, then that proves it. Go ahead.
Sure.
You think they have systemic
Oh my
power
God!
in academia?
Stop! We gotta move on because we got people are
You
waiting.
can
Okay.
literally look up data how
I
like
hate
different
all of you.
departments have literally more conservatives than liberals, and same with other fields. It depends on the department. It depends on the field. It depends on the degree. Blah.
That was in the overall universities.
Okay.
That you can literally look this up. So the point that I'm just trying to get at is that this whole like commitment to diversity, like I don't like people who haven't been in academia that long, like love to like make that way more than it actually is. I promise you, it's not that big of a
Sure.
deal. That's
Thank
it.
you. Aiko, he's been waiting very, very patiently. Thank you, Aiko, for being so patient. And then Squarn and Debate Board.
Okay, so there's just three things I'm going to say now because three things have occurred to me as I was listening. So one that I'm going to get through quick is I want to Steelman Debate Board a little bit more. If you want an example of how something like that can go systemic within one college, just watch documentaries about Evergreen State College and that whole thing that they went through with
I was just typing that in chat, Aiko.
okay, all right. Well, I've been thinking. Listen, that was ridiculous. I mean, it was amazing what happened, and it was basically the lunatics were running the asylum, and I don't know if it's still that way there, but it was just amazing. I mean, we're talking about that was the college that tried to say that there was a day where no white people should be on campus, and it was supposed to be voluntary. Originally, it was voluntary. I think originally it was even white people who said, no, let's do this. And they just didn't go to school that day or whatever voluntarily. Right. But then they tried to say, no, you don't have a right to come on campus on this day. We're just going to enforce it. And like they took professors hostage in the cafeteria. Like it was amazing what happened.
Yeah.
Just go look at it.
Like it was to the bats and
it was Weinstein has got to start.
There should be no white men in beds with their wives. That's the rule I impose in here. Okay,
right.
All right, go ahead.
But that's me Steel Manning Debate Board, right? And giving an example of how it can go from an individual stupid teacher doing something to a whole university being like caught up in a code that professors were terrified to disagree with, right? So anyway, and these were like liberal, even progressive professors who just they just weren't progressive enough for that for that code. It was amazing. Now I just saw however on the CRT stuff, I just saw today, or maybe it was yesterday, Satanic Panic was trending on Twitter. Has anybody seen this? Somebody tweeted it. I think it was just somebody kind of making fun of Satanic Panic, saying that we're having it again. But you remember what that was? That was like, well, if you've seen
D&D in the 80s, yes.
Yes, D&D in the 80s. And if you've watched Stranger Things, then you've learned all about it. I lived it because I played D&D in the 80s. And anyway, conservatives just leapt on that trending hashtag and started defending Satanic Panic. No, this is a real thing. I mean, it just came back magically because of this one tweet that was making fun of it, and now it's a thing. And to me, this is just one example of different panics that continually keep happening. Here in Texas, we have an anti-CRT law, and I had to read it to figure out how to change my coaching. And what I found was that when I read what it was actually about, it just said you can't say one race is superior to another, which means it wasn't anti-CRT at all, right? So I didn't have to change my coaching style at all, right? But this happens over and over again. A few years ago, it was the anti-Sharia laws. Remember those going all across the country? But then if you open up and you read the text of the anti-Sharia law, all it says is that American law should be prioritized above foreign law, right? That's all, because they couldn't actually say it was anti-Sharia because it would have been struck down by the courts. It would have been a violation of the Establishment Clause, right? So they had to make it so broad that it only applied to foreign law, because the Sharia is foreign law, right? But it actually affected my community because what happens is there are these things called Sharia courts that run the country, and Muslim people go there to get married, to get divorced, to settle things, and it's basically arbitrage, not arbitrage. What is it called when you settle a case? I'm sorry?
Arbitration.
Arbitration, yes. Sorry, I had it wrong. It's basically arbitration that's mediated by, an imam or somebody like that. Well, Catholics have the same thing. We call it the canon law courts, and you can get married by the Catholic Church, and you can have all these. It turns out that this anti-Sharia law in Texas, like a lot of the other ones across the country, applied as much to Catholics or to anybody else. Right, ours is foreign law because it goes to Rome. Right, it's Rome says that you can't get divorced, or these are the regulations, or whatever. However, all these laws did was say that American law takes precedent over all that stuff. And in point of fact, it did before. So those laws didn't do anything. They were just a response to moral panic. And the same thing is with this, at least with the CRT law in Texas. We didn't really have to change anything because it wasn't really anti-CRT.
One example I would say that runs a little contrary to that, as a queer person in the United States, right, is a lot of the queer panic stuff that's happening right now. It is actually really affecting my community, to the point where children are getting confiscated. People can't get their medication. They're banning it for kids. They're banning it for adults. Like it's a pretty big fucking mess right now on that panic
get
front.
Their medication. I see. You're talking about
trans stuff, and literally, some of the Supreme justices are like, "Yeah, let's get gay marriage because maybe we weren't right on that." And it's like, this is a panic where no, there are some very real effects. I am, doing a little bit of sweat frog, pulling my shirt back, being like, this is going to get real fucking bad if this, goes untouched. So I would say these moral panics do have very, very real repercussions. Hell, even the stupidest ones do have very real repercussions. The whole Pizzagate thing, ended when a man restaurant demanding, for us to release the children, right?
From the basement that doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. These panics, I would say, keep in mind, they do have very real repercussions that do hurt people, and they should be approached as that. They are dangerous.
So this sets me up perfectly for the last point I wanted to make, Prime, and that is, we talked earlier about how conservatives will cherry pick the worst examples of things that teachers do and then present that as if that's what the entire establishment's doing, like that's mainstream thinking, right? And I think I just talked about in the example of Evergreen State College being, no, it's systemic there, right? That's my standard of whether or not it's systemic. But anyway, at any rate, but liberals do the same thing. You guys realize that we just paid $3 million to for I think it was the Maryland Republican primary. The Democrats gave the wacko conservative candidate all of this airtime, and now that person is the nominee, and he's insane. And there's several other nominees like that Democrats have lifted up
it's an electoral strategy, yeah. It's an electoral strategy.
But what they're doing is they're making the party more right wing. Like sometimes it works. Claire McCaskill won her seat because she did that once with Todd Aiken or whatever. But the risk is a lot of people think that Democrats sort of behind the scenes were, in fact, we know that behind the scenes, they wanted Donald Trump to be the nominee in 2016 because they thought they could beat him. And, I don't know that Democrats are the ones that caused him to win because I think there was too much going on inside the party. But a lot of people in the DNC were hoping that he would be the nominee. And there's a lot of that going on too. That's sort of similar to picking. What we're doing is we're lifting up the most extreme people, right? Because we think we can beat them. And I think the Republicans in a different way, conservatives in a different way, and in a much more practiced way, like they're much better at it, are doing the same thing by picking these most extreme examples and then saying, okay, that's everything. Like this is all colleges. This is
There's
all
a term
high
for
schools.
this. It's called reciprocal radicalization, where both sides push each other to the extreme and do so in order to show them as, look how extreme that side is being, and so they push everything to the side, and it ends up
This is
pushing.
why we should end primaries.
Right.
No
This
primaries.
ends up pushing both.
Yeah,
Ranked choice voting.
We should not end primaries, but I'll fight you on that some other time. Let's go to our friend Squarn and then Flow Trace.
Yeah. Earlier I wanted to say, can we agree there's the bias of performative wokeism is a systemic issue.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I meant to say Squarn, Debate Board, and Flow Trace. I apologize for screwing up the
all good
order, please.
All good. Yeah. So just to, like, run through like the through line of what the recent discussion was just now, because I think we've made some progress. So Prime, you seemed uncomfortable with the performative wokeism thing, and I understand. You jokingly labeled it the woke agenda, right? The way the right uses it. The problem there is that the right has a name for the problem they are perceiving, which is absolutely overblown. I agree, and I think that's the point that Wick the Weasel is arguing as well. But he's also arguing that there's nothing coming from the left to meet them halfway, except, oh, it's definitely not CRT. Well, that's fine, but then what do we call it if not performative wokeism? Like these blanket statements.
Aren't you signaling
the
as a
reason
good?
why I was quote unquote uncomfortable with it is not specifically because I was trying to steel man our friend Debate Board's point at that moment. And
I didn't mean that as like an attack on your position.
I didn't say it was. I didn't think you were attacking my position, but just to be clear, I was trying to steel man his position, but I'm not willing to accept on face value that what those teachers are doing in terms of their training, in terms of their the results, and like what the unions might be pushing, right, is performative wokeism. Right? Like they might be actually being pushed some very useful anti-racist lesson plans that I might agree with. So I wouldn't call that performative wokeism. But for the purposes of that conversation, I was just saying that.
Can we isolate it to where there were mentions of blanket statements being made generally by like individuals who, as a cliche, right, were white people with internalized white racism who use that to then bully other students and staff. And Ikerwick's example of that Evergreen State College situation, I think is kind of like the logical conclusion of that people are concerned about. And I think giving a name to that would help the conversation. So, it kind of extends an olive branch.
White guilt. We have a name for it.
And the thing is that critical race theorists critique behavior like that. They've been critiquing behavior like that since the 70s. Like,
exactly.
It's like the thing is that we're talking about like these okay, I know for a fact that there are, well-intentioned like white people who want to talk about, racism in America. And they fuck it up. It happens all the time. Literally all the time. I've done it. We've all done it. Right? The problem is that the way that a lot of these like, cringy, whatever word you want to use to describe it, this is something that CRT scholars have been talking about literally for decades, right? Like they've been when we talk about color blindness, right? That often gets attributed to Michelle Alexander when in her book The New Jim Crow, but that was something that critical race theorists were theorizing about back in the 80s, right? So it's like for me, I guess it's it always goes back to like the good faith or the bad faith, whether or not you're being good faith or whether or not you're being bad faith, right? Because for me, it always boils down to, okay, well, what's your plan, what do you want to do about this, right? And in my experience, whenever I deal with these quote unquote anti-CRT crowd, whenever I talk with them, like I'll ask them like, what do you want to do? 9 times out of 10, in my experience, it's like we just don't want to talk about this at all. Just stop talking about it completely. And so like that's why like it just frustrates me that we're acting as if this hasn't been talked about when the thing that started this whole like panic has been talking about this since the 70s. That's what bothers me.
I want to push back real quick. So how should a cultural right-wing person appropriately complain then? Like, do they say, "Oh, well, I'm being bullied by the culture of white guilt"? How seriously does that get taken? I don't think that's
What
taken
do you
that
tell a
seriously.
7-year-old who keeps punching themselves? Like, what do you tell them? Like, I don't know. Like,
See, it's this
Yeah, but see,
insistence
that's
that it's
you're
like
kind of
this
shrugging at it.
self-harm, right?
like,
Like this dismissiveness. It's not
what
helping.
am I?
And we're going to not budge our way
First,
into
first
political
off, like
impotence.
Because it's
first off,
just
you don't politically freak the fuck out about it, right? And make it into a political crusade, right? First, you see, like,
Well,
let's say
when
here,
someone's
I'm gonna
kid
finish a
is
sentence,
hitting
Scrawn, yeah?
themselves.
Scrawn, I'm gonna finish a sentence. Love you, dear.
Okay, go ahead.
So let's say we got a situation, and I hate it, but I'll use it, right? Of the don't come into campus today situation, right? A thing that happens in one place, I suppose, right? And I'm a culturally right wing student. And I was affected by this. This is bullshit. This is horseshit. I'm super mad about this. Yeah, that is when you go up and to whatever appropriate authority, whether it's the dean or someone even above him, and be like, these people are basically taking their own white guilt and making it everyone else's problem. Can we do something about that? Right?
Yeah, but you know what happened when he did that, right? That's what caused the entire outburst. That's how the whole fucking thing melted down. Is he reported it to the dean, and then the fucking thing exploded, and that's what caused the big problem.
They use these diversity, equity, and inclusion statements and things, and they are being used
Yeah, that's
against
when you take him to
teachers,
court
right?
and be like, yeah, this dude's just
Yeah,
using
they
his
are,
white guilt
right?
Like you're
to
saying,
fuck
like
with
that's
me.
the problem. You're denying the problem. You're like, well,
What
just
do you
take
mean?
a blah, blah, blah. It's like it's a huge fucking problem, and look what happens, and what this is the cause.
Problem? What is the problem? What is the
Did
problem?
you? So are you aware of what happened at Evergreen?
No, I'm not. I don't pay attention.
Okay,
to
okay, okay.
talk
Well,
about.
at Evergreen College, someone, a teacher, a professor, he objected to the like all whites off campus day, and he was accosted by a big group of students who just basically shut down his class and accused him of racism, and then the entire administration was pulled basically into an auditorium. They were told they were not allowed to leave, and then they basically just like aired all grievances and accused everyone of racism, and then told them they were going to restructure everything.
Who said they were going to restructure everything? Students or administration?
The students and the administration just cave and just go along with them. You should learn about it.
If they're students, then like tell them to go fuck themselves.
There was one professor in particular who was in charge of this speech code that they were creating, and she made it she made it impossible to dissent or discuss about it or anything like that.
So I'm reading about this now, this Evergreen situation. I had not heard about it before, but I'm reading about this now.
There's a documentary you should watch.
I want to withhold my judgment on this because, as we've seen, people overblow things, right? And people take things out of context. And I've seen these panics happen, especially on the conservative side for these actions.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know anything. I'm reading about this now. Hopefully, we can. I'll get to the bottom of this. But like,
have you ever seen me
a lot
exaggerate
of-
like that, or say something like that in bad faith? Like, I don't think I ever have.
I don't think you are a bad faith individual. I want to make that very clear. I'm not saying you're a bad faith individual. I'm saying I don't know. And like people keep telling me that this is an example of like reverse racism or some nonsense, right? That they're dealing with. But like their interpretation is not something I necessarily agree with. So I want to actually get the facts before.
And moreover, here
watch the documentary.
Watch the videos.
We got people in line.
Okay.
We got people in line.
Can I?
So we got.
Sit?
Yeah, one thing, and then one thing. Say it. Then Brento, I want to get.
They recorded and uploaded the entire event. You can watch the whole thing from beginning to end in hours and hours and hours of the actual event itself, not just a documentary on it.
Self-flagellating liberals are a problem.
They're not liberals. These are not liberals.
I want to learn about this because I don't know anything about it. But thank you so much.
They are liberals.
Squarn, do you have anything else
They're
to say?
progressives.
And then
Like,
we'll go
way
to
extreme progressives.
debate board.
That doesn't
and then,
necessarily mean they
flow
aren't
trace.
liberals, mate.
Oh, my Squarn, please finish up.
Yeah. So, very briefly, just the idea is the concern that I think myself and Wick are expressing basically is if the cultural left is not willing to say, okay, there's like maybe 5% of this is happening, right? And they shut down that conversation, and that's how it feels, at least, right? Whether it's true or not to this cultural right. But then there are people on the cultural right who are willing to listen, but they're overblowing it to like 150%, right? Well, that's the only place they have to go to. Those are the only people who are going to listen to
Oh,
them.
here,
So
I'll give you a cultural left critique if you want to hear it.
No, hon. So I got to move on.
The last thing I want to say on that was to say that the result of that is that it kind of pours gasoline on conspiracy thinking, and I think that's a real problem.
Breach.
Okay, let's go to our friend debate board, then flow trace, and then we'll stop by Dr. K.
Well, Scrawn, that's kind of silly. Again, here's what we're seeing. We're seeing accurate portrayals of what's happening across the country simply dismissed out of hand as with a retreat to, well, it's not systemic, right? Because someone here on this panel right now or in Prime's chat hasn't provided a sufficiently exhaustive list or types of incidents that would persuade someone who is unlikely to be persuaded anyway in this space. Or that it's completely dismissed because, well, we think it's right. Right. And rather than engage in whether or not these things ought to be taught or these pedagogical or instructional approaches ought to be utilized in the classroom, it's simply dismissed as, use Prime's word here, as what panic,
Conservative fever dream.
Fever dream.
Thank
I mean,
you.
and so you know, I know
It feels
Prime's a better
gaslighting,
person
right?
than this, but there is no.
That's not gaslighting.
No, I
There
say it
is-
feels gaslighting.
It is because that's what it is, and
Well, see,
that's the intent.
notice everyone else. He's saying it is. Whether you agree with him or
hon,
not, he
let-
certainly feels like that.
Let's let debate board finish, please.
Okay.
Right. So this is Wick's frustration here is merited, and Wick, this is me taking your side, buddy. Simply dismissing out of hand that somebody's trapped in the fever swamp or the person's just an evil bigot. This is not productive. Even if you think the other side has an unproductive argument, there are still people like me all across the country who think there is a regime of indoctrination going on, whether this is on radical gender ideology in the classroom, whether it is bringing CRT into the classroom, even if it's called something like Action Civics, right? Or some such other name. The fact is that there is indoctrination going on, and we're seeing this as an impediment to traditional public education. We see it as a distraction. We also see it in many instances as, sorry to say it, but yeah, the sexualization of children, okay? Because we are not going to tolerate what you guys insist is happening, which is, oh, look, there's just trans people in the world. No,
Fuck
that is
you.
not what is going on in the classroom, okay? When teachers spend hours and hours a week in a classroom talking about transsexuality, transgenderism, this isn't just talking about people existing. No, it's something much different than that. And I do not blame.
Hey, let's not be rude to our friend debate board.
I do not blame some people.
He's being rude to me.
Oh my God, knock it off, please, debate
because
board.
indoctrination is much like grooming. And I'm okay with using that grooming word because the progressives have taught us that it is A-okay to manipulate language, to change the definitions of words and their typical usage in order to frame a political message. And so I'm right on board. Keep calling them groomers because it's true. Make them fight their way out of that box
Debate, am I a
because it
groomer?
is true.
If you're going to accept that definition, and I'm fine with it. Listen,
Say it to my face. Am I a groomer?
Let me just say, if you
say it to my face, coward.
There's nothing wrong with that definition if you mean the original meaning. The problem people have with groomer is that's been associated with pedophiles over time. But really, it just means that you're preparing somebody for something. So all education is grooming, but especially evangelicalism, right? If you're trying to convert somebody to Christianity in your church, you're grooming that person to be a Christian, right? So if we're going to accept that definition,
no one uses that meaning. Like, this is the issue here. Like, I understand that technically that's the consistent meaning. That when
structured it that way and did as hard of a push as Fox News does, it would mean that. But they don't for some reason.
Genuinely nice person, but this what I just heard was just an unhinged screed. Like,
I don't think it's.
Nope, you can't characterize it unhinged. Fight it.
Say it to my fucking face, cocksucker. Am I a groomer?
It's a tough act.
Teacher spending hours a week trying to sexualize children in a classroom.
That's not what happens. Like, and then the thing
I
about
don't think it's precisely what happens.
No,
when you
it's
send
not.
first graders
No,
home
it's not.
with a
No,
homework
it's not.
assignment to go touch themselves sexually, come back the next
Don't
day
believe you.
and
I
talk to the
don't-
teacher
I
about
don't
it,
believe you.
and
I don't
by the way,
believe you.
tell the students not to tell their teachers about it.
I don't believe you in any way, shape, or
If
form.
Like, we got to go back to that private New York school as an example.
I
and now you're
If
going
I
to say,
can-
"Oh, it's a
Yeah,
private
show
school."
me
so
a
it doesn't
teacher who
matter.
did that and
It
didn't
doesn't
get
matter
instantly
if it's
fucking
private or
fired.
public.
Jesus
That's
If I
Christ.
could just,
still
if I could just
improper
jump
and
in here.
inappropriate.
If I could just jump in here before we go down the rabbit hole of that specific example, I believe I was in line next. I think that before it's a tough act to follow. I think what Debate Board is talking about, and I think that I disagree with Debate Board, but I don't think that people do things for random reasons. And I think when you have a big group of people that are talking about CRT, there's usually something going on there. Now, I don't think it's what they say is going on. I disagree with Debate Board, but I don't think it's just the case that propagandists were particularly effective. I think it is sort of a reaction. This is sort of branching off of what Kobe was talking about, of this vague sense people have of the quote unquote woke crazy left of die-haired feminists. There's this drip in their social media feeds of them seeing some crazy bombastic headline about like Seattle City Council declares America over, stupid shit like this. And a lot of times those examples are total bullshit. I 100% agree with Prime. This is why a lot of times when you go into these examples, there's a lot of bullshit. But I do think there is some truth to the idea that, there are a lot of cringe and crazy people on the left, particularly the online left, that can paint a very bad message. And, when we talk about places like Seattle, when you get a critical mass, those people can implement really dumb and stupid things that are just straight up wrong. But I think that conservatives sometimes do themselves a disservice by latching onto specific examples. And I think from a left-leaning perspective, if we want to build that bridge that Wick and I are talking about, that doesn't mean we have to, we have to agree with conservatives that we think are wrong. But I think it's about sorting out the things that conservatives are getting at, that there is some truth to them. Please don't tear me apart for this, but I think it's actually very analogous to how some progressives really shoot themselves in the foot when they talk about police brutality, where sometimes they latch onto bad examples, and instead of saying, what I think is the truth, that, we have these systems that, may have been set up to be racist, but no longer are explicitly racist, but still function that way. And instead, progressives will latch onto bad particular examples and will say things like, the problem is that America is full of explicitly racist cops. And that just isn't the problem that we're dealing with policing. It's way more complicated and hard to deal with. But as a result, a bunch of progressives say that thing, and then conservatives say, that's not true, that's not the problem, and now conservatives don't sort of get at the truth that we have the left trying to get at.
My state has explicitly racist police gangs.
That happens,
I think that,
but it's not. It's not. It's
in the same way that there are some extreme
moreover.
But what I'm trying to get at here is I think that the much more compelling case that we have on the left is that there is this system that was set up maybe intentionally racist long ago and now functions this way. And in that same respect, I think that conservatives have a much better case of listen, there are some crazy people on the left, and we talk about maybe a left-leaning institutions like education. Most of those people are probably more left than they are right, that we see those excesses more than we would otherwise in society. And I think that as left-leaning people, we need to be getting at those real concerns where there is some truth there and building bridges. But instead, it feels like there's this knee-jerk, a conservative is saying every single thing they're saying is wrong, and as a result, we lose people.
We need to police our own.
So we'll go to Dr. K. We'll go to Dr. K. We'll go to Wick. We'll go to Rhetorician. Okay.
Or I've been specifically asked about what I identify as, and asked to explain it to people, right? And I've had to explain it, specifically to kids because I have an identity that's complicated. And I've gone into detail with what that involves with them, the history, the medicalization, all that. Am I a groomer? Yes or no? No other words, just
No.
yes or no. I'm not asking you,
I'll
Wick.
say no to that. Yeah.
No, I'm not asking you either. I'm asking Boris
Okay.
specifically, and I'm not going to move until I get either a yes or a no.
I'm glad you would. I'm glad that you identified me as the person you were addressing it to. No, I don't think you were a groomer. I don't know anything about you.
Okay.
Again, I
Why
have
would I characterize
educated.
you as
I
a
have
groomer?
I am a transgender person who has deeply educated kids on what my gender identity is. Is that a groomer?
Well, I suppose it's in the content of what you were telling them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the examples that I keep bringing up are the sexualization of children in a classroom by LGBTQ teachers who decide that it's their priority in the classroom to talk about their sexuality, to suggest to students that
Sure,
their doctor got their sex
I've
wrong
told
at
kids
birth.
that I've told kids, yeah, I am a lesbian. Hello, I am interested in girls.
Why you would be compelled to share that with children, I don't know. I
Because
won't
I was
speculate on the
asked.
motivation, but I don't know that you're a groomer. I mean, if you want to have a private conversation, we'll go through all the stuff that you shared. Then we'll arrive at a conclusion.
This shouldn't even be a fucking question.
You asked
Well,
the
I just
question.
told you I didn't think you were a groomer, but again, it's always in the content, right? So, I mean, until I have a perspective on what you've shared, I can't answer the question any further than I already have.
I've told kids like sexuality, I am a lesbian. Gender, I am feminine yellow. That's what I've told kids.
Let's
Who've
go
asked.
to Wick, then Metavision, and Aiko.
Okay, so I really want to piggyback off of Flowtrace, who is based in Truth Pilled in all of this. One of the problems we have on the left and the right, right? And this is
Are
a
you
problem.
left, Wick? Are
Yeah,
you a liberal or a socialist? Because those are two different
I am not.
factions.
I'm not a socialist.
Okay,
I
so you are a
am.
liberal. Identify that. You are in the center faction.
I
not
hate
the
when people
left
tell me what I
faction.
am.
He's not a genius in intellect, but go ahead.
I hate. Okay.
Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Now I'm going to change what I'm going to say because I hate this, right? I hate these labels and these boxes we put people in to just assume all the positions they're going to take. I'm not a package deal politics kind of guy. I'm a buffet style politics kind of guy. I'll take what's I feel is right issue by issue on from tables and tables. So if the left, if socialists, and I love some socialist programs, I love some socialist ideas, and I'll take those, right? I'll scoop them up. But I also think some conservative ideals are, they have some merit, and we should probably take from there too. Like I don't like
Spoken like a liberal, yes.
do all these
That's that
kind of
neoliberalism.
weird.
It sounds like you're a liberal, my friend.
But there are certain liberal ideas I would not adhere to. So like again, I do not identify as these things because I want to keep myself open. To my original point, to piggyback off of Flowtrace,
liberal. Thank you.
To piggyback off of Flowtrace, you hate it when people like call you things. Please don't call me things, right? That I don't identify as.
Liberal is not a slur,
Please
my
don't.
friend.
Okay, I'll move on. I'll move on.
Done.
Yeah,
please.
I'll move on. Right. We need to on the left and the right to disown the bad actors and extremists in our camp. We need to police our own because they're causing us issues, right? They're causing us problems. And instead of doing this weird thing where we adopt these extremists and we put them forward as our fighters in this cultural war and this political battles that we have, we put them forth as our soldiers, if you will. We need to disown them. We need to police our own. We need to make sure we have message control. We need to stop embracing the madness on both ends of the spectrum.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey, just someone noticed in chat that Wick, that your tooth is missing.
Oh yeah.
And I was letting them know that you
Yeah.
have a GoFundMe. Where
I'll
they
post
can...
it in chat.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Prime,
Let's.
real quick,
Yep.
Prime, real quick here, interject. So, Wick, I think I agree with almost everything you said. The only part I would push back on is that the problem that you're finding to be problematic, the people that you're finding problematic on or in your camp or on your side of the spectrum, I think for most on the panel and most in Prime's chat, don't have a problem with those people, the ideas that they espouse, the methodologies they use to espouse them. They're not really problematic.
Well, the far left?
No,
Like the
but
chat is like
I would have pushed back
dedicated to
against
calling
this.
me out, bro.
Because let's be fair to look, Prime Kai. One of the reasons I really admire and appreciate what he puts on is because he will push back against the maddest of the mad. Now, obviously, we differ on opinions, right? On occasion, on what is madness and what is not. But he has specifically pushed against some of the more extreme positions on the left and this what I would consider insanity in some cases. He's done that, and he's been willing to come out and push against it. The fact that he was willing to come out publicly, right, just on this panel tonight and say performative wokeism is trash, right? And things like that. He's pushed back against that, right? We may differ on opinions on things. Like, I think he's wrong about a lot, but let's not smear
I'm
this
on the
man.
far left, and I'll call out like performative, like liberal, self-flagellation.
Let's go to our friend Rhetorician, who's been waiting for a bit, and then after that, I'm sure our friend Smug, who we haven't seen in a while, would like to say something.
If the right won't beat
Smug
police
and
their own,
Smug.
I will.
Okay, go ahead,
So-
Rhetorician.
I can't stay up too much longer because I gotta go to bed, do dissertation work. But so I just wanted to end it on this. Like in like Flo, I agree with what you're saying generally, right? Like I do. It's that I do think, like, generally speaking, the idea that there are people on the left and progressives or whatever who jump onto bad examples or they go down conservatives' throats or whatever. I agree. I do generally agree with that. The problem is that it always comes down to context, right? And like who are you talking to and what they're saying. And it's like it's hard for me to not like just be at least a little bit dismissive when I'm being told to my face that the CRT thing is like I'm like it's a bad thing that I'm saying that the anti-CRT thing is like, like basically like a moral panic or whatever. It's like people freaking out over nothing, whatever. When the guy who started the movement literally admitted on Twitter that the whole thing that he started with Tucker Carlson was nothing more than a bit to like basically get attention and ascribe anything that they don't like onto it. Like he just admitted it. He like straight up said that this was just a manufactured like outrage thing. This is just this is completely manufactured. And so like it's like it's hard for me not to be at least a little dismissive when I feel like the person who's telling me that this isn't a moral panic when the guy who made it explicitly said that it was. So like I just it's hard for like you can say that I'm being like condescending or elitist, fine, but like there comes a point where like you have to accept on reality. You might disagree.
I totally get it.
You might disagree on like nuances or whatever. Like I deal with rhetorical theory and sometimes philosophical theory every once in a while, right? There are a bunch of nuances that I'm more than willing to engage with. There are conservative philosophers that I cite, like not Kenneth Burke, Edmund Burke, engage in like whatever analysis I'm engaging in that day, right? And so like it's just I understand where you're coming from. I get it. I'm not going to sit and pretend like I don't understand. It's that it's really frustrating to me that like when someone comes in here like trying to act like they're more reasonable than I think they really are, and then they just blow machine gun through like a bunch of different talking points, and then they end on calling basically LGBTQ teachers groomers. I'm sorry. Like I don't know what to like. What am I supposed to say? I
100% agree with sort of the vibe you're coming from, and I agree it is hard. I've been there. I have dismissed people before. I think the key thing is sometimes I think we on the left forget that all the problems we face with dealing with our extreme voices, this is something that happens on the right. It's sort of a grass is greener situation. But there's a whole legion of embarrassed Republicans, those Biden Youngkin voters in Virginia, that are facing similar problems. And if we want our ideas to win out, we've got to make sure that we do a better job of keeping our crazies in line than they do.
I think it's just like I think for me, it's just simply like just engaging with the arguments that are being made, right? So like I don't know about this evergreen situation. I have no idea, right? I'm only just now learning about it. And there was someone in the chat
It's insane.
who was saying like I can't believe there are some progressive and people in academia who haven't heard about it. like I'm not like I've been in academia for a little bit, but like I don't know everything. I just don't. Right? Not everyone knows everything, even if they're in that field. Right? So like it's just like I'm not. It's one of those things where like you can look at these things and examine them, and I'm sure it's insane. I trust you. You seem super like informed and friendly, so I trust. I believe. I'll take everything you're saying at face value on this, right? I just don't think even at that thing's worst is enough to create this moral panic about like kids being groomed in high school, because it always
Yeah. It doesn't justify any of that.
not.
I'm not saying it does.
Of course it's not. But the problem here is when like look, the extremes at Brento and Debate Board, I do not go there. I disagree. We part ways when they go to their extremes and do their talking points and that things. But we have to acknowledge reality. And when we refuse to do so because we were refusing to budge and even give any credence whatsoever, I've been saying this all night, but I'll say it again. We lose all credibility. And so our better talking points just
I get it, but the problem is that like when
I get it's frustrating. I get it. It's not fair. No, I'll agree. It's not fair. Doesn't matter. Do it anyway. Not fair, but it's effective.
But what I'm saying
is, can I get in here because this is we're at a point where this is very relevant thing to say, and that is when we talk about there's a kind of weird triangulation that happens, and we've kind of brushed against this couple times, and I think Dr. K has sort of brushed up against this too in this panel. But let me just say this is how this sort of a reverse triangulation is happening. Is you have these people on the extreme left, like not just socialists, but like the really cynical, like out there socialists, or like even tankies and like IdPol extremists and all of these people who hate liberals. These are the people who protested outside the DNC in 2016. I don't know if you remember that, but you know, Hillary Clinton was inside there. The Democrats had to keep all of these extreme leftists out because they hated Democrats and the DNC so much, especially at that point, because the leaks had come out about Bernie and all that kind of stuff. And so these are people that hate Democrats. Yet what Fox will do is they'll show examples of things that they do, right? There might be a riot or something like that. And then they'll say, oh, that's what the liberals are doing. Exactly. And these are people who, by and large, hate liberals.
Yeah,
so
like, Wick, I'm not on your side.
That weird conflation is what causes there's a kind of a churn where that's somebody does something crazy, Fox News represents it as everybody left of center, and it just poisons the entire well.
Okay, let's go to Smug and Scorn.
Well,
then,
I think I agree with you to some extent, Tico, but I think like even now, like we I think the issue is like even when there is that conversation, even if you do actively want to have this conversation, the person you have the conversation with is not going to concede. Like, Debate Board, I could tell, he's not going to concede. I looked into his claims. So, like, and it's interesting, though, because, like, his claim of grooming, well, one, ironically, they're private schools. And, like, so
doesn't matter.
I'd be curious from the conservative part of it, like, what your view on private schools is, because all these instances.
Doesn't matter if it's private or public.
Yes, actually, it does very much. It does very much.
No, do you not
so
think...
you're okay with grooming in private schools?
No, I didn't say that. So don't strawman me.
Do you not think any of them can be persuaded at all? Are you just dismissing them across?
No, because I think private schools in particular.
He's not going
I think it's important to note the difference because, like, private schools are given a whole lot more leeway, and I think, like, whenever conservatives try to cite this, the third graders, they're teaching your kids this, they always try to perpetuate it as if this is some mass public school thing, as if it's the actual government endorsement, as opposed to particular sects of private institutions. Because then if we acknowledge, this is private, now we can start fishing. Let's see what the more conservative private schools try to teach their fucking kids, and let's see how advantageous it is for fucking kids to know that stuff, But then we even look into their claims. Okay, according to this claim, this private school is allegedly teaching kids how to masturbate and be sexual. Even according to your own article, which is the New York Post, by the way, so they're reliable for fucking shit.
So if you don't think that...
If you don't... Whoa. Smug has been waiting. Let's let Smug get his point out.
Again, yeah, the New York Post is reliable for shit. Yeah, like that's not
I'll
a
take
hard
your word
claim.
for it.
Yeah, you should, and you should take like any other reputable media who also say it's bullshit.
Like the New
Like,
York
even
Times
then-
stealth revises
even
the
then-
1619 Project. Okay, they're credible,
Even
but the New
then-
York Post isn't.
Who? That's a weird comeback. Okay, you're
Yeah.
citing something I didn't cite.
Pointing
Okay,
exactly,
weird.
pointing to a
Weird.
different thing
What
to
about
be
us in
like,
there?
but my
Okay,
guy's good.
So,
enough.
anyways, so looking at here, so are they talking about sexuality? Yes, they are. But what are they talking about? Yeah, they're talking about, hey, don't show your genitals in fucking public, kids. Like, you learn about your genitals and like what they are. So like, yeah, little kids, yeah, when they're fucking grabbing their junk and shit, and they're just pulling around with it because they got no fucking clue what it is. It's just attached to their body. Like, yeah, that course teaches them, hey, this is what that piece of your body is. It's not, hey, little Timmy, go fucking jerk off in a well. You know, and like when right wingers have this interpretation that sex ed, like in this form, or like in any form necessarily, like to a reasonable matter, instantly is somehow just about the sexuality, like it makes you guys look like fucking pedophiles, man. Like, can you not
that's a
like
strange
can a
charge.
kid like what? Yeah, no, how? Like you literally proved it yourself. Somehow,
No, we didn't prove
kids
any
cannot
such
learn
thing.
about
Does any
sexual
rational
orientation
person here
or
think
about
bringing up this
self-identification.
incident
According to yourself,
suggests
like
that I'm a
apparently kids
pedophile?
cannot
Are you
learn about how
fucking
to.
crazy?
Apparently,
You're a
kids
Dr.
cannot
K
learn how to
level now.
identify their body. Apparently, kids cannot learn how to identify their bodies or learn how
Well,
their
no, see,
like how their bodies
the problem
react
with all of
without it
it
being
is that
sexual. Why
is that the
debate
head of
board?
school
Why are
actually
you
conceded
sexualizing
to
children?
parents that it was wrong
Why?
and it was inappropriate
Why
and
do
doesn't
you?
reflect your
Why
teaching
do you want to
philosophy.
fuck kids?
So
Debate
you're
board.
wrong. You're
Why do
just
you want
wrong.
to fuck kids? Why do you think?
Okay.
Children
All
so
right.
sexual?
Here's
All
James.
right. Well,
Brian,
why do you
we have
sexualize kids?
we've
Why are you
escalated.
sexualizing kids?
Okay.
That's my big
Okay.
question for you, debate board.
Right. I'm
Why are you
sexualizing
thinking about kids
by
in a sexual
observing an
nature?
incident that
Oh,
happened.
okay.
That's a
Okay.
question.
Okay. We gotta pull back. We gotta pull back.
Answer
We
that
gotta pull
question.
back. We gotta pull back. Gotta pull back. All right. Point made. Thank you so much. Anything else, Smug? Because you've been waiting for a bit. Just want to make sure. Then we're gonna go to the it's Squarn, Dr. K, and Flow Trace.
No, not necessarily. I think it's just hysterical that the conservative dude thinks he's nailing this, but literally it's just fucking.
Where you think it's hilarious that I'm a pedophile, as you claim. That's really fucking weird that you think pedophilia is hilarious. Wow.
Yeah, I think you thinking that any form of nice debate, bro. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I was fucking 15 too once. Nice Facebook response.
Okay, all right. So we got
get real, man. Bro, you were literally busy sexualizing.
Okay. All right. We got it. All right, we're moving on.
You want to fuck kids debate
Let's
board,
go to
just say it.
Squarn, Dr. K, Flow Trace, Wick.
You can take me off the list. I was just going to say good night. I'm going to hop off. Thank you, Prime. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. Have a great night.
All right.
Peace, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Squarn.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So Wick's saying, basically, keep your crazes in line so that you don't lose credibility. I agree with that. I think Funny and Ikerwick are fair to point out that it does feel unfair from their position, where it feels like a double standard, to justify their positions from the outrage from the cultural right. When Fox News will show hard leftists rioting and call those people liberals, right? What's the response if we don't do what Smug Pug did? I don't think that's quite appropriate, and just say, no, you're the groomer, right? Like, how do we get past no you? And I want to ask that of Wick.
Oh, Wick.
Sure. Well, first of all, you have to there is this idea that people won't trust you. Like, facts don't convince people, right? Facts doesn't matter. People are not going to be convinced just by giving data right out and telling them, well, actually, this is actually what it means. No. First, you have to build a relationship of trust, right? You have to actually, if you want to actually persuade someone, it's a process of a long time. It very rarely happens at just one instance or one conversation. It's a process. So what I would advocate for, what I do advocate for many times on this channel, right, is to befriend people who are politically different than you. Be an example. Be the good leftist, right? Be the good liberal. Be the good conservative if you want, and say, hey, you know what? I'm not like those other crazies out there. And let me tell you what I think and what I actually think, and you will move people. I've moved people before. Back in 2004, right? People who voted for Bush in 2008, I was driving them to the polls to vote for Obama, right? Like, this is a process. It takes a long time. When it comes to rhetoric and things like that, and shows like these, again, not just calling like it does. It's counter effective to just say, no, you're the pedophile. You call me Groover, I'm going to call you a pedophile. Nope. Everyone brain turns
But
off.
Smug used
and it
facts,
stops.
though.
Yeah, no. And like here's the thing. And like obviously when you go down to like using insults to someone, obviously that basically shuts everything off, you know. And I'll be full disclosure, like, do I think I've ever convinced the debate board of anything? No. That's why I don't really necessarily give a fuck about how I convince them. Do I think any of us on this panel are going to convince them of anything? No. I think
But you're not just talking to
this is
him.
not the platform. No, but again though, because like this goes into my separate belief of like how a lot of us on the internet believe that we're going to change someone over on the internet over a panel. No. Like I'd agree with you, Wick. Like for example, like if you had specific one-to-one talks over a long period of time, that those talks do change people over a long period of time.
But what
Like,
you
and that's where I
can
would
do,
agree. That's where I would agree.
yeah.
Where
But
we
what you
have
can
hard
do on these panels,
so I
right,
would agree to a certain extent.
are two things. I understand. But what you can do on these panels are two things. You can plant a seed, right, and plant a seed that people will other people will grow and water and harvest and reap later what you sow today. And the second thing is you can because when you were saying this to debate board, there are people in the chat and people who will watch this VOD later who have sympathy towards debate board's point, who aren't as full on the wagon as he is, but who lean conservative and kind of like, he's my guy. They're on my team. And so
Yeah.
when you it's like body shaming, right? Like
Yeah,
when we body shame Elon Musk, you're saying it to this person, but these other people who hold beliefs that are convincible hear this and they take it personally, and it does damage.
And that's where if someone one, when we say the teams, then that means they're already invested in them. But two, then, and that is where the factual parts of the statement would resonate. Like, for example, like I know Dr. K likes to ad hom a fuck ton. Like she does.
Yes,
But, like,
I do
when
not
she has- hold on,
intellectually
hold on.
respect
But
them.
like when there are good points, nevertheless, a good point or factual statements are factual statements. Now, can you argue that potentially in more nuanced topics, presentation is important? Sure. But again, like, it's literally the fact that, like, in the example I'm bringing, it doesn't matter how I presented correcting the actual situation. That's not going to change this dude's mind. That's not going to change the followers' minds because they are already set into the narrative.
I reject that. I reject that wholeheartedly.
I'm astounded by it because because watching this, I literally have seen the claim of indoctrination of kids, and then no source up until fucking 25, 30 minutes later, which tells me that there's a desperate phishing attempt to try to find that information. So, which tells me that these are claims that are just grasping at straws and are desperate to try to find something that's maybe tangentially can make their point if you don't look into it. But even if you do, then it's no. I'm just going to fall back to my original belief.
Like, if you think I'm defending what he's saying, you're wrong, right?
No,
like I don't agree with
I don't think you're defending what he's saying.
But
like,
I am defending
I understand your critique is of the rhetoric. Your critique is the presentation of
because it matters.
But my point,
framing matters.
Yes, and I speak generally speaking, yes, but I think our disagreement here is you're presenting it as if in this particular case it would change anything, but I'm saying it would not in this particular event.
Okay. All right. So we gotta move on. So we got Dr. K. Wick already went. And Azzy. Anyone else?
Exactly. Like, when I'm here to talk to the chat, not to any of you, because you people are all, it's more or less, I'm going to be real, like talking heads for your philosophical like beliefs, if not ideologies even. Right?
I'm persuadable.
And I'm not going to say everyone's that way, but like most of the people who become regulars on here are that way, right? And so, yeah, I'm not going to move any of you. I'm not going to
I've been
smug.
moved
I'm not
before
going to
on
move
this hill.
Am I talking or are you talking, Wick? Thank you. All right. So I'm not here to try and convince any of the people on this panel. When I'm here to talk about you, chat. Hello, I love you. And I'm here to basically call out the misinformation that's being said and to basically say like, hey, hi, I'm a socialist. I'm a viable option. And I don't intellectually respect right-wing pundits, and you don't have to either. In addition, right, and keep this in mind always, my dearest Wick, and to all liberals, right, is that most democracies that are historically similar to the United States have three parties. They have a liberal party, a conservative party, and a labor/socialist party, right? And so the US does not have this third pole. It has had this third pole at various points through its history. There was a period where we had a viable socialist party in the United States, but we don't right now, right? And so you have to remember, this isn't a two-way fight of left versus right. This is a three-way fight of right, of liberal, and of socialist labor, right? And so, like, I am not on the liberal side. You need to rein in your left faction. Like, Wick, I ain't your left faction. I'm not in your faction. I'm a coalition liberal sometimes. I coalition with a lot of liberals because I organize a lot offline. And I'll coalition with these liberals, fine. But, like, at the end of the day, they are not in the same faction as me. There's three of them.
Yeah, but if I may respond just very briefly, like I understand what you're saying, but we live in a two-party system in America, and it sucks, but we do. So when we talk about coalition, yes, that is the people we're working for, and the vast majority if we want to win elections, if we want to push things more to the left, right, and in many cases I do too, we have to win the elections. That's how it works. And so what I will do,
Yes,
and I will
my friend,
say, and I will use
work.
rhetoric.
I do electoral.
Okay. I will use a rhetoric that is most likely, in my opinion, and I think this is borne out in data.
Here's the funny thing about
Democrats elected
in Los Angeles, though, right? There's almost no Republicans that can win elections in Los Angeles, right? So what happens when you have a one-party state, right, or a one-party elections throughout this enormous county, right, that is bigger than some states? What happens is there are now in Los Angeles consistently two factions. You have a labor quasi-socialist faction, and you have a corporatist, very liberal, and sometimes quite often neoliberal faction, right? And these are both Democrats. And guess what? They don't cooperate at all. And because most of my work is in local politics, I am the majority of my time fighting liberals, not coalitioning with them.
Yeah, but that like what starts local does not stay local,
of
right?
course.
In many cases. And so this is, again, nationally on a federal level, it is hurting us. And by us, I mean Democrats,
yes,
right?
But again, my work is local. So, like, that isn't a factor I have to contend with much.
But I do. So
because
it's a difference.
Exactly, because you do federal stuff, yes? And you do like actually organize
local
offline
too, but I live
those.
in Pennsylvania, right? Like so it's a vastly different like state of affairs.
It's a three-way out there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you were on the East Coast. Okay.
One of the rare three-way places I can think of, actually.
Let's well, okay. Boy, I was gonna make a joke. But let's go to our friend Azzy, then Aiko. Oh, and then Federation, do you have your hand up? Okay.
Yeah, I've been listening. I just wanted to focus on debate boards point of the NEA, the National Education Association, pushing CRT learning in the classroom. right now what I'm looking for, articles on it. I'm getting like mixed, nothing concrete. I've heard that they're pushing against anti-racist rhetoric, and they're doing investigations on associations that are doing anti-racist propaganda or have any type of anti-racist position, like the Heritage Foundation. But mainly, I just want to like deep dive into it, and it seems like debate bar has a problem with CRT in classrooms, and I just want to ask why. Why is CRT bad to be taught to elementary? If not, uh, I could say at an older age, when middle school or high school kids.
Well, one, CRT isn't being taught in schools as we understand what CRT is. As I noted earlier, our kids in K through 12 are not reading Derek Bell. They're not reading folks like Kimberly Crenshaw or Richard Delgado. Instead, what's happening is, for example, teachers unions, and there's two main ones, AFT and NEA. AFT, as I cited before, right, their 2021 program, National Convention Program, was dominated by CRT issues and discussions, including specific teacher training, where they brought in CRT advocates like Kendi, for example. And so instead of the question being, well, why do you have a problem with CRT in classrooms? I don't know that I actually have a problem with kids in classrooms being taught what CRT is. Instead, it's what is manifesting itself under the umbrella of CRT in classrooms. And that's, for example, having, I think the example earlier was Cupertino, California, where third graders in a math class were asked to deconstruct and create an identity map on their race, class, gender, religion, family structure, and other characteristics, because according to the lesson, white, middle class, cisgender, educated, able-bodied Christian English speakers created and maintained this culture in America to hold and stay in power. Now, this was a math lesson. This is derived explicitly from the CRT umbrella. This is what I have a problem with. One, it's not math. Two, it's just simple political ideological bullshit. It's
Okay,
not
so
appropriate for the K through 12 classroom.
I just
So
want
there's
to.
the answer.
Ranto plus debate boy equals racism. I've been saying it the entire time. All right, let's go ahead, Azzy.
Yeah, but I don't see the well, number one, teachers create their own lesson plans. You can't just, it could have just been this one teacher who, probably
It has to be approved. Lesson plans have to go through approval processes.
No,
it's
not
all the
even
time.
approval.
Not necessarily.
Guys,
Depends
I
on
can
what the
speak
class
on
is.
this.
Not all the time. As long as you have the lesson plan ready and prepared, and you say it verbally, yeah, I got it done. They take a quick. You don't know what happens in it, but in the but to get into.
Well, hold on, Azzy, let's address it. You wanted to do a deep dive, so let's deep dive into that. Let's not pretend that teachers are creating lesson plans in a vacuum. Let's not pretend, right, that school districts do not have approved curricula within which lesson plans are created. And let's further not pretend that state boards of education create curricula, right? And let's also not ignore that teachers are going through district level as well as state level training requirements, as well as through their union organizations, right? And we see CRT and CRT specific training embedded at all three levels, both state required training, district level training, as well as the union organized and sponsored training. Okay? So let's not pretend that, it could have been just this one. No, these lesson plans come from someplace and isn't just the teacher's imagination.
No, I was just basing it like on the severity or the egregiousness of the lesson at that moment. Could have just been the teacher's discretion. Could have been the according to the personality or or whatever the teacher believes. Yeah, that lesson plan could have been colored, based upon what they believe.
There's an easy way to solve that, and that is to say all of these guidelines that happen at the state level and at the district level, and even like within teams of teachers that drop maybe less broad, more specific curriculum that specific teachers follow. To know whether or not it came from those guidelines or from the teacher, his or herself, all you have to do is look at the standardized tests that they take at the end of the year, because it'll all be in there. And I have no idea about this district in California. It might be in there, but that would be how you would find out. It would be very simple.
And I doubt it'd be in a math standardized tests. So this could have been, it's easy to, you could think of it as another perspective, is like it could have been a formative assessment or some type of social emotional learning in the classroom where the teacher just took something where, yeah, they want to incorporate more cultural responsive learning or more critical race theory and incorporate it in all facets. Or it could have been a in the moment collaboration between two curricula and two like between the English or history and math, and they just say, "Hey, do this," and then we can tie this into another lesson later on that incorporates math. So I don't know if we have to nitpick over it, but I still don't see that as a problem with teaching critical race theory at that foundation. Especially if you're dumbing it down to the level of to an elementary level when they're not getting into all the different hardcore facets. Um, I'm still waiting to see, or hear where the problem is.
Introducing CRT into the classroom is if you have to dumb it down to such an extent that you really lose the central principles and concepts of CRT, right?
Not
then
necessarily.
why introduce it at all? Well,
Not necessarily because well, if you get into, I'm gonna go further into the weeds. Right now, America is facing a teacher shortage. We're facing a lot of older teachers, more experienced teachers have exited the profession because of COVID. So you're dealing with a lot of people who have transitioned careers. You're dealing with a lot of people who are first year teachers. You're dealing with a lot of people who started off remote and then got into in classroom in-person learning. So they're going through forms of professional development that incorporates this, and it's very tactical. What they're doing is we've been indoctrinated ourselves, America, in our learning in a very we were taught lies. Now, if to say that, and what they're doing right now is through this anti-racist I could say movement, is that they're incorporating it into the classroom to now allow children to critically think about the systems that have created disparities and injustices towards people of color and minorities. So I still don't.
Whether or not we may have been indoctrinated with whatever you were saying is false or otherwise, that's not an argument for CRT. It's not an argument for
I don't see why not.
level of CRT, right? None of that explains why.
Well, it's like
should not have CRT in the classroom.
Well, it's like we teach speaking, listening, reading, and writing in basic foundational skills, where are just like foundational skills. So as you get into the college level, they're just foundational skills for critical thinking, and as you go to the college level, you're taught more intense, more in-depth forms of critical thinking.
Intellectual validity and credibility. Okay, CRT is twice removed from critical theory, right? And in between
Right.
was critical legal theory, which is what was actually from the 1970s, not critical race theory.
Mhm.
Rhetorician, as you suggested
Critical
earlier.
race theory's
So
been around since the
again, there's a
1970s.
lot of
Law articles.
intellectual credit stealing here for CRT from critical theory itself, and it's not fair. And proponents of critical theory will often dismiss that.
Doesn't matter. That really doesn't matter because it's no. I wouldn't call it stealing because all forms of learning derive from other forms of learning, unless it's something totally new. All forms of learning comes from something else. It's not like it's stealing the ideas from critical theory. It's just expounded upon.
I didn't say stealing ideas.
All right,
Dang, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. I love you all as you.
All right, man. God bless.
Bye.
Take care. Wait. Go ahead.
CRT steals intellectual credibility and legitimacy from critical theory, and then again from critical legal theory. All right, this is look. CRT isn't a field of subject matter that's searching for truth or to illuminate the truth. CRT isn't. Let's just teach slavery more historically accurately.
That's not correct.
What's happening?
That's
here,
not
okay?
No, that's not correct. That's not CRT.
What is happening is
I
1619 stuff.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
Public schools. One second. Like I linked in here in chat, Seattle Public Schools a couple of years ago adopted new standards for math. The top line stated themes of math for Seattle school districts is origins, identity, and agency, power and oppression, history of resistance and liberation, and reflection and action. Wow, I mean geometry, algebra, irregular numbers. Nope, all at the bottom of the list. This is how CRT is being injected into the K through 12 classroom.
Okay, but it's like
Let's just teach math.
Yeah, but yeah, let's just teach math. But that's coming from it. Yeah, you can do that, but at the
Math
same
isn't
time,
racism,
there's
is it?
nothing. Well, at the same time, the Pythagorean theorem came from the Egyptians, but they don't teach that. They just say it came from Pythagoras. So yeah, there are. We can get into the weeds here, but I don't think that's necessary. There's nothing wrong with them incorporating that into their curriculum. If they have a clear, yeah, if they have a clear goal and clear vision, that still at the end of the day they get to this the results. And yet, and again, I push that it's fairly new, that they are just now doing it, and we have yet to see the fruits of their labor. I would say like we should get a little angsty after a decade of them teaching it, and you see bad results. I don't see us getting mad over the like the first 1 or 2 years of them incorporating something where a lot of people, the American attitude towards education has been, has been demoralized. It's been decreasing for a while now. So I don't see, I don't really get the opposing
What do you
attitudes.
mean by that? What are you talking about? It's been
We don't care.
demoralizing for a while now.
Yeah, we have a teacher shortage. We have a lot of new teachers. We have a lot of bad teachers. We have a lot of students or families who push against the education system in general. You can look at I was talking to Kyo-san, and you were saying like we are what's the ranking? The average we're very low in our rankings versus other countries. It's not
too much time on oppressor versus oppression or oppressed. I mean,
well, that's indicative of the times. But that's indicative of the times. We are in a oppressor versus oppressed relationship right now in our culture. That's not happening. That's not a nuance that's happening in other other countries where we're a very diverse culture.
This is the crux of the problem. I think you just nailed it. There are folks who want CRT in the classroom, and a very specific type of CRT in the classroom that teaches a very specific type of history and context of history, the foundation of the country and what it meant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's a whole other group which is pushing back against what they see, and I think rightly, as a radicalized version of the nation's founding and its history. So, again, I think this is really the crux of the issue.
But that's the endeavor. I mean, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
We've gotta move on. We have limited time here. So
all right. So I just want to finish, and then if I can do it, I can do that. You can even time me in like I can do this in less than a minute. Like that's the endeavor. That's the endeavor of the American educator. Like we are trying to create creative, critical thinking students. When you're in other countries, a lot of the countries that we are, underneath, in rankings, they still segregate schools. Like China, Korea, they have like schools for students who are foreigners. So we're talking about people who we feel like we're failing against, but they're creating whole like institutions that we have long passed. We are more evolved than that. So I don't see that we are facing a very particular problem that is ours uniquely. So but that's the glory of it, and I'm gonna land on that.
Okay, so, thank you for that. Sorry, guys. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this content, please support the content. Sub to the channel, $5 keeps us up and running. We need your help. This is how we do this, right? So if you like what we're doing, have the space where these individuals can come in and have these conversations all the time. And consider subbing to the channel. Only $5, and you'll get our emotes, and you'll get ad-free viewing, and you'll be supporting this community. Sub to the channel, use your Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming on this community, right? Gift bits or gift subs. That's how I'm able to do this. So like, if you're out there, if you find value in what we're doing, if you like that, we're here night after night after night, right? Providing you with this. Probably the space, having these great conversations, sometimes frustrating, sometimes just a lot of fun, oftentimes both conversations. And support this community, support what we're trying to do by subbing to the channel. $5 goes a long way. So consider subbing to the channel. If you resubs, use your resubs on this community. And again, Amazon Prime Prime Gaming is a huge help, right?
So we appreciate the people who are helping sell. We got a little background noise from you, Brento.
Oh,
But,
sorry about that.
No, yeah, no problem. But yeah, support this channel, support what we're trying to do. If you want to see more of this in the future, all right? We can't do it without you. All right, so Aiko, quickly.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring up I had a small exchange with a debate boy in the chat, and I just wanted to sort of bring it up in stream because he said something interesting that I thought was very interesting, and he said that the reason he wants to use the term grooming is because, and remember the triangulation thing we talked about before, where you have where you cherry pick the worst bad actors and then you move it in and you make that represent all of liberalism. The next step to that is to say, well, if they're doing it, then so can I. And that's a concept that we've seen a lot historically, but one that pops that comes into mind for me is the concept of what they call fair play in Scientology, where if you decide that somebody is a bad actor, you can do anything, and all sort of ethical considerations go out the window because they don't deserve it, because in your mind they do worse, and that's how people justify bad faith actions, I think. And I find it I found that a little bit mask off or a little bit unusual because that's the first time Debate Board has struck me as being bad faith. And I just wanted to address that because it's not something I've heard from him before, and I've heard him on at least 5 or 6 streams now, that I've been on.
So, Debate Boy, you can respond to that quickly.
Yeah, no, sure, that could be a marker of bad faith if it was in fact bad faith on my part, and it's not. Look, what have we been engaged in the last decade or more? And that's the mantra from progressives and the left that, look, language can change. Language can change to suit political ideologies.
It absolutely can
change to suit political agendas, and therefore, and as we have seen, language is in fact changing. I have recognized that the way the word groomer is being used is in fact changing, and I would expect it to change just like Webster's changed the definition of woman last week, right? So I'm not out of the mainstream here. This is not a radical belief that sexualizing kids in the classroom is not grooming, right? This definition, this concept is changing in our reality right now. And like I said, I expect Webster's to be changing their definition here shortly, just like it just invented a new definition for woman.
Well, actually, I would argue you're going back to an old definition there, right? Because grooming just means preparing somebody for something, right? So it shouldn't really have that. It has the negative connotation because we've started applying. We changed it when we started talking. When the discourse about pedophiles got really
in the
popular.
Context of sexualizing something, right?
Yeah. So now we're going,
and so we're still using it in that context.
Right. So now we're going back to the original context, which means that if you're grooming, because this is where conservatives retreat to when they're confronted on this, they'll say, no, clearly you're preparing them for understanding what trans people are like, or nobody says they're sexualizing them if a woman discusses that she has a relationship with her husband, but when she's talking about having a relationship with her spouse, with her same-sex spouse, that's suddenly called sexualizing. Well, I mean, they're either both sexualizing or they're not. And if they are, then any teacher is grooming it because every student asks about the spouse.
Right. If we've got some hetero teacher telling us about their sexual escapades over the weekend, that should also be condemned.
No. If they just say, hey, this is my spouse, his name is Bob, he's a really nice guy, versus another teacher who says, this is my girlfriend, right? A woman who says, this is my girlfriend. They won't, either they're both, the fact that that somebody's married means that they have sexual relations, right? So you can call that sexualizing if you want, but then you've got to go both ways.
Okay.
You've got to say, they're all good.
Okay, excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we've been on for 3 hours. I don't want to be on for any more time.
Yep.
Guys, thank you all so much for your time, for stopping by, for being here. Much appreciated. We will continue this on in our open. We won't. Sorry, we won't do that. We're gonna end the stream. So, exclamation for social and chat for our social media. Hit us up there. Hit us. So follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. all that good stuff. All right. So we are going to raid our friend Irrelevant, and I guess we'll go from there. All right. So we're going to rate them, and I'll talk to you all later. Just kindly waiting for the stream thing to go down and finally hit that raid button right now.